Hello, everyone. Here we have the proof of the fact there are no such things as gods, and I suppose some contrary position somewhere. Someone might end up claiming that, well, somehow there are, which is ridiculous, but I suppose we can give them the chance to try to defend it. I don't see a real possibility in that, but let them try. All right, now just need we have 4. It's a reserve seating or not so much seating as, I guess, panelist positions reserved for each of the pertinent positions. And, well, where do we go from there? Okay, well, cases of some kind of I suppose position or some such showing up. Again, of course, begin with it. I would hopefully recruit someone else as a moderator and join as position myself if I can. If no such volunteer could be found, then hmm. Okay, let's see if I can actually change the size of this. That actually help some kind of idea what's going on here. But still, I think I am radically reconfiguring the system. Animation speed, auto hide, not high delay. Why can't I see that? Why can't I change the size? And no one's joining, so in any event. Mm-hmm. Well, I can always go to lunch. Oops. Here we go. That's much better. Okay. What are these doing here? I wonder. Okay. Workspace switcher. Instance config. Number rows 2. So, all right. Applications. Further settings. System tools. Preferences. Okay. Decode. Settings and whatnot. I'll go to sound and see what. Okay. I'm on the headset, so that's working well enough. But, well, we'll see what further goes with this. Menu bar. Schema. Indicators. Top bottom panel. Hmm. Okay, I'll just go to. Should have his own internal preferences somewhere. Hmm. There we go. Okay, that didn't show up, so. Two, 312. Workspaces, whatever it is. Mhm. Okay, somehow in the. Okay, there's a minor problem with whatever it is for this, but still. Oh, okay. Change the number of rows, not the number of workspaces. Why not? So I got something to do with tweak tool. Okay, that's interesting. Okay. Oricom shell overrides. Oricom shell overrides. Okay. See if I can do it now. No. Yeah, it's not actually creating another one. Workspace only on primary. System tools, deconf editor. Settings. Deconf editor. Okay, org. Shell overrides. Spaces only primary. Oh, and welcome Palm. Oh, not a whole lot of activity yet, but things are a little blur. Sorry.
I'm glad you're losing weight, Nadia.
I'm not actually. At least not yet.
But you've lost 100 grams. I mean, that's okay.
Actually,
It's not bad.
yeah, I didn't really. But okay, don't worry about it.
So long as you're not gaining, it's fine.
I gained a little bit this time. Let's see if I can set some tones. Accessories. Ah, okay, that looks interesting. Okay. Workspaces, workspace creation, whatever. Doesn't actually show it.
Prince is dead, Nadia. He's dead.
Not too. Um, disable the network workspaces. Okay. Now let's try. See if it actually worked this time. Now it shows it's okay. I go between workspaces. What's happening here with that? Yeah. Didn't actually stick to it. Just turn dynamic.
Do you think the world is better off or worse off now that Prince is gone?
Um, I remember him existing. I'm not very attached to him. Yeah, I said, I mean, sure, he had his own friends, family, and all that, but well, I wasn't one of them.
Yeah.
Hmm. Okay. Compass or medicine. Compass. Okay. All right, bear with me. I'll be right back. Shit. I have to. I need to go substantially more extreme on the diet and whatnot. Go for the vegetable pita, the falafel one, because you know what's going on there. And of course, vegetable pita is a freaking wreck.
So far I've had a bag of chips. Let's see. I just had a chicken sandwich. What else? Oh, nothing else. Where's G-Man at?
Looking for G-Man? What's that?
No, I made a comment and he censors a lot of his comments. Yeah. They seem to be both like collaborating,
Who's this?
G-Man and Brett.
Okay.
Like his video about blaming you for whatever. I mean, I saw this coming. I saw this. I saw him. I knew he was going to behave like this. So I gave him mods. Right as he demanded it, I gave him mods immediately. He didn't use the mods because he wanted to play the persecuted Christian.
Mm.
That was his game plan. I mean, I saw right through him. It's just, yeah. I mean, I'm not saying any of the grievances he brings up are not legit or whatever, but certainly he had mod and he could have dealt with whatever he was bothered with. Instead of shifting the blame.
Mm.
Yeah, and freaking. And Brett seems to be equally going on about a lot of shit.
Yeah, I can't really. Guess it can't really be ours to. Yeah. So what? But back when you've got some kind of argument there actually is a god or something.
I mean, hold on. I just want to show you this. See here. This is like what I'm talking about. I'm not gonna read it, of course, but it's like this guy is just he's just disgusting.
Yeah, that's they get called to him by almost everyone I run into anyway. So it's like
No, but that's like it's just oh man.
I go to the doctor's office. It's just like here to get whatever kind of transition treatment, surgery, whatever. Like oh, what's your name, sir, etc. Like, yeah, you could pay a little bit more attention to what's happening.
Right. The thing is, with me, the guy is aware how much it bothers you when people do that, but and he like uses that as a.
I'm kind of bulletproof on this one.
Use that as a jab, and that's what I find very disgusting. I mean, you've basically not even engaged in any of the fucking drama. That's like the funny part of it.
Everyone it just pollutes my channel with anything.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure, yeah. I mean, everyone is doing. Yeah, no, that's very true. But that's just. I don't know. Some of the people's actions bother me.
Mm.
It's like there's a certain level that you don't go there. You don't, and it's just. I mean, that's just where my limit is, I guess.
Yeah, maybe I should. I don't know. Somebody says I should put my foot down, whatever it is. I think it's. I don't think they would necessarily like what I put my foot down about.
Yeah, they complain even then. That's the weird thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, I just fucking continue the status quo. People are gonna complain no matter what you do. So it doesn't even like I gave G-Man mods and he's still complaining. That's the weird thing. He could do something about it. He could have done something about it at any time he wanted to. And I know you wanted. I know you wanted to accommodate G-Man. You a lot of times you do want to accommodate him, whatever requests he does make. Just to have him here long enough so you can have a fucking discussion with him.
What am I gonna do?
Yeah, you can't do anything.
I think well, I mean, one is that there's at least potential for procedure that's more along the lines of what I had in the first place. And you know what? I want to get out of the freaking business anyway.
Oh, I feel you on that. Yes. No, I definitely feel you on that. But this shit blows over. You know it does.
Yeah.
It's just the latest drama.
I'm not involved.
Sure, yeah.
I don't even care if they're trying to about my channel. It's, I still have nothing to freaking do with it. Yeah.
But that's like the weird part. You make it a point not to get involved, and still people either try to suck you in or they blame you. And if like
They try to what?
The funny thing for me is that you make it a point not to get involved in any of the shit. Like whatever. It's like but the thing is people either try to take you along take you along with them into the drama by whatever means, or they friggin' blame you. That's like the weird thing. That's like what Art pointed out to me. So when you're running a channel, you're gonna get the flag for whatever happens. That's
yeah.
I mean, I've made also a point not to get involved myself. Although actually I do sometimes, but I try not to get you involved because the problem is that while I can like go away, you can't. That's like one of the big differences. You have to like freaking listen to all the crap. I can just shut off the fucking browser.
Well, we have a lower overhead adjustment to the system. There's some silliness with prepping the installation media, but I took a shot at patching up whatever silliness on within Ubuntu, and that actually went better than I thought. So.
Huh. With Brett, it's a peculiar case. I don't know why he behaves the way he does.
I mean, it's, I don't know. I'm not too interested. What I am interested in is the format for the directed discussion I'm doing now is basically 4 reserve seats for the pro and the contra positions, and 1 reserve seat for an auxiliary moderator, whatever.
Yeah, you can try that, definitely.
No, that's what this principle doing here. So I said, okay, gods and no gods and so on, right? Set the topic in the, or set the thing to be pro and contra about in the, I guess, video description and all that. Okay, let me see if comp is is it sound settings? Let me see. Okay, comp is settings manager. Not sure how to get into it.
Just bought a new microphone for my camera. Gonna start making videos. It's like short films. This is the microphone. Should also look into getting a wireless one. But those are expensive. Like one that works with radio.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Now.
I can start making freaking vlogs and whatever. I can shoot them in 4K. The camera I have lets me record it on 4K. It's gonna be top-notch quality. I can like basically shoot it in my garden. We have a very nice garden. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Mm. Desktop, whatever. Mm.
Huh.
Okay, let me see if I can. Hmm. Okay. Do you, Viewport, okay. Let's see what the viewport stuff is. Okay, show desktop, window opacity, whatever. Hmm. Bizarre. Um, we have to actually do it as one or whatever. All right. I know it's running compass, so bear with me. I'll gotta restart. Gotta restart real quick.
Nadia, have
Yeah?
you heard Tom R's impression of you?
No.
Oh, hey, Darwin.
And welcome, Dawkins. Yeah. I guess we have one entrant on the Theist side.
What's going on, Hillbilly?
Oh, also, welcome, Christian Hillbilly. Good to see you on as well. We have another second entrant for the Theist side. So that's 2 out of 4.
Yeah, you should ask him to do an impression of you, Nadia. it's really funny.
Okay. So,
Is my mic working?
we hear you now.
It wasn't working before.
Excellent.
Well, if you were a theist, I would ask you to pray for MK because I think he took an overdose of stupid pills. Can you hear me talking?
Oh, sorry.
That's the stream.
Palm, did you hear me talking?
That's the stream.
Palm, did you hear me talking?
That's the stream. That's not me.
Palm, did you hear me talking?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Is my mic working? Is my mic working?
Yes, it is.
Yes, your mic be working.
Is my mic working now?
Yes, it appears you may have the YouTube video open still. Go ahead.
Okay.
No. Is it better now?
If you guys were theists, I would ask you to pray for MK. He has an overdose of stupid pills today.
Okay. 3 out of 4 for the theist side. And
hey, Armin.
welcome, Armin.
Well, that's questionable.
I'm sorry?
That's questionable.
What's questionable?
Darwin's not a theist. G-Man proved it.
No, it's questionable for Armin.
No, it's questionable for Darwin.
Yeah. Well, you see, I don't kiss the ass of the atheists on a daily basis, Armin.
I don't know who does, so good luck.
Well, that's what I see you doing on a regular basis.
Well, I'm glad that that's what you think you see.
Mm-hmm.
How do you know for sure that's what's going on?
How
can you interpret?
What was your last statement?
How can you interpret what I'm doing when you can't? When you've always said you can't.
Okay, so basically what you're going to do, you profess to be a theist, you profess to be a Christian, and you're going to pull out one of the Pal Talk allegations card. Really, Armin? Really? Is that how sleazy you're going to get?
Oh, please. It's a good question that you still
Okay, well, first of all, Armin,
don't get all loud and crazy.
When you quote, don't interrupt me, I'm talking.
Don't get all loud and crazy.
I'm not being loud and crazy. Please don't interrupt me. Don't interrupt me, Armin.
Don't get all loud and crazy.
I ask you not to interrupt me.
Don't get all loud and crazy.
Okay, did I ask you not to interrupt me?
Don't get all loud and crazy.
Okay, so you're gonna be a troll now. Is that right, Armin?
Like you talk to other people.
You're being an asshole now.
You can't yell at me and talk to me like you talk
you're
to
being an asshole by continuing to interrupt me.
Don't act all crazy and go.
Okay, Armin, are you going to let me?
Don't go all ghetto. Don't go all ghetto.
I'm not going ghetto. Okay,
I'm
not
going
going
ghetto.
Okay, good. All right, I'm done talking with you. You're demonstrating that you too now, you profess to be a Christian and now you're trolling me.
Okay.
Okay? The reason why I slightly raised my voice was because you kept on interrupting me.
Don't go all ghetto.
Okay, I am not going ghetto. I am pointing out that you're interrupting me, Armin.
You're going ghetto, man.
Okay, Armin, obviously you are now demonstrating that you are not even interested in a civil discourse or conversation.
You're not going to answer any questions anyway.
Okay, so Armin, have you heard the question that you were throwing down, the Pal Talk card? Did you ever hear me make the statement that they attribute to me? Did you?
I've never heard you defend it.
Okay, you didn't answer my question. The quotation
Why
and
would I answer your
citations.
question when you never
Okay,
answer
I
anybody
asked you. Okay, you know what? You are
Never
being
answer anybody
you
else's
are being a
question, so why would
total
I answer yours?
asshole right now. Guess what? You are now persona non grata.
Okay.
You are behaving just like the a-hole atheists do.
Then you're behaving like a chauvinist.
I am not behaving as chauvinist.
This is hilarious.
I am treating you just like anybody else in here.
Okay, we have Pierce, realistic nihilist, and G. Whistler on the atheist side, and I think three Christian Hillbilly, Dawkins Delusions, and Ermine on the atheist side.
So now you're showing your true colors. Because you don't like things that I've said in the past, you're going to troll me and interrupt me on multiple occasions. Okay, I understand, Ermine. My hunches were correct.
So I have a question for Nadia about this. So how is this going to work when you've got a certain member of the panel who has just gone completely fucking nuclear on someone who's just entered and hasn't been remotely rude at all?
Well, what room are you talking about? She interrupted me no less than 12 times.
Oh, I wasn't speaking to you.
Okay. Yeah. Well, you see, I am speaking to you.
Well, yeah, that's good for you, but I wasn't speaking to you. So unless your name is Nadia, I don't know.
I don't care.
But the question still stands.
Good. Nadia's free to answer it.
Well, I don't need you to fucking say that, do I?
Okay, good. And I don't need you to say that, too.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Hey, so Nadia, what's the direction of the discussion? This is supposed to be directed discussion, right?
Well, yes, it's
so Nadia,
basically for theists, for atheists, and so on.
Nadia, did you want to address what G had to say? Because I would certainly like to address it after you do.
Sure.
You don't have to.
Principle, those who enter on the same side are supposed to cooperate. It's a little bit unclear to me how to immediately address this, but I have some kind of hope or whatever it is that I might be able to diffuse this or some such, right? Go ahead.
Okay, yeah, so G made the allegation that I went completely nuclear for no reason whatsoever. So either he's being completely disingenuous, lying through his teeth, or he was completely oblivious to the fact that when I started to speak to Ermine in response, she no less than a dozen times interrupted me and attempted to troll me. Okay? So I wouldn't call that going nuclear for no reason. I'm simply pointing out that she was trolling.
I'm sorry, did I not walk in and he already called me, he had trouble believing that I was a theist? Was that not the first diss that we heard? Okay, I just want to make sure. I just want to make sure.
Mm-hmm.
So who's trolling?
Excuse me real quick, if I may.
Go ahead.
Oh, what a day the Lord has made. Let us rejoice and be glad in it. Yeehaw! Howdy, Miss H, Palm, Nadia, Dawkins. How's everybody doing today?
Very good, man.
Yeah, obviously you don't have very thick skin, do you?
I have evolved sufficiently, Hillbilly. Thank you for asking.
This comes down to the same issue that you dodged last time, right? That there's supposed to be a specific interpretation of the Bible that you think is correct, right? But you can't establish how any way to justify your interpretive methodology over another interpretive methodology. So in order for your claim that she's not a true theist to have any merit whatsoever, or to hold any water whatsoever, justification for your interpretive methodology. Now, can you do that?
Nope. So he could just call me he could just make fun, call me names. He never answers questions.
What name did I call you, Hermine?
You called me a non-theist.
Yeah, I said that I have a very strong resume.
That's questionable.
That you're an actual believer.
Well, again,
that's fighting words.
Again,
well, that's my viewpoint.
It's
so
again,
that's trolling.
He hasn't.
No, it's not trolling at all.
Hasn't justified the view that there's a fact of the matter about what constitutes a believer. He hasn't justified that view, right? So let's get him to justify that view.
He can't. We'll just go around the circle again. He'll just find the next person to pick on and then go dig on them. That's what he does.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
whether it's Christian or anything else.
if you want to prevent him from doing that, then just ask him how he justifies his interpretive methodology. He won't be able to answer that question.
I already did. He won't answer me because I was trolling him, and I'm now on his list. So good.
You were trolling me, Airman.
Anybody, if you walk into the room,
do you want to deny that?
Into a room and call somebody out for being a non-theist who is, and then what trolling is by saying something or doing something that is going to elicit an emotional reaction.
I don't share the same definition.
So that is the definition. So the fact that you don't share it just shows me how retarded you really are.
Well, you see, that's not the definition that I'm applying for trolling.
Dawkins is pulling out a proprietary definition, but I thought you didn't accept proprietary definitions, Dawkins. What's this? You're going with proprietary definitions now? Is that what I'm hearing? Are proprietary definitions acceptable now? Just like proprietary definitions of atheism, is that acceptable now?
Well, could I perhaps suggest, okay, the theist team needs to coordinate who's on and off their team. All right, majority vote. Jim, who do you want on your team? And I suppose the other two, make it clear, they don't want to be on each other's. Go ahead.
I got him on.
I couldn't hear you. You were mumbled there for a second.
Said, Jim, who else is it you want on Team Theism here?
Well, personally, just me.
That's a great answer.
Okay.
That way I don't, pardon my French, but piss anybody off, because, none of us believe exactly the same thing, and that's all right. The fact is you have to believe the basics of the Bible, the basic tenets of Scripture, that there is a God, and that God created, that God died for our sins, and He rose again. Now, from that point, we can do some discerning, but, I don't need anybody's help as a team effort to defend Scripture or talk about why there is evidence, not just evidence, but proof that there is a loving Creator God.
Okay. Well, I kind of, rather not have it be a completely solo effort. Can you at least... I
don't mind sharing, but I just wanted to say I don't need a team. So if you want me to take turns with other people, I'm happy to do that.
Okay, well, who else should be in here with you? It need not be somebody already in the hangout. Go ahead.
I'm curious, Hillbilly, how much did that Batman tattoo cost you?
Actually, it didn't hardly cost me anything. Well, let's put it this way. There's a story behind it. My daughter was supposed to get this for me as a Father's Day gift. Okay? We get there to the tattoo shop, and she was getting a scripture written across her wrist. Shoot, can't remember what that one was. Anyway, we get there, we pick out, the designs and everything, and then she says, "Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't bring my purse." So I had to pay for my Father's Day gift and her tattoo. So it should have been $70, but I ended up paying $150.
Yeah, $70 for the Batman tattoo. Gotcha. Thank you.
Yes, and then right below what says Batman and Robin. That one was done by a friend of mine who is an artist. Yes, ma'am. The lady. Okay. Oh. Okay.
And Terry sent me pictures of the cartridges. Okay. And so if you make sure Lynn checks, I have to be on the phone.
Okay.
Tell me what she said.
I will.
We're just going to run and get stuff taco soup.
Okay, love y'all.
What a surprise.
Well, I guess that's resolved itself. So.
Like a slime ball. So how did Ermine end up on the troll list?
She came into the room.
Basically, that's it. Well, I had already told him to go F himself a couple days ago.
Yeah. Well, I guess he's going to do that now.
Did you actually cuss, or did you?
Oh yeah, I actually cussed.
Okay.
Let him know he didn't know his dick from his butthole. Like, just went off one day. I was sick and tired of it. He comes into rooms, he fucks them all up. Like, I didn't even say anything, and he was.
Miss H, you're such a heathen.
I know. I couldn't. I usually don't, and I just had it.
Okay, B and Palm are doing mod duty, so let's see. Access rest is realistic. G and A mod. Okay, we're full on the atheist side, so no further atheists, or otherwise negotiate trading spots. So okay, and Jim and Armin, Team Theist thus far. So
let's get ready to rumble. Sorry.
Doesn't necessarily have to be a fight, but still.
I know, I was joking.
Yeah. I think Jim's a big fan of the argument from design. If I don't know if the two of you want to coordinate strategies, or one pick one argument, one pick another, and so on. Go ahead.
Who's Jim?
Well,
Christian,
when it comes to the evidence for creation, the evidence for God is in the creation. The very first verse of the Bible, in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. Right there is a scientific equation that tells us that all time, space, matter, everything that has a beginning. Realist, I can get an echo back there from you, sir. Please mute. That those things point to a loving creator God who is timeless, spaceless, immaterial, personal, all-powerful, omniscient, omnipotent, all those things, all those right there in the very first verse of the Bible. And then we can elaborate from there on down. But one of the things I want to point out, that the Bible, the Holy Scriptures, the Bible, is the only book of any type of religion other that actually says that God created ex nihilo. All the other ones say two gods got together, farted, and poof, here comes the universe. Excuse me, I gotta go fix the washer.
Okay. How would one classify that argument?
I'd classify it as a just so story.
And I'm challenged because I believe it to be more allegorical and metaphoric than literal.
Yeah, that's fine. I think what is it? Could be something akin to prime mover. I don't know, man. Well, in any event, you can develop it further as he goes. I mean, what's your favorite kind of argument for there being a God?
My favorite support for there being a God? Wow, there's so many. Just the notion of a God, not even the Christian God. Just from a math or probability perspective, it seems more likely than not, just from probability. From the Christian God, I don't know if I'd go to Genesis, but I just look at, for me, my favorite is the Sermon on the Mount and what's trying to be taught and what's trying to be achieved there. And when I look at that and him dying on the cross for our sins and how my perspective is loving that is, what Christ is trying to do and what he's trying to teach through the, the New Testament. I'm not going to speak to some of Paul's writings really, but I'd have to believe that that's godly and that's what I want to follow, and that supports the Christian, in my opinion, methodology and religion. So those two things.
Okay. It's hard to say other than, just kind of an evidential argument.
Okay.
You got kind of how to classify the first. Second one, I think, would be something on the order of like
virtue.
I don't know, some kind of like apparent divinity of Scripture or something like that. Yeah.
Is the room dead?
Not entirely, but there is an opening. Go ahead.
I made my claim in response to what Christian Hillbilly said, but he wasn't here.
Yeah, so
I heard the claim.
I said what you claim is just a just so story because it doesn't generate any additional predictions, right?
Actually, so it
does. What?
Actually, it does.
Yeah.
What predictions does it generate?
Oh, shoot. Well, number one, it generates a prediction that that everything was created all at one point in the finite distant past, then we should see basically what science has already showed us: the Big Bang, the stretching of the universe, what's it called, with the different shadings or the different colors going out. All these different things are predictive because what is TV tray? Oh, the table.
Wife-related technical difficulties, I think.
Actually,
I'm not sure.
if I can briefly remark, it sounds like you're entering into. No worries. It sounds realistic, like you're entering into a bit of a kind of rebuttal phase. It'd be good to, present the or an argument. There are no such things as gods as well. Go ahead.
What is the topic here? I mean, I think otherwise it's just going to go all over the place. So, what are you after?
Theism versus atheism debate type thing. And I can always start an open discussion as well to make room for lighter topics and also less heavy-handed moderation. Go ahead.
All right. So Hillbilly, how old is? Oh, is he there? Is he gone? This is just going to be questions to Hillbilly, I think.
Did he say just the creation story? Or did he say Genesis?
I think he said. Well, he said the beginning of the Bible, so he's implying Genesis.
Well, okay, so if it's all of Genesis, there's a couple predictions that as Christians go there where it's talking about he will bite his heel. Certain people believe that is like the foretelling of Christ and his the foretelling of the coming of Christ and his sacrifice. So I don't know. That's just, I don't even know this exact scripture. Let me look it up really quick so I don't sound like, but I don't want, I want him to go after his argument because I just believe something a little different. So I don't know that I can support it.
Yeah. I probably would get, it's more of a very general sort of affair where, one has kind of the questions of origins, where did everything come from, that God is supposed to actually answer to. But maybe pursue some greater clarity. later on, and I'll start up an open discussion room as well. So welcome to Psycho. I guess we're...
Okay, well, to get back to what I was saying, when it comes down to the predictions that the Bible makes, it shows us that, once again, that time had a beginning, that all space, matter, energy, everything else had a beginning. And because they all had a beginning, then they had to have a cause. Anything that has a beginning has a cause. Now, God, being the uncaused cause of creation, is that cause.
How do you know that God was uncaused?
Because he's always existed and always has been.
How do you know that?
Because the Bible tells us that.
How do you know the Bible's accurate?
Because God tells us that.
Thank you.
The Bible's never been shown to be inaccurate.
I don't think that's true.
Oh, well, you wouldn't be thinking that. Can you show me one example, sir?
But there are the biblical prophecies of towns and cities that were supposed to be destroyed that still stand.
Actually, those cities were destroyed. Did other cities go back up after their destruction? Yeah, sure. No problem there. But those cities were literally destroyed. Sodom and Gomorrah, gone. The reason for Sodom and Gomorrah being gone, again, still in action.
I think, no, well, I wasn't specifically referring to that.
Well, it doesn't matter. There's not been a single time that the Bible has been shown to be inaccurate. Oh, you have people who said this is my opinion. Oh, yeah, everybody's got opinions. But there's not one place where the Bible's been shown to be inaccurate. Darn it. Come out right there.
Okay, so the Bible says that Israel will extend from the Red Sea to the Mediterranean Sea to the Euphrates. Israel's borders have rarely reached the Red Sea and have never touched the Euphrates.
In the... My keys are in... No, the keys are right here.
Oh, okay. Never mind then.
Sir, like I said, when you're talking about that kind of crap, that can be somebody's opinion. I'm not interested in dealing with opinions. Let's deal with solid facts that we can look at today. Let's deal with scientific facts that we can look at today that are testable, repeatable, observable. How about that? You want to deal with that?
Well, I'd like to just address this. This is Exodus 23:25, 31. So if that's someone's opinion, that's the Bible. So
I didn't even see
how
what
do
you
we
said.
determine which parts of the Bible?
What did you say?
Well, you're not listening. I'm reading about the Bible. So the Bible says that Israel will extend from the Red Sea to the Mediterranean to the Euphrates.
Again,
that's not. Jim, if you're not going to listen, this is
where's the Red Sea? Where is the Red Sea?
Well, the Red Sea is where the Red Sea is. What I'm saying is that Israel's.
Is it the same place today that it was back then?
Well, it doesn't matter because Israel's borders have rarely reached the Red Sea. Israel's borders have rarely reached the Red Sea and have never
let's deal with something that we can actually validate.
Jim, you're not going to get anywhere if you shout over me.
I'm not going to worry about shouting over you. I'm just trying to get you.
I know you're not worried about it. That's why you're doing it. I'm telling you not to.
Test and validate based on
we can't
science. I love
Israel's borders have never reached the Euphrates.
Best friend.
Okay, do you have evidence that Israel's borders have reached the river Euphrates?
Do you have evidence, sir? You know what? And even if that was the case, even if that, and it's not, but even if that was the case, would that negate anything about the Scripture, anything about the doctrine, anything about salvation, about creation? No. So let's talk about stuff that would. Let me help you win your point, sir.
Let me ask an obvious question. And the question is, did it say when in that prophecy? So it could be things have not come to pass yet. And so I want to look at that Exodus. Would you mind telling me Exodus, which one it is, which verse, chapter and verse?
23 to Exodus 23, 25 to 31.
Thank you. I'm going to look at this, and you guys keep talking.
I mean, it's conceivable that 1,000 million years from now.
Something that is science.
You're talking over me.
Well, sir, you want to keep on talking about that? You talk to Miss H about that. She's going to be the history teacher.
Well, no, because I'm going to explain to you why I brought that up. And the reason I brought that up is because you said the Bible hasn't got mistakes in it, and I've shown you that there's an errancy in the text. That's a very simple mistake.
No, sir, you haven't shown me that at all. You've shown me that that's your opinion of the text.
So you're saying that
if you want to show me some inerrancy, then you got to show something that you can say this is exactly what it said. This was exactly what the land was going to be like back then, and this is what it was going to be today. You don't have that. Of all the different prophecies in Scripture, we've got a ton of them that have been validated, that have been fulfilled. So if you would like to deal in that, why don't you go get a history lesson from Ms. H here, and then when you want to talk about science, you come back to me.
You see, you don't like to have it pointed out to you when there's mistakes in what you're saying. It doesn't matter about prophecies that may have come true if that's indeed what has happened. You made a claim that the Bible doesn't have mistakes in it, and I've just shown you that there is a mistake, because the river Euphrates is in Iraq, and Israel has never reached it. Now, if you can show me that that's not true, then fair enough. Can you do that? No, okay. So, okay, other things that aren't true. So let's have a look at the ark. Can the ark possibly have existed? A breeding pair of every single animal? The predators would have to eat the prey.
Yes, sir. That did exist.
How would it have been possible?
When the ark was created, it was the very first ship of its nature.
Well, that's a claim. But again, you would have had two of every animal, a breeding pair of.
You didn't have to get anything, sir. Do you ever read the Bible?
I didn't finish what
Have you ever read the Bible?
Two of every animal. Is that not the case? Is that not the claim?
Have you ever read the Bible?
Well, I'm telling you, two of every animal. Is that not the claim?
You said that Noah had to go out and get two of every animal. Is that not what you said?
Not specifically. I'm not talking about the means of how we acquired them. I'm specifically addressing the fact
that
there was
you said Noah had to
you're not letting me answer your question.
Hang on a second, and that's not what happened.
No, because I haven't clarified what I'm saying.
Go out and get
Don't read from the script. Let me answer. Let me address what you're saying. No, you're not letting me address what I'm saying. I'm answering your question. I'm saying to you that the story is two of every animal. That's a breeding pair of every animal.
Again, you haven't read the Bible.
Oh, what is it then?
It's two of every animal.
Of almost every animal and 7 of the clean animals.
Yeah.
So, okay, well, that's
again,
still
Noah didn't have to go out and do anything.
Not every
God drew the answers to Noah.
Well, that didn't say whether he did or didn't. I wasn't addressing that. If you have a breeding pair of an animal, that animal is going to go extinct. There's no way a species could survive on the basis of a single breeding pair.
Today, that would be correct. See, again,
why would it be different then?
People that thinks that we have to look at everything in the past the way it is today, and that's not the case. Back then, when Noah had to do his little bit for the Bible and bit for God, again, God brought all the animals to the ark that had all the genetic information necessary for all the rest of the different kinds to descend from them. Same thing was true of the people on the ark. Noah and his family had all the genetic material necessary for all the different people groups to descend from those 8 people.
It doesn't matter.
It does matter.
Pair is not enough.
It does matter, sir, because
how is a breeding pair going to sustain? Well, I'm asking you, how is a breeding pair
going to... You don't understand genetics, do you?
Sorry, what's your qualification in genetics?
Learning about it.
I'm sorry, what?
I love learning about stuff.
No, I'm asking you what your qualification in genetics is.
My qualification in genetics is learning how it works.
Right, okay, that doesn't make sense, but never mind. So a breeding pair would have to sustain a species. It would have to, all the animals that come from that would have to come from a single breeding pair. Do you not see how difficult that would be?
Sir, you're not saying that God gave them all, listen closely, all the genetic information necessary
you understand what I'm
for
saying.
all the different kinds to descend from those first two animals that God created, or the animals that were brought to the ark.
A single breeding pair would be too fragile
You're not
to sustain.
listening, so I'm done talking.
It doesn't matter how much the genetic information
It does matter.
No, it doesn't. Because
why do you think we have problems with breeding pairs?
It's not going to produce
Hey, G.
sustainable population.
Okay, let me mute you because you don't have a clue to what the hell you're talking about. G, why do you think there are problems with breeding pairs? Why do you think that happens?
Singular.
Oh, let me tell you. Because the mutations pile up, and then those mutations kill the organism. That is a duplication of bad information or a loss of good information. So you're going from a state of information, a state of order, to a state of disorder, and a state of the only thing that's left is bad information or your mutations. Now, do you get it now, G?
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the simple fact.
You don't know it.
Don't tell me what I'm talking about. And sit your ass down.
You know what you're talking about.
Sit the fuck down. You're talking to someone. Have the courtesy to sit the fuck down.
Have a courtesy of knowing what the hell you're talking about, and I will.
You're not even listening to what's being said to you.
Sir, you know what? I've done this.
I think we're done here. This is pointless.
Focus on you.
This is pointless.
You're not even heavy work.
You're certainly heavy, you fat fuck.
I can destroy your arguments in my sleep.
You don't know what my argument is. You keep thinking it's something else. No, you don't. No, you don't. A single breeding pair would have to populate the entire fucking species that comes after it. How the hell is that going to happen? Assuming a breeding pair can survive. What's a breeding pair of lions going to eat?
He'll just invoke some supernatural causation, G.
Hey,
of course you will. It's pointless. Doesn't matter how much genetic information a breeding pair has. A breeding pair is one of each animal, one of each fucking animal. It's got to produce an entire species. It's got to produce thousands and thousands of animals. That's not going to happen.
I've already explained that to you. It's already happened. It's happened twice.
Well, you claim it has happened. You haven't shown any evidence for it.
No, sir. I'm saying there's evidence there. You don't care to look at it. That don't bother me none.
I don't need to look at it. It's completely impossible.
Impossible! God specializes in impossible.
Well, that's your claim.
Well, that's a fact.
Well, where's your evidence the Ark existed then? Apart from a few timbers on a fucking mountain in Syria.
The fact that we are here today is evidence of the Ark.
Well, that could be used to explain anything. The fact that I exist, I could then extrapolate that Martians are real. I mean, how does that work?
Where'd the Martians come from?
Oh, good grief.
I don't know.
There aren't Martians.
Gee, you are dumber than a box of rocks when it comes to this, aren't you? If you really are interested, I would be happy to educate you, but you've got to take notes and listen closely. I'm not.
So again, so what was your qualification? What was your qualification in genetics again?
I told you. I've studied it.
Do tell us again.
I
studied it. What is your qualification?
You're a rocket scientist to understand this stuff. You know that, right?
Well, we're not talking about rocket science.
Yep.
We're talking about genetics. And I'm curious as to what your qualification is. If you've studied it, what's your qualification?
I've studied it. That's my qualification.
What does that even mean? What do you mean you studied it? What courses did you take? Who taught you? Where did you learn it?
I've learned it from a number of different sources.
Do tell.
Well, let's see here. There's a lot of them on YouTube now.
Oh, that's okay then. The School of YouTube, well-known
That's not the
university.
only place I've learned, but a lot of the teachers that I've learned from are on YouTube.
Oh, that's a little bit different than what you just said.
Biologists. You ever heard of Stephen Meyer?
Nope. Should I have?
Yeah.
Why should I have heard of him?
Signature of the Cell, Stephen Meyer. Look it up.
Why would I look it up?
A great video.
How would that help your argument? This is just bizarre.
Signature of the Cell. Tell you what, that right. If you can look at that and claim that all that information, all that design happened by accident, whew. Okay, there. Go. Oh, where'd he go? Did I make you mad? It's amazing how I make people mad because they don't like the truth. I refute their position, and they immediately fold. Well, since there's nobody else in here to debate, I guess I'll go see Juicy and see if I can get another good argument going with them. Come on now. The three things going at the same time, not one of them's going the way I wanted it. Well, y'all have a great day. May the God of creation, the God of salvation, bless you all.
Oh, there he is.
Hey, Sydney, Juicy, what's up?
Jimbo!
He looks kind of PO, doesn't he? Superman getting his butt kicked by Batman.
That's Superman you're talking about?
Yeah, Superman looks a little PO'd right there.
He does, doesn't he?
Okay. So what's happening, gentlemen?
What are you working on, Jim?
I'm actually building a light. I rearranged my office to have more light on my work area. Well, now my work area here at the desk is dark, and so I'm building a light to be right over top of me to shine light straight down. Well, I don't cut here, but I do some writing here, and I also have to be able to peel the designs off of the stick board, and if you can't see it, you can't get it pulled up just right. I've torn 2 of them already. That's what I said.
Why are you having no light?
The apartment that we live in does not have any built-in lights. You have to bring your own.
Oh, sorry, I had got called aside for a different discussion.
Oh, wait a minute.
Is there
How the heck am I in 2 hangouts at the same time?
Oh, incognito and regular session, but still. I think, well, I'm not sure where the argument went on after this, but, or anyone made any opening statements on the atheist side. Also, welcome Xbox. Good to have you on.
Morning. You hear me okay?
We hear you.
Cool.
Yeah, I was trying to...
Yeah, I was trying to listen in on the outside there.
Yeah.
I was a few minutes behind the live stream, but decided to jump in because I saw the room kind of clearing out. Didn't want the room to go completely silent.
Okay, now I figured it out. Catch y'all later. Since there's no debate going on, I'm going to head over to Juicy's room. Y'all have a great day, and God bless.
Hey, I was about to show that there is no thing with God. That's God. Fucking hell. Okay, so now there's no theism. Either apart from Yamin, who's also idol.
I never really heard any of the claims being made were actually being backed up. I just heard claims being made from Darwin's earlier, all through calling Ermine an asshole, and then all the way through the hillbilly stuff. But
what the hell happened?
Right.
I had I step aside for 1 minute and then
the room clears out.
Yeah.
Now we can drum up some people. Or wait around.
Yeah. It's basically 4 seats reserved for theists, 4 for atheists, and well, I guess me and the backup moderator, etc. And I don't know where Pop is either. So.
Alright, I'll take the atheist side.
Okay. Yeah. I think probably somebody started up a different hangout and everyone is over there. Right.
I don't know.
Okay. I guess second on the atheist side. And
did G just get frustrated and leave, or did his connection drop, or?
I don't know.
Yeah, there's a couple minute gap where I don't have, like, I had to stop it to jump in, like, I was disconnected. I didn't have the broadcast streaming completely live. I was still a couple minutes behind, and then the lag on top of it.
I have no idea what the hell just hit me. Yeah. Somebody basically vacuumed my hangout.
I don't know. Yeah, the last things I heard were a bunch of post-hoc things of how animals bred different in the past or something, just being asserted over and over. How the rivers or something were probably in some other place in the past, and just all kinds of post-hoc assertions that. And G wasn't even asking really necessarily about that stuff, but so I could see he maybe got frustrated and dropped.
Yeah, I have. That is not terribly informative to me, but.
No, I'm just trying to keep it being dead silent. I'm trying to think of some good atheist arguments, because I think some good ones can be made, maybe about particular gods.
Well, I mean.
But not sure.
One thing is to narrow down semantics, so it's like, what is it, the content externalism based argument for physical minds ends up semantically dismissing the, what is it, I guess mindless gods and embodied gods is things that are, so it's in some respects worthy of ascribing godhood, and in the other case of what is it, like problem of evil sorts of affairs?
Yeah.
Those end up being
atemporal ones too, or atemporal, like spaceless ones, things like that.
Well,
have you ever heard? Have you ever had a god case made on the basis of instinct? No mind, just instinct.
Well, I was going to have that basically. What is it? The other kinds of things that get involved are worthiness of worship for like evidential problems of evil, such. So, but grad, they're I suppose difficulties with having the three omnis fixed. Maybe an Anselmian ontological argument. Those see greatness and such in terms of worthiness of worship in a way that isn't reliant on basically other kinds of properties. Go ahead.
Yeah, what are they? The three main ones that usually get on them: omnipresent, omnipotent, and
omnipotence, omniscience, and omnibenevolence.
Yeah. Well, no, like omnibenevolence is just with some people. Usually get it's omniscience, all-knowing, all-powerful, omnipotent, and omniscience. Right. So all-knowing, all-present, and all-powerful.
I was just about to ask, like, Christian Hillbilly where he got this knowledge that God, I guess, instructed what he would say the genetic code for the animals to breed. I was just about to ask him where he got that from. Was it from the Bible or was it from his ass? I bet it was from his ass. Because,
no, that's what I asked
Christian
Brother
Hillbilly.
Mikey, man. He made like 3 or 4 different post-hoc rationalizations that when you make post-hoc, what you're saying is, well,
he's being satanic. Christian Hillbilly, if you
like
hear this, you're satanic.
Or had the same genetic code that they had today in the past, well, then they couldn't have bred, so they must have had better genetic code in the past. Well, what other reason do you have to think that that's actually the case besides that it might have worked that way? Like, you gotta have some evidence to back up that.
Yeah. It's like he thinks there is no such thing as a downfall of a population or a negative traits in the evolution of our genetic traits. Like, he thinks that that doesn't exist. That means subtracting something, which is completely unsupported by any genetic study or anything scholarly or academic whatsoever. Then, if you would say that, I would tell him to back it up by an academic source. But I bet he would not do that. I bet he would just fucking shit out something from a fucking creationist website, which I would then fucking, just completely disfigure from Rational Wiki or some shit, or, Wikipedia, the regular Wikipedia can also kind of, I guess, what would it say? Debunk the source, because it always, if you search a website on Wikipedia, it like shows where, like, who's the founder of the website, affiliations of the website, and it goes into details about the website. So yeah, that's a good way to get them. Just debunk their sources. That way, nothing they bring can have any relevance whatsoever on the grounds of the conversation. That's just one way.
Yeah, no, I usually try to not to actually get too deep into scriptural type arguments. I like the more. I don't have to have like complete analytic philosophy or just complete philosophy, but I like the more arguments of could any god, or they don't have, like, I don't necessarily even want to argue about specific gods. Before I can even get to specific gods and then specific things about that religion, that theology, I need to establish that a god actually exists. Doing it the other way just seems kind of backwards.
Yep. Yeah, that's yeah. You have to start from something very simple, like, let's say, just what's the definition of it, like, start from the bottom up instead of going from the top to bottom.
Yeah, this is, and I completely accept. I believe because I have faith, or I believe because I want to, or I believe because it's comfortable, or I feel it, or I just think it's right. It just did at my heart of hearts, I believe it, kind of thing. I mean, sure, I'm not going to argue against that.
My favorite part though
I
was when he
accept
was
that you
saying,
believe something I don't, but if you're going to argue with, like,
Okay.
got to start somewhere and got to have something.
Exactly. It's like sentence structure, you know. That's the same thing as a logical chain of rational explanation of what a god is and how you came to the conclusion that he exists or you believe in it, you know. But yeah, Christian Hillbilly completely dismisses all of that and breaks all rules of logic, as always.
Oh fuck. Yeah, I think I'm pretty much dead for today.
I love it when he told he was building a light. It's like, nice grammar there, fucking qualified geneticist, fucking, Mountain Dew sipping hillbilly, fucking building a light. Yes, that's completely grammatically correct, you fucking moron. Building a
light. Yeah. Maybe I should some kind of
Send a PM to this dumbass G-Man to get in here.
Actually finish my sentence.
I'm sorry, I was just suggesting.
Yeah, I think maybe I should yeah, it's probably worth getting a drink at this point. And why the hell can't I get the frigging desktop to work in Compass or Compass, Medicity, or whatever the hell this is? But
no, this is where I would say on it, like, keep conversation or like tangential to whatever you want to talk about, but like when you have lulls like this where there might not be enough people or the conversation going on that you want, just keep it around the tangent so that someone does come in, you can bring it right back to the topic, but that way you don't have dead air in between either. At least a suggestion.
The interesting part here is there's actually a bit of room for a number of different kinds of ideological arguments, like the broad spectrums of God concepts. I mean, actually, what they tend to even try to do is only focus or rely upon certain kinds of characteristics. So, for instance, Quentin Smith's logical impossibility of divine causation pretty much only relies upon the notion that this God somehow caused the universe, right? It doesn't even rely on it having a mind or being omnipotent or anything else. It's to the effect, the only aspect of the God that's being discussed is it's being a cause of the universe. Well, you can plug a lot more in there than that. So discussing a cause of the universe in general is dealt with by the argument.
Also, it's
So the what is it? Moral anti-realism, such as sort of basis for a theistic metaethical grounding and such.
And that's where
typically the arguments in that respect, have actual broader applicability than just God's and so on, right? I mean, it wouldn't
back
need to
on
be
what you said about the philosophical side or in the universe creating. That is where most of them, I'd say the majority, will start with something like a transcendent, supernatural creator of a universe. I mean, something simple as that, and then you kind of got to wage out. Well, what does it? I can kind of discern what that means, but then what does it entail? What kind of properties can you ascribe to something that creates a universe? And you can do, well, it's got to be out of the nature if the nature is the universe, so it's supernatural. It's above that nature. Doesn't have to be no nature, but just above that nature, out of that nature. You say the same thing with that it transcends the space and time of that place. So it can be transcendent, supernatural, creator of a universe. You've got at least a couple properties there. But then what else can you discern it would entail? Like what else?
Yeah.
To make it anywhere more than just a deistic, bland, vanilla god that could be anything.
You don't need to. Quentin Smith's argument works against not just deistic gods, but really any kind of cause of the universe at all. The universe is not something really to be caused.
Right. That's where I stand. I'm not convinced that the universe is caused. Period. Or that.
Nadia, what are your thoughts about the whole concept of like the multiverse, especially the Lawrence Kraussian sort of explanation for our multiple universes existing in like complete harmony or some shit? Like, because I am like confused by that concept.
Well, I guess we have to move from wanting to give the world a Coke to wanting to give all possible worlds a Coke. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Yeah, the text where I stand too on it, because that's why I believe, I don't know that I have good reason to believe this, but I believe that the universe is I have no reason to think that it's caused, but I also would almost assert that it, or at least my belief on it, that it's a necessary universe, meaning that if nothing is not a possible world, absolute nothing is not a possible world, I would have to make a further filter down argument of why all possible worlds, or that this is the necessary world and all possible worlds beyond that would be this necessary world, meaning that this is the only logically possible world.
Or universe, yes, exactly. It's yeah.
Dang it, where'd everybody go?
You ran off, you asshole.
He ran away just before I was about to kick him a little, paddling.
I don't know. I got called away for something myself, and when I came back, to hang out with MD.
Yeah, I came in too, and Hillbilly stayed for all of 30 seconds and dropped. G wasn't in here by the time I got in here. Realistic Nihilist had taken off too.
Well, I think there was just some frustrating questions being.
It speaks volumes about his intentions and the implications that he tried to portray. He just tried to intimidate the opposition and cause, I guess, uneasiness for G. That's basically all his mission was.
What questions were you talking about, Ermion?
G. Whistler had a lot of questions for Christian Hillbilly.
Okay, I just wasn't sure what. I caught everything, but I was 2 minutes behind the live feed plus whatever the regular lag time is. And so I only caught up. I must have popped in just seconds after G left. So I got to see most of those questions.
I didn't see anything. I don't think I ever even saw G Whistler talk.
Well, Hillbilly wasn't Hillbilly kept answering off of like buzzwords that G was using or keywords, and wasn't actually getting the full question that G was asking about on the evolution stuff or on the Noah's Ark stuff.
And then he made up his own qualification.
I know what he was asking at that point.
Yeah. It was an array of just evading the question, basically. What he did, he just, yeah.
It was asking about prophecy, though, or something like that. I don't know too many of the prophecies in the Bible.
Oh yeah, yeah. He said that all those prophecies were, I guess,
if I had been here,
proven.
I probably would have objected that questions are not actual arguments.
Yeah, no, yeah. I think
Try to structure things
G
into
was
a,
asking to. He was trying to put forth an argument, but was clarifying Hillbilly's position about certain things, like Noah's Ark, for example, and where do you stand on this, so that I know what kind of argument to present to you, and it kept leading off to tangents, and like I said, buzzwords could get picked up by Hillbilly, and then he would talk for a couple minutes on what he thought argument that G was going to make, and G should, if he had an argument, laid it out, and then in short order, and then if it didn't apply to Christian Hillbilly, said it doesn't apply to me, so I'm not going to defend it. Maybe that would have worked better.
I was also probably about to lay down the 2-minute whatever rule.
No, please.
Well, it was just 2 minutes, take turns, don't overtalk, etc.
I would shorten it to like 1 minute or half a minute because, I mean, with Christian Hillbilly, I mean, come on. In like that 1 minute, I bet he would repeat the same shit about like 10 times.
Has to be universal and has to be long enough for, well, those who can make progress in their lines of argument to make progress. So.
Then making exclusions, especially for Christian Hillbilly. It's like everyone gets 2 minutes except Christian Hillbilly. I'm sorry. Yeah, I had to.
Yeah, universality is pretty important there. Somebody vacuum my shit out. I'm not really very happy with that, but still. Yeah, anyway. The main thing is try to get people to actually make an argument, not just interrogation, which is pretty much going to smack down or go contrary to evolution's false as usual pattern. So, and also a lot of sort of conventional, what do you want to call it, pop atheist affairs where, we're not really making a claim, and can't dodge having a position for which you'll have some kind of burden of proof. That's and I should probably just eject people, whatever it is. Say this open hangout if you're not wild about that.
Did you ask what about that? Like making it open? Or leaving it open?
What?
I thought you said something about putting the hangout open or something like that at the end there. The last sentence you said I really didn't catch.
Yeah, so they don't like the direct discussions. They should go to the open hangouts, which I guess they'll complain that the open hangouts are full.
Gotcha.
Maybe it won't be.
I don't have my YouTube or Google open to see if other ones.
Yeah, I know what's going on here. Yeah, I mean, in general, people really can't stand me. So.
And I'd bet within the next hour or two, at least here, people start getting home and stuff from work and class and things like that here in about an hour. And I'm Central Time, meaning that. So within
Hello?
the next 2 or 3 hours.
Do you guys hear me? Hello?
Yep.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was talking before, and I was like wondering why I was getting cut off, and I guess you didn't hear me. Like I was speaking about 2 minutes. Did you hear what I said about like a minute ago?
No.
No. Okay. Yeah. Then.
No.
I really should get a new headset. Oh god, that's the last time I'm going with Afterglow, I guess. Yeah. It's not good.
We'll imagine you said something awesome and it's great and it proved atheism. Good job.
I was about to point out with Nadia saying that I guess interrogations are like valueless in the I mean, in a formal debate you do have a time for cross interrogation thing. So, oh, you didn't. Oh.
I didn't say they're valueless. I think what I said was they're abused as a tactic. Or well, actually, I don't even think I described why I wanted to prohibit that, but
okay,
it's just they're abused as a tactic for
right.
Yeah,
avoiding presenting one's own arguments.
I see. Yeah.
You can never actually address the actual argument or keep the other person like on the ropes with it on some small piece and abuse not only the hangout but the person, the actual discussion. I mean, it just turns into crap when people abuse it. Like that method.
Yeah, it can certainly get very, very annoying. I know the feeling.
Yeah, no, if I just want to keep someone shut up and never making their argument and never making any kind of case, then I'll pick up one little thing that I disagree with, and I'll even go to the levels that the other night he was going at me because of a semantic distinction that was a distinction without a difference.
Oh, yeah. Oh, God, yes. The whole false semantic bullshit, yeah,
Yeah, and semantics are important. I mean, your meanings of your words make the case.
Unless they're
I wasn't making an argument at the time, and I had made a passing comment in normal talk. I wasn't making any big philosophical point or anything.
Yep. Unless they're like misused and are just fallaciously kind of, I guess, brought up. Like people of topically, I guess, making kind of this pseudo-analytical kind of point about many terms. Like, let's say, well, I know this is going to be like, oh, yeah, I know this SJW is going to say that, but, people usually do that with feminism. People usually do that with, let's say, atheism.
Here was the thing I said, right? I said something like all statements I make that are predicated on mental content or a thought are subjective by definition. And I guess what he said this was self-contradictory or self-refuting or some shit. I guess he wanted me to rather state that utterances that originate with the opinion of one's mind are subjective. Something like who talks like that when they're just talking, to a friend, talking normal language and.
Indeed, yeah.
And then we spent the next hour, and then he rage quit because of it. Simon had to jump in and start moderating, so we had to jump down to the 2-minute or 1 minute thing.
It's bad when that happens, yes.
And about the 6th time of him asking the same question that I'd answered the same way, all previous 4 or 5 times, I stopped answering it. And that's when I rage quit, because I wouldn't dignify it a 6th time with the same answer.
Well, I mean, if you did have like a slacky debater, you can just kind of make a tautology of your explanation and just rearrange it in different patterns, I guess, so they do not notice that you just answer the same thing.
yeah. Well, this one was like a simple yes. It was like yes. That was my answer, right? Didn't expand upon nothing. It was like, so I mean, I can only answer that so many ways, right? Affirmative, yeah. Yes. Yeah, you know, like.
Oh yeah. In that case, I guess there's no other route, I guess, to kind of go around there. Yeah.
I know what you're saying. Like I get that. That's the only reason if the question keeps getting repeated the same, I'm gonna keep answering the same if it's something that clear. Because if I start answering differently every time, it's gonna start leaving more ambiguity in what I'm saying, and he's gonna start poking at that.
Also, a very common tactic
Change your story and all that crap.
A very common tactic that is abused a lot it's the whole the whole give me the definition thing. It's like you say something and they off the bat just say like, oh yeah, give me the definition for this, for what you said there. Give me the definition of what you said there, and it's like, really? You think I didn't use like the commonly avowed sort of kind of known definition for it? Do you think I use some special personal kind of semantic definition for I hate when people do that. I just yeah. But it happens, so yeah. But not to say definitions are not important, but I mean when you know that one is using at I mean at some level you have to be dishonest with yourself and just misuse it somehow, because sometimes you just know that there's not much potential for the definition to be differing from just the common definition of the term or the terminology or what it means or what underlies it, and I guess when that happens, I guess that's just annoying. Because it goes to a whole different path of just it derails the whole thing. Then you have to talk about the definition, and it's like, yeah. Well, at least it's not on the level of what G-Man does when he says that, the whole what is it? No true Scotsman with Christianity. It's like Catholics are Jesuit agents or some shit. Yeah, that is a very, very questionable tactic. By the way, Nadia, did you hear that about G-Man's hangout after he left yours? Did you hear about it? Yeah.
No.
Yeah. He sounds very pissed off. He sounds like I guess he infers some things that I just have no clue from what grounds he infers them from. He thinks that you allow racism in your channel for some reason. And it's just the whole melody.
Control remarks. That's
And it's just so dishonest, because I've been there yesterday. Like, I've heard the whole thing, the whole Gus rant. I did say that. I mean, I don't know how personally the level of kind of acquaintance that Gus and G-Man have. So I mean, but if Gus is a complete stranger to G-Man, I suppose you can sort of think that it had something to do with his race. But again, I mean, given the overall context, it's like it's highly fucking unlikely that it had something to do with the race that G-Man is. You know?
I
Highly
don't
unlikely.
really. I can't be yours.
Exactly. And what the fuck did you have to do with any? It was Gus, for fuck's sakes, like, you know.
I was preoccupied at the time it happened, but
yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
I have a pretty good idea that when a cat's away, they pretty much harass the deists away. So.
Yeah, it was more. I'm sorry.
Sorry that I went there this morning with DD, but I just couldn't believe I came in the room and it was like automatic insult, you know? I was like, well, hello to you too. And I'd had it.
Yeah, there's lots of steam going around after the whole, I guess, you know, the whole thing that happened yesterday, I suppose. There's lots of, tension in the air. And G-Man for the 1000th time threatened to fucking flag Nadia's channel again. I told him, like, I left a comment. If he fucking does it, like, you know, I'll fuck him up.
Drama's not really interesting to me, so.
Yeah, exactly.
Hang on while I start a profession since this window. Bear with me.
Yeah, but I'm very sorry you had to go through that, Hermine. I mean, you know, you are collateral. You know, you're not somebody who should receive that sort of kind of attitude, because you know you're obviously a very cordial, nice person, and you know, yeah, it's just.
Usually, but he got me to cussing yesterday.
Mm.
Or maybe it was the day before. I don't remember.
DD went on G-Man yesterday, so I mean, it was.
I'm very unconcerned about the particulars with the I don't know, basically drama. I don't really care for the whole drama thing. I'm pretty much only more interested in the arguments, the issues, and whatever. So, so next thought here is that trying to get the compose key working so I can actually type in French and German and whatever, and Portuguese and all that. Okay, let me see if this ends up working.
By the way, can you give me a link to this website that you're using, the Duolingo, because I want to learn Ukrainian, so I need to actually train up. So
I think their Ukrainian is still in beta, but.
Oh well, you know. So I will be a beta tester then, you know.
Okay, there's that. Now let me see what the next thing to deal with is, because I think I have a dead hangout. And what is it? No one actually does causal attributions remotely correctly. So it's like I can't even. I guess it's not even useful to ask anyone why it's empty. Anyway. Okay.
And out of all people, you know, he went after Ocean as well. It's like the cherry on top when he goes after Ocean. But I mean, it is not any like funny matter, because what happens right now with the whole G-Man situation. Because I mean, I get the vibe that he just self-victimizes himself just way too much, makes himself so melodramatic, like not on purpose. I think because I get the feeling that he doesn't do it on purpose. I get the feeling that it's something that he has no control over. Like, yeah, the dude is just unstable.
Who's that?
G-Man.
Oh. Are you talking about last night?
Yeah.
I mean, not just last night, because I've seen him.
Yeah, not just last night.
I think he just gets hyper like that sometimes.
No, but he did have a serious fucking meltdown once more, and
No, yeah, he goes full G-Man once he hit his ego and he gets real hyper. He doesn't listen to anything else that's being said, and he just starts making wild ass accusations.
it is a very dangerous character flaw, if you ask me. I mean, it might lead to some dangerous shit if you think about it.
Yeah, that's like typical American.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's why I'm all for socialized healthcare, so yeah, they can get the treatment they need. Poor motherfuckers.
Yeah, no, that's like when you take a typical American that feels backed in a corner, and that's usually the reaction you're gonna get in any other context besides face to face. Face to face might take a little more pushing in a corner, but then they're gonna react violently rather than just verbally violently. They're gonna get physically violently.
Yeah, G-Man is rather benign as an individual, so I mean, I don't think he would react very violently. I think the maximum that he would do is would just cuss off someone or some shit.
Yeah, no, that's
still fucking dangerous. You know?
And that would be if it's mouth. Most people, and I'm not saying him, but most people that are all mouth on like the internet or the phone or things like that aren't that way in real life. They won't make those comments to you face to face.
Yeah.
But you can really gauge it. I think he just, like I said, I think he gets his. Hold on, I got you, Hillbilly. If not,
I understand.
Watching.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Yeah, give me just a second, Hillbilly. She's refreshing. Nobody. She's having connection problems, I think, or trying to bring.
Hang on. Yeah, bear with me.
Yeah.
I'm here, Jim. I'll bring you right in right away. Hang on, my assistant's frozen. Okay, I'm bringing you right in right now. Okay.
Oh.
Thank you very much.
Oh, you're back.
Sorry about that.
Oi. You're back.
Well,
I thought you were gone.
Well, everybody left, so I went to go have a debate with another group of people.
All right, well, I have a question for you, Hillbilly. What do you do with another Christian that you just cannot stand? What are we supposed to do as Christians?
Well, it depends on the level of inability to stand them. If it's tolerable, well, then you just ignore them. If it's intolerable, I got a phone number for you. They'll disappear.
I've just...
Don't tell nobody.
I usually don't get that worked up over people, but the past few weeks I've trolled, and he doesn't even know some of the trolling I've done. I've overtalked and not cared. I've just done all sorts that's, I wouldn't say totally out of my personality, I'm no saint, but just stuff that I usually don't do. And I've literally had it with somebody who just knows how to royally F up a hangout.
Right, and then they pulled that out of you too.
As a person.
You're right.
I have a interesting question.
Go ahead.
Well, what are people's ideas of what's a quote-unquote good hangout? Because I suspect it may depend somewhat on your goals, right?
I think number one, it's when the conversation just flows. It is respectful. People can, there's not the over talking going on, and however many people you have in the room can all chime in and not feel like somebody is just taking over the room on anyone. Like there's sometimes you go into a hangout and it's two people talking or two people arguing. Nobody else can get in on the discussion. That's annoying. When it doesn't have to be moderated. When the conversation, it's going to bounce around from different topics, from everything from religion to sports to topics on philosophy and logic and all those different aspects. But it's just when it flows is my main thing.
Yeah, organic. That's what I always call it. Organic ones are the best.
Well, it can be artificial.
Unless it's short. If it's a short hangout, single topic, single issue. I mean, you're talking like 90 minutes longest kind of thing.
Yeah, you're right. You're exactly right.
But you're talking hangouts like these are long, even just if they were 6 hours or 8 hours or 4 hours even. I think you want some kind of organic conversation. Those are the best to watch too, because when people start, yes, the drama's funny sometimes and entertaining, but not when it overtakes the whole hangout and then starts. On the outside, when people are going at it like that, you can't hear anything people are being said. Where on the inside of the hangout, you can kind of make out what most of the time, if you're not talking, you can tell what the 2-3 people over talking each other are actually saying.
Yeah, yesterday was the best for me. Like, I love drama. Like, that's my guilty kind of, I guess, pleasure. And yesterday, holy shit, I loved it. The room was just, oh my god. Oh, it was beautiful.
It bore us to shit. I mean, and actually, it's leaves me with a I don't know, a bad taste in my mouth to boot. So I think rather that
you're at least going to get those two types of group at the least. I'm sure there's more, but you're at least going to get the types of people that come to watch, just wait for drama to happen, and then you're going to have people that are just listening to the hangout or literally watching it, and they'll hear some key part of conversation they like, and if it starts getting overtalked or becomes monopolized or the drama starts in on that, and there's the conversation that they actually honed in on is getting overtaken by all that, they're not going to like that.
Well, I mean, there can be civil drama. The drama can stand for many things. I mean, it's not like a monolithic sort of definition of it. I mean, there's many things. I mean, there's nothing wrong with getting a little dirty and a little personal up there and sorting out shit. I mean, as long as it's done civilly. But yeah, yesterday it was not civil. Yesterday it was like Sodom and Gomorrah up in this,
Well, and me personally, I just don't like personal drama stuff with it, but I know there are people that do, so like I have no qualms with that. Like I don't think one's right and one's wrong. I think most of them hate the serious conversation just as much as I hate the like personal drama conversation. So.
Yeah. Yeah.
Dramas. I think, like you said, it's not a big monolith thing. There can be drama in the conversation. I'll enjoy that stuff. It's when it starts becoming like just personal back and forth stuff that, or about some personal problems a couple people have on it. Like that's fine. I don't enjoy it, but.
No, I didn't get a text.
That's true. That's true.
Yeah.
If it's kind of like invasive over discussion, that's bad. I mean, if it destroys a whole discussion of what other people want, I mean, many of the whole Power Ranger crew does that. I mean, sometimes for me it's entertaining, sometimes it's not. I mean, sometimes they bring great arguments, which I much rather listen to than the usual buffoonery that goes on around. But I mean, yeah, sometimes they are destructive, sometimes not. Yeah.
I would note that the kind of what do we want to talk about? Talking about.
She lock up again.
Oh.
But yes. I don't know if she can hear, but I think it's a lot like a good morning show. I don't know if you guys watch some of those Today or Good Morning America or whatever they're all called. They're all over the place. Sometimes they talk about politics for a segment. Sometimes they talk about fashion or beauty. Sometimes they bring in a little chef. They, make something up for us. Sometimes those bitches get drunk and start talking about everything under the sun. Like they're fun when it's just like a mishmash of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I love watching those deliriously sort of wrong infomercials and the way the actors act in it. I love it. I just love it. And it's like it's so kind of visible that it's a scam. What I love more is when people fall for it and then they complain that they've been scammed. It's like, no, really, you've been scammed.
And I think Naughty had a point on it's going to depend on your goals of what you call a good hangout too. Because I think like what I would call personally a good hangout, like what I think is good, and I don't care what anybody else thinks is having a discussion on a topic I like, right? Or multiple discussions on multiple topics that I like. But if you go look at what videos of mine have the highest views, am I going to see it for those type of videos? Probably not.
Hi.
It's going to be the organic ones that, like you said, mishmash. They go all over organic convo topics.
Okay, I think let me call you back to make an appointment because I think I may have found a doctor here.
And she's making her appointment.
Well, I think in my case, well, I don't get a whole lot of what I do like from these hangouts. I mean, pretty much people just say that, I don't know, not even really getting into, but just hinting at anything that I am interested in is word salad and jargon and gibberish and whatever else.
Yeah, no, I understand how or why they say that, but I don't know. I forget who I was talking to. It might have been Ermine. It was someone the other day. No, it was Helena. Because I think Helena's had conversations with you like I have. The room's been completely dead. It might have just been me and you in here for hours and hours, and we've talked about computer programming and stuff that I don't know even a lot about, topics, and it's not like I get the jargon thing, but if you actually listen to what you're saying, if I listen to the words you're saying, it runs through a matrix in my own head, and I know what you're saying, even if I didn't use the same jargon when I repeated it back to you.
Mm-hmm.
But I can't tell you to speak a specific way or anything like that.
That's true. That's true. That's a very. I mean, look,
But
you can't really. You can't.
But I think on the topics though, like you. That's why I was suggesting maybe like tangents around that topic whenever nobody's really in here on that topic. Is I don't think you have to be the one guiding the topic, for it. Like you can see if half the room goes silent when just 2 or 3 people are talking because they're boring out everybody else, or those are the things I would try to guide. Is start trying to make sure everybody's kind of in on the topic that's being talked about. It doesn't have to be like a specific set topic. It just needs to be a guided conversation.
Look, in order to guide something, I want to make a very valid. You don't realize. Hello, guys. Do you hear me? Hello.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I've been trying to speak for. I mean, with the community that you're involved with Nadia, it's very, very kind of. I'd say kind of loosely not very intelligent. I mean, look, if you want to have your topics or your wants or what you want to be like your topics discussed, I think that you need to make a more restrictive approach here. I mean, because you know, let's be honest, the YouTube community is not the best community that is known for rational civil discussions. It really isn't. Like, you know, there's so much trolling going on in the YouTube community, and there are way too many trolls. I'm one of them, and I know it for a fact. So, in order to limit that, you have to make the necessary precautions, the necessary actions to limit that. I mean, you need to be a little more forceful, a little bit more restrictive. That's all I'm gonna say. Because I mean, if you don't show them that they're not needed, they will just keep trolling, and because they get high on it.
The trouble is tumbleweeds, right?
It's what? Say it again.
Tumbleweeds.
Right.
This is an empty world and a universe spawn. People who more seriously engage in, well, really freaking anything, are elsewhere. Actually, you know, engaging in it, making a profession of it, and such, not, well, having their amateur hour here on social networks, right?
Well, and I think you offer something consistent and like you're you know, for the most part your hangouts here, and usually you have 2 channels open for the hangouts. Like so, like I think you have your block list is you know extremely low, if not completely gone, and at the moment, but. And
no, it's so that everybody it's
the other people
been out there for a long time. It's
yeah.
But it's.
I think mine's clear. I don't think I've ever had anybody on there longer than a day.
Well, there are 31,000 people exposing themselves. So.
Oh yeah, porn bombers, anything like that. I meant like people that troll or conversation, because I think trolls can add to the conversation sometimes, or at least to the topic.
Rarely, they rarely do. Rarely.
Oh, I don't I don't think they're destructive to keep in the conversation, but I think they can add to the topic, or if they ask some stupid question, you can usually take that negative and turn it into a positive. You can, you know, if it's kind of dead and someone's in there trolling like that and brings up some dumb question about morality, well then take the conversation in the direction of morality. You don't have to actually address what the troll said.
What I love about Nadia's channel is it's just so organic and just so libertarian that it's beautiful. Like shit just kind of goes like all the right directions that the community wants it to go. But to be fair, like you know, if you take a look around the YouTube community, it really is not an intelligentsia club or some shit. You know, it's not a forum for like just deep debates. Like it really isn't, because people on YouTube are not very much well known for that. To be fair,
it can be though.
Yeah, it can be.
It can be, but it isn't. That's the problem.
It's the wildfires that you gotta watch out for in the hangouts. It's fires, you know, light up here and there between a couple people, and that's fine. That leads for a good show too. Like that can lead for good conversation as well. But when it becomes so toxic, you know, that it gets polarized, and then the room's polarized from then on, or someone has to rage quit or leave because of it, or now it's a room full of people that aren't talking to each other. But it's a lot of crowd management. That's why I say the guided conversation, not necessarily the set topic conversation. It would, for long hangouts like this, the best results I've gotten anyway from it is letting them go like that.
Yeah, there are always
every now and then bringing up a question on your mind or something, and then leaving it set on that. If people want to talk about it, if they don't, after a few tries, then let them go where they want to go. Or.
But Xbox, be fair though. To be completely fair, if you look at the whole YouTube atheist community in general, it's mostly fucking. What was it? What's that guy? The amazing, not the amazing. Like, what's this show? What drunken peasant fans
Yeah,
and shit.
drunken peasants, amazing
Oh
atheists.
my god, the drunken
Orthodoxy. Oh, like
peasants.
yes, it's all the
Cult
younger
of-
atheists, and I don't mean
It's all
younger than
this new
kids. I mean
pop
like
bullshit
younger as
atheism, you know? It's
they're
all
like
that cancer.
immature in their
Yes.
atheism. Yes, either they don't care enough to.
Immature in atheism. How do you do that?
What's that?
How are you immature in atheism?
The same way you would be in Christianity. Like if I jumped to be a Christian right now, I would be immature in my Christianity.
How hard is it to understand that there is no God, you've got no God, and because of that, you got no absolutes?
No. Immature
that's not
in
what
your
we're
atheism. Immature in the stance. Immature in the belief. Like I haven't thought through the belief to mature it. Right?
Exactly.
Like I just believe there. I just lack a belief, or I believe no gods, or whatever. But I don't necessarily have thought through any good reasons or anything to it.
And I mean, to be fair, Christian Ilby, you're very much like-minded with them. You know, Dunning-Kruger runs very much wild on YouTube. So I mean,
yeah, and
you know,
I would
we
say
can't
majority of Christians
blame
that
you.
run into in life are like that as well. I don't think most people necessarily care about the good reasoning or not, because it's usually just some strong belief.
Yep, exactly. Rational people are, are kind of like sifting through fucking bunch of, sifting for a diamond through lots of shit, you know? What's the fucking,
I wasn't trying
what's
to.
the
Yeah, I wasn't trying to
probability
say
you'll find a diamond
I
in a
wasn't trying to say atheists are immature. I was saying ones that are immature and they're like that. They just haven't. Their reason and stuff hasn't matured enough about it. Like.
Yeah, and I blame the amazing atheists and the cults of Dusties and the fucking assholes like them that keep that shit going, you know? I blame them.
Were you saying something, Billy?
No, I think he's talking.
Okay.
On there.
Oh, okay. I just heard sound his avatar popped up right after Brother was talking, so I couldn't tell.
I wonder why.
Erin, I thought you handled your composure pretty well earlier. Like, just side note. And you're the second Christian to tell him to quit asking him questions, and that you're just gonna troll and things like that.
Well, he told G-Man, right? That yesterday?
Yeah, no, G-Man was like, "Good, you're not even gonna answer my questions. Quit being a troll. You're a Jesuit troll." And
he is. Well, I don't know.
No,
about
I agree. I put him on my troll list just the other day. So.
We're all Jesuits. We all have our troll lists as well.
He just knows how to come in and piss people off. Like, that is a troll.
Right.
This was supposed to be like a 4-on-4 debate, whatever. Not really a trash talking session. And actually, I don't like the whole, like, it's like,
No, but like troll.
I mean, speaking of the absence and such is like, generally done in, I don't know, my experience, like, various kinds of, I guess, respectful ways isn't really, I'm not going for it.
No, I did.
Well, who's got my picture up on there, Doc?
What?
Not me. Not me.
Yeah, no, it's the sounds you're making. There's slight sounds that your microphone's picking up.
It's that brother dude. He's got my picture up on his dock.
Oh, your hiking picture. You can't.
Yes.
That's when we were down the Falls of the Ohio.
It's not the. Yeah. It's not the only place I got this picture.
That's cool. I don't doubt it.
Yeah.
I don't really care.
Can you elaborate on that little post you shared right there? What's the reasoning behind it? Can you rationalize what that post was standing for?
You have to tell us what the post says. I can't read it.
You can't read it? Really?
No, I can just see the three that are really bold. The 3 words on it.
I see Spartans, Vikings today.
Yeah.
Yeah, that one. Yeah, that one.
I didn't make that post.
I know, but you shared it though. Like, I mean, that means that you're affirming your belief in such an idea. So,
No.
I mean, I would like to see you try to rationalize why such an idea stands out for you, or that you kind of.
Sir, I do not remember sharing that one.
Well, I've got right here a screenshot of your personal Facebook sharing
It
it.
says Jim Barber shared
Yep.
with, or shared.
Girls for Gunslingers, which is yeah.
Oh, that's who originally posted it, and that's you're sharing it from their post.
Yep.
First.
Yeah. I mean, what is the even potential impact of I don't know, that kind of assessment and so on? I dare say that at best, the potential impact is no more than well, an ad hominem argument, right? It cannot advance the argument.
The argument for I tried to
for any position.
Oh yeah, I do remember that one. After all,
okay.
I couldn't hardly see it.
Hardly.
About 14, a boy was had to survive a timeout in the field, and then he became a man. The Vikings by 16, they had to do something. Today, you got to coddle them, and even the college people got to have a safe place. Because
what's wrong with that?
That's because we brought childhood into it.
Can you rationalize why
I can rationalize it.
Yeah, how? Okay.
Just within the last 200 years, we read out a book on it about childhood, right? That's only been an idea for the past couple hundred years.
How is it less productive than the Viking or the what else was there? The Spartan society. How is it less productive? Because I think in those societies, people died way earlier than the mortality rate was way higher, and people died in a way earlier age than today. So I think by those standards, our society is doing way of a better job than you actually tried to propose right there with that fallacious. Yeah, but how do you prove otherwise? Can you prove otherwise?
You're talking over
what noise?
Like at this point, I have no idea what point you're trying to make, brother. I don't know what Hillbilly's trying to defend. Like.
No, I was trying to make the point that I mean he thinks that. I guess the identity of what a man is today is somehow poorer or somehow less coherent, or how is it? How is it? Can you rationalize how it is, please? Can you rationalize that? How?
Men can't stand up and be men anymore.
What do you mean by that? What does it mean? Can you give any rationalization there?
Brother, are you not getting what he's talking about? He's talking about like masculinity or machismo.
Yeah, that doesn't. No, again.
I'm walking away.
Again, masculinity. Can you?
Stop for a second, brother. Nadia's saying something.
I'm sorry. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
I think as long as Airman's got her mic on, she can hear. She can broadcast people.
Well, look, I didn't start this shit. I mean, he opened the can of worms by addressing my my broadcast, what I'm broadcasting. So I was asking, well, how do you define masculinity? I don't define masculinity as you define it. Why do you think there is an absolute definition for it? Can you infer from where you think there is this absolute definition that stems across all cultures and all time zones and all populations? Can you get any rational argument for it? Can you? Or any academic links for it or anything? Can you?
Sure can.
Because I think you sure can. Oh, okay. Yeah. Can you source it then? Can you please source it? Oh, well.
Bible.
That's not an academic source. That's a highly fictional. That's a highly fictional source. highly fictional, and highly deranged source of information.
Right from the very beginning. The God
that's a Bronze Age mythological source of information that doesn't tell us anything.
Well, never mind.
Academia scuffs on it and completely completely debunks.
Hey, brother, if you're gonna make some claim like it's fiction like that, either let him respond or back up the claim that it's fiction or something. Like y'all are talking over each other again, so it's like hard to.
Oh, don't worry about that. I ain't talking to him no more.
What's more rational to expect that all the myths that are in the Bible are like, you know, physical realities, or are they just, you know, legends and myths for the culture that was prevailing at the time? You know,
brother, can you gotta breathe, man, and slow down. You've asked like 30 questions in, I swear to God, 2 minutes, and you haven't let anybody answer them. So let him answer.
Oh, I don't have to worry about that, Miss H. I'm done with him.
Oh, you're done. Oh, I mean, then you cannot defend your position, can you? You can. That's nice. So I'm in a university, so I mean, you know, I'm already part of academia. So I mean, you know, that's already good for me enough. So, I mean, you know, so keep on doing that little, you know, evasive dance right there, you know, from any kind of argumentation for your position. So I mean, yeah, I'm just gonna keep. Perpetuating the position that it's all just a pseudo macho fucking, you know, strutting myth that you try to propose as being quote unquote masculine, which it really isn't, and it's not compatible with our evolution of our society today. I would keep saying that, as well as many academics in my university. So keep going, you know. You're doing a very huge favor for your
brother.
for
I have
your
one
position.
point of contention with your argument. This whole thing that I'm in college, I'm educated.
Yeah, I am. Sorry for your luck. I am.
Let me
sorry for your luck.
Let me finish.
You're just a student of academia at this point, right?
Shit. Okay. The reality of it is, in life, nobody cares what degrees you have. Nobody cares whatever. They want to see the school.
How come then?
Let me
I'm sorry.
finish.
I'm gonna let. I'm sorry.
See why I don't pay attention
I'm
to him?
They want to see the school of hard knocks, right? So you can talk up the game that is your education.
Oh my God, let her finish, please.
Until you've actually achieved something and lived life, nobody cares what you have to think or say about your miseducation.
Yeah. How many kids did you raise there?
So a dude that was a high school dropout that claims to be part of this school of hard knocks can make as much money as me with even an undergraduate 2 year experience in computer science.
Yes, ma'am.
How come I can make more money if society doesn't care about it? How come I can make more money? It's very interesting.
That's not what she said. She didn't say you could make more. She didn't say you could make more money. There's idiots that make a ton of money.
That's an evaluation of society, isn't it?
No, that's not what she said. She said nobody's going to want to hear about your ideas from your non-education or from your uneducation, however she worded it. No, nobody's going to want to hear just these types of ideas if you don't have any experience along with it.
That's true. But
again, dumb people make millions of dollars a year. I mean, there's some idiots out there.
Oh man! Oh come on!
And they're Bill Gates didn't graduate college. The guy from Steve Jobs didn't graduate college. That doesn't matter. All that matters at the end of the day is what can you do. And at this point, you haven't proven anything. The only point I was trying to make about your education is don't bring it in like it actually matters. Show us your education by being able to have an educated conversation where you actually have a conversation. That means it's two-way.
It is two-way. I was waiting on for an answer or for any argumentation for his position.
When you wait for an answer, you have to stop talking. Like you.
I did stop talking.
No, you don't.
I did. I really did.
And kept going on to the next one and just kept talking and never left it like any gaps in there. And any time he did start answering, you cut him like right off. And with Aramine too, cut him right off before they finished off their thought.
Maybe with I did. Not with Hermine, though. With Hermine, yeah, I did by mistake. But, I mean, with him, but he didn't answer it. That's the problem. He didn't correctly answer the question.
Yeah,
And
but
there
you
are...
gotta let him answer out the question, and even if he answers even if he starts out completely wrong, if that's the way he's gonna keep doing it, then you can keep giving an incorrect answer.
Okay, I did. I really did. So I tried to give him a chance. He completely dismissed my points of contention, and he kept incorrectly answering me. That's what he did. So I mean, I don't see any faults in my kind of how I conducted myself there with him. I mean, with Hermine, yeah, maybe I was a little. Obnoxious there, and I apologize for it. But again, the whole thing with the School of Hard Knocks, it's highly debatable. You understand that those self-taught geniuses are like just one in a fucking billion. Like they're not.
I guess what I'm trying to say is when I got my degree, I thought I was hot shit too. But at the end of the day, when I went to work for IBM or GE, nobody gave two shits because until you have been doing something for 10 years, you're not a master at it anyway. So I thought I knew something. I didn't know shit. And I still don't know shit in comparison.
That's again, that's the wrong way of looking at it though. Like I would just say it's not a good way of looking at your achievements. Your scholastic achievements say a shitload about your intelligence and your striving for being an intelligent individual. I think.
Let me tell you, as a hiring manager, what colleges meant to me and people with degrees is that it was your ability to put up with bullshit. So when you get
on a consistent basis, right?
Exactly. That's all that it says is you have the ability to put up with the bullshit that you're about to be served up like a plate of shit in corporate America. And there are a ton of people who have that ability that don't have a degree. So don't diss people because they don't have a degree, because there's more to life than the letters that come after your name.
I agree, but that doesn't invalidate or take away from one person having a degree or how he achieved it and what he went through to get the degree. Or
no, it doesn't. But it doesn't add to your legitimacy of what you're saying.
That's true as well. Yeah, that's true as well. But if you demonstrate it, then I mean, there you go. And in this conversation,
not the degree, but if you demonstrate the knowledge, then sure, then it.
Yeah.
That's all. I mean, it was saying with it was like show us by what you're talking about rather than this just appeal to that I have these degrees or things or I have this education. I think that's all she was getting at to begin with.
Yeah, that's a fair point, right? That's a fair point. I'd agree
Marcus
there.
Put it on the side for you too. If you're, like, there's more to an education than a university or school like that.
There's more to it. Yes, but is it as valuable in society, or how it's value? Like there is a reason why it's evaluated like
job experience. Like life and job experience is more valued than any degree you could ever get.
Are you what? I disagree right there. I'd highly disagree. If one person has a degree in a hard scientific field, I mean, no matter how much experience you have, you're never gonna achieve the, I guess, quantitatively the value that in society that he or she has, or
We might have to respectfully disagree on this one. I think you can achieve it in the entrepreneurial field, and we see that time and time again.
Rarely.
People that make the world go round are entrepreneurs. I mean, from a economic perspective.
And that's exactly what Bill Gates was. He wasn't really a genius scripter but although he had lots of knowledge on this, way more than me. But mainly he was a great entrepreneur, and that's what gave him the whole, I guess, basis for his success. So, but yeah, so that's a fair point. But it still doesn't take away from, I mean, the inability of Christian hillbilly to answer a simple question or defend his position. When I gave him a gap to answer it, and he was just completely being dismissive and just, well, was just denying. He was just absolutely
So the conversation
refusing
died, or what?
to negotiate or to, you know, just say anything to me. So.
Wait, does anyone have mods?
I don't think so.
Where'd Nadia go?
I don't know.
She went to the store.
Oh, look! It's Mark from Great Britain, who's got those 2 children that don't need their mommy.
That's why I was asking
Oh,
her. I asked her right before she took off, but she had already said.
Well, that was very immature of you, hillbilly.
What the fuck was that about, hillbilly?
That adds to, you know, past experiences with, or, you know, the.
That's what the man told me.
The man. Who is the man? Who is the man, hillbilly?
Let me try and understand where this is supposed to come from. Are you supposed to? We all get put in situations because I'm a single mom, right?
I understand that.
So hold on a sec. So were we not supposed to raise our kids?
No, I didn't say that at all.
To let them
Miss H, I did not say that at all. I understand that people get put in bad situations. But would you say that it is optimal for your children to be raised in a single-parent environment?
It's more optimal than a crazy ex. Hell
That's
yeah!
not what I'm talking about. What is the best way to raise children?
It
yeah, no,
doesn't
in
matter
psychology,
what's the
that's like one of those.
Again,
That's one of
the
those
best
like
way to raise
quips.
children
In
is
psychology,
one
it's
man
better
with
to be
one
raised
woman,
from a broken
loving and
home than it
committed
is
to
to be
each
raised
other,
in a broken
and
home.
loving and committed to the next generation.
I hope you heard that.
Two-parent families. Now, would you disagree with that? Because if you're going to disagree with that, I'm going to say you're just as guilty as Mark, who says that his kids don't need a mom. And that's
You're
exactly
a
what the
heathen
man
now.
said.
That's
again, Airman,
You're in the hidden
that's
list.
a well-founded. It's like one of those psychological quips of it's better to be raised from a broken home than in a broken home, or from a messed up home than in a messed up home.
Yeah,
So yes, absolutely,
is a
what you
retarded
said is
argument.
100%
It's
correct.
dismissing that
better
shit
to
can
be
be worse, really. That's
probably
what it's dismissing.
better to be raised middle class than it is to be raised poor. You could make the argument
That is true. That is true.
Again, what is the best way to raise children? With their biological parents who are loving and committed to each other and loving and committed to the next generation. That is the way to do it.
When you say loving and committed, I think every household that is loving and committed is the best way to raise children.
But if you got the both parents there, that's the way to do it.
You have to, first of all, have love and commitment.
Right.
You don't have that in
Hey,
most
if you don't have love
marriages.
and commitment, you shouldn't be having sex. Listen, if you don't have love and commitment, you shouldn't be having sex. If you don't have marriage and love and commitment, you shouldn't be
biological
having
instinct
sex.
of humans. Christian hillbilly, you have no idea what the fuck you're talking about.
No. I'm talking about the way God created it to be.
You're talking about raising kids. You weren't talking about having kids.
No, I'm talking about having, raising, the whole 9 yards. Xbox, it doesn't come
into one thing. It's not one thing.
I should not even listen to you, Xbox. You're a liar. You're the one said you brought one of your kids home, couldn't understand if it was a boy or a girl.
Yeah, that's what I said. And when I said that sarcastically to you mean? Which wasn't a like intent deception like that, like a lie, right? Or are you being dishonest at this point?
Well, I mean, he is the holy vessel of what God says, you know. So I mean, he can never be dishonest, of course. Xbox.
No, even right after the fact I said what he quoted me saying, I said yes, sarcastically. So he at this point he's just being dishonest.
Well, no,
I didn't intentionally.
Must be Satan
to deceive him and
boy,
to
must
purpose
be Satan.
any kind of.
You didn't defeat me. I actually showed that you couldn't defend your own argument. You had to lie to defend it.
Yeah. What argument?
You went back and said, "Well, I was being sarcastic."
What argument was that?
What argument was that? Defend?
That you could not. No, you did not know what sex your child was when you brought it home.
I didn't make that argument.
Yes, you did.
What was my argument? Lay it out.
What was? Yeah, exactly.
You know what? If you don't remember, you need to get some, not only some psychological help, you get some medical help.
Christian Hillbilly, I think you need to start a diet or something, which is an actual like medical like discourse for what your body is going through now. I mean, you're obviously like a gluttonous fat pig, so I mean, there it is. Reality hits you right in the face, doesn't it? Reality is hard to grasp, doesn't it? Doesn't it, you fucking bigoted piece of shit?
Brother. Where is Nadia? God. Now, the reason I don't even know if I should bring it up. I'm gonna wait for Mark to come in the hangout. I ain't bringing that one up. I ain't putting nobody on Front Street like that. Cause
well, I mean, it's just interesting that he never questioned his BMI in regards to what how it affects his health. It's just interesting to me. I mean, hey, and now he advises somebody else to take some health, you know, something to benefit their health. I mean, it's complete. The hypocrisy is fucking baffling here. Christian Hillbilly, do you think your body weight is healthy for your height, or for, you know, do you think you're healthy, or would you agree that maybe you are kind of deluding yourself into thinking you're healthy? Would you agree there?
I still think his comment that he was making about it being better to raise. I don't know that he can say this is the optimal condition, but yes, it's better to raise with like two loving parents that love each other and love the kid in that household. That is better in relative to, you know, shittier positions. But I don't know how he would ever back up that that's the optimal.
Because that's what kids need, Xbox.
Because that's what?
That is what children need.
Yeah. Show me that.
Children need? Okay, need.
Which parent
define
need?
Need.
Children
Christian,
do
define need.
I didn't say that. You said that was the optimal way to raise a child. So back that up is what I'm asking.
I'm telling you, you're the one that says, "Oh well, that can't be the optimum way." So which parent do you think is disposable?
I never said that. I never said anything. You hear what you want to hear.
There you go, lying again, Xbox. You better get a handle on that.
What was it that I lied about this time?
Xbox.
I never said that this wasn't the optimal thing.
Is disposable.
I never said that.
Which parent would you say is unnecessary to the children or the development of the children?
I never said either of them was. I want to know what I lied about.
You didn't say
I never said that it wasn't optimal or that it wasn't that one of them was disposable. I asked you to back up your comment about saying that was the optimal.
It is the optimum.
Right. You just keep asserting it. I'm asking for you to back up.
What the fuck is an optimum?
We've got all kinds of evidence to show that children that come from single-parent families don't do nearly as well as children that come from two-parent families, a loving mother and father.
That's just saying. That's just saying two parents is better in most situations than one parent. That's not saying that it's the optimal.
Thank you very much. Again, we know
that's
that
not universal, by the way.
From a
That shit's
two-parent
not
family,
universal.
and that is the loving mother and father who are loving and committed to each other and loving and committed to the next generation.
Define loving, define committed.
By far,
define
loving,
better. You know what love and commitment is.
Like you're just repeating assertions at this point. Repeat assertions, repeat assertions, repeat assertions over and over.
It's an argument.
No, hold on, Hillbilly. Mark has something interesting for you in the chat, because I'm assuming you had a loving, committed marriage. What happens when the kids go awry, even though you have a loving, committed marriage?
Well, you know what? The thing about it is they still have free will. I didn't say they couldn't go away or they couldn't do something wrong after they're raised. But what I'm saying is if you're going to give them the best opportunity to have the life that God intended for them, then you give them the very best start. From that moment on, it's up to them. That's why God calls children arrows. We are to think of children as a blessing. God's word says, children are like arrows. May your quiver be full of them. Well, what do you do with arrows?
Your God doesn't
You straighten them
exist.
out as
You
much as
can't
you can.
provide.
You point them at the
You
target
don't
and you
show
cut
your
them
God
loose.
whatsoever
That's
when
all
you
you
speak.
can
Christian
do.
hillbilly.
After that,
Christian
it's up to
hillbilly.
them.
You don't. You're not like. You're not a megaphone of God. You know. You're not like. You don't provide the message as good as any other Christian here. I think so. I mean, it's highly doubtable that somebody would take you seriously.
Yeah, I think it's optimal, you know, to let. I'm not even gonna say it. Fuck it. I still want to hear him back up any of the assertions he's made. Any of them.
I would like him to back up that he believes in the actual Christian God. I mean, I don't think he does. I think he believes in Satan.
All he has to do. I do believe in the Christian God to back that up.
Go. All right. Yeah, I can see what he's doing.
On my field, though, not on his field. It's a physicalist sort of metaphysics.
This doesn't make sense. Where is Nadia?
Yeah, I don't know. She just fucking left for some reason. I mean,
She was saying it. That's why I yelled at you a minute ago, like brother, when she was still there. She was telling us why she was leaving. She said she had to walk. She was gonna walk down to the store and we'd be back.
Well, then why didn't she give someone mods?
I assumed you had it. When she was going out, I asked her if it was okay if you broadcast people, and she said, she walked back by. And I figured she was okay with it, but I figured she had passed it out. So.
All right. See what I'm doing now. Woohoo! All right. Well, y'all have a great day. May the God of creation, the God of salvation, bless you all.
Satan. Hail Satan.
Might as well say that. Just say the God I believe. I hope the God I believe in blesses you.
Yeah. My God is Satan, so it's good.
God, I hope she's back soon.
Yeah, is she even in the room at this point? Because I can't see the grayed out people.
Yeah, none of us. There's like half the hangout is grayed out. I'm sorry, guys. Hopefully, it'll just be another 5 minutes.
And not to kind of disappoint or kind of insult anyone. I was talking about
Shut up, brother. We can insult them now. Let's start insulting Yada and Mark. And...
All right, Nadia's back.
Oh, damn.
No, I was meaning not to insult Hermine or any other Christian here. I mean, or God believer. Like I said, Satan in a context of his type of Satan. Yes, his type of Satan. I fucking worship. Not Hermine's type of Satan. So, just saying. There you go. I'll clarify myself, motherfuckers. Now you can continue.
Yeah.
No, I just think it's a bit of a. I guess it's hard for me because when you qualify it, I will always agree that two loving parents, and I might even. I don't know if I agree on the heterosexual, but I might, so that they have a balance of male and female. But as long as they get those role models somewhere in their life, I don't care if it's their particular parents.
Right.
So as long as they have role models that are male and female, and as long as they're loving and committed, hell yeah, that's the best relationship out there. I just don't know too many of those.
Yeah, and I don't know if the biological thing has to be even part of the case, or if that makes it better. And that's I thought he would at least have something to whether it was biblical or not, it was just something to back up that it was the best way. I assumed he was going to tell me that the Bible says one man, one woman thing, and all that, but I was hoping. I always have hope in my heart for him. He's going to have some kind of statistic or something for me to look at.
Yeah, I mean, good evening. I mean, the hillbillies keep running this argument that the only way to bring children up is with a loving, committed Christian man and a woman. Well, all the studies refute him for a start. Is that it doesn't matter whether it's two lesbian parents, two gay parents, one parent. I mean, same as Hermine, I'm a single parent, but my kids get plenty of female input and female role models, aunts, cousins, grandparents. I've got a daughter and a son, so they've both got reflective influence there. I've got female friends. We're friends of the family, other couples. So there's plenty there. And this, his argument fell apart. It's not the first time. Obviously, he wanted to do it while I was on broadcast because it was easier. But he'd been about. went on before about how much he and his, his way is so much better than me being a single parent. I didn't say that my kids didn't need a mother. Of course not. That's a ridiculous thing to say. But his argument falls apart because his parenting model's so great, his kid ended up in prison.
He argued a non-argument because nobody was literally arguing against what he was saying. He literally started shit for the sake of starting shit. Like, he is such a disingenuous prick.
What he was hoping to lead to was that parenting model only works if it's a man and a woman. Mm-hmm. So he could have another anti-gay rant.
Right.
He is no role model for a son.
Yeah, I tried to be careful and say two parents most of that time, just to not get into.
I mean, if as Amin said, yeah, if you've got a crazy ex or a useless father or a useless mother, then sure as hell your kid's going to be better off without that person in their life.
Or kids or parents that don't actually want their kid but don't give the kid up. Like, they don't want to give it up, but they don't want to really love it either.
Yeah, exactly. So there was a case in I'll read it out if I can find it. I posted it earlier today. There was a story. It was a kid whose mother died. She was an alcoholic, and his mother passed away when he was. No, his mother was a drug addict. She was abusing drugs every day. I'll try and find the story now if I can. Yeah, his mother, and it got to a point where this kid was used to his mum passing out for long periods at a time. His dad was nowhere to be found. His father abandoned him and his mother when the kid was 2. And then apparently his father found him on Facebook and wanted to reconnect with him. But rather than do that, he's no longer a kid, wrote him a letter. Mm-hmm. So if you'd indulge me, I'll read it. It says, it says, "Dear Jack, not dear Dad, I'm 24 years old. I'm not the boy who cried when you left. I'm a man with a son and a daughter of my own. I've never spent more than a weekend away from them. I'm a father and a damn good one. I don't need you anymore. Once I did need you, when Mum died. I could have used a dad, I could have used anybody, but when she died, there wasn't anybody there. No one cared about us. I spent 3 days on my own in the apartment eating toast, waiting for Mum to wake up. Obviously, he didn't know she was dead. Then I called you because you're my dad. You were 23, young, but not so young really. If you'd have come to get me, you would have had a son, and I would have loved you forever. But you didn't, so I went to a bunch of people who didn't love me, but liked the check that they got with me. It didn't make them treat me well, and I have burn marks on my arm, and I can't spend time in closed, dark spaces after being shut in closets. An afternoon is a long time when you can't count. I didn't count on anybody. I used to pray the way Mum did with me when I was little, but after praying for someone to come and rescue me long enough, hiding under my bed, praying my foster dad wouldn't come in and leave me alone for just one night, I stopped believing in most things. I lived in 7 different homes from the age of 4 to 16. Even the decent ones, I was never family. I didn't have real birthdays or Christmases. I wasn't allowed to go in the fridge and get food when I was hungry. When I was 16, my foster father and me got in a fight over a ham sandwich. He said, "Boy, what are you doing in our thing?" So I left. With 16, nobody to call, and $40, I walked away with a backpack. Anything could have happened to me, but I made it. I'm a man now, and I don't need you. I don't want you to feel bad. I just want you to know that I can't be your son. I'm 24. I've never been anyone's son. I don't know how, and I don't have it in me.
Wow, that's so sad.
So, it's not about the stuff Killbilly goes on about at all. As long as a child's cared for, loved, safe, secure, all the rest of the cliches, that's all that matters.
Mm-hmm.
They can be just as upright, wonderful human beings as anybody else.
Yeah, and when you go to extremely the other end of one to no parent to communal raised and things like that, that's why I was hoping that he'd show me that still the 2 biological parents were going to be the optimal solution.
Yeah, in an ideal world, that would be great. Every child would have their biological parents to love and care for them from the moment they're born to the moment they leave home. But we don't live in an ideal world. We live in a perfect world, a perfectly human world.
In a fallen world.
No, not fallen. We are perfect. We're perfectly human, and all that comes with it.
One,
we
two,
we can't be anything else.
Can you guys hear me? 1, 2, 1, 2.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
So, Hillbilly going on about his perfect model after God and all whatever. That's but his argument falls apart when his own. We had this argument before. Yes, it's a bit brutal, but his son ended up in prison. So where was he as a role model then? Where was his perfect parenting then? God or no God? Yeah, obviously, I'm being a bit cruel. It's not down to Hillbilly, but when he spouts these type of arguments, he shoots himself in the face every time.
He claims to be like this perfect vessel of God's voice or something that is preaching to all of us to be perfect like him, but yet he is not perfect whatsoever.
Well, I wouldn't say he claims to be perfect, to sort of defend him a little bit, but he espouses this perfect thing that God has given, and yet it falls apart. It's clearly not working.
Yeah, by personal experience.
I don't mind him asserting that's his belief, and that's what he believes is this God and the certain type of God. That's fine. And I don't know why it has to get repeated. Repetition and loud repetition doesn't make it any more solid than an assertion of all this stuff.
We could say Jesus was from a broken home. Jesus had a stepfather. Where was his real dad?
Jesus also had dinners with prostitutes as well.
Yeah, but looking at it that way, Jesus had an absent father.
Jesus was a rebel.
I just don't think I've ever looked at it as he was his own dad.
Well, no, but if you look at it as Hillbilly would, literally, that Jesus was the Son of God, then where was his dad for 30 years of his life? Just when he needed him most, he forsook him.
Mm-hmm.
Well, he had Joseph on earth and he had God in heaven.
Yeah, exactly. But I'm going by Hillbilly's.
Yeah, Joseph was his step.
Having a biological mother and father is the best, is the optimal way and the best way.
I wish you would have brought that up. Not even Jesus had this.
Yeah, you and I.
That
two men and one.
Oh my God! I can't believe we've missed that.
If you're going biblical, then it's got to be 2 or 3 men and 1 woman that are raising you for it to be optimal.
And one of them has to be God.
That was the 3 men, was the Trinity.
Yeah.
Yourself, your father, and your ghost, and then so 3 men, 1 woman, 2 men, 1 woman.
But
at the very least.
Yeah, obviously that's stretching.
I'm in the middle of a sentence. You can make the argument that God is still there if you raise them in a Christian household because they're there with the Holy Spirit and they have God looking for them. So you can make that argument.
Yeah, you could make that argument. Yeah. I was just going strictly by Hillbilly's own biological parents must be there, and then clearly that wasn't the case with Jesus, and he turned out all right, allegedly.
Yeah.
Also, I
make the same comment on marriage when he says marriage is 1 woman, 1 man with it. He doesn't even follow that biblically. He'll if you ask him, he'll say no. It's 1 man, 1 woman, and God in a union.
And a camel.
And a camel.
And a turtle.
Snapping turtle, according to Lewis Black. Yeah.
A turtle that carries has a globe on it.
Oh no, that was the Lewis Black's thing. He said explaining why he said what the Jews about the Old Testament. He said the book was to get the Jews to fly right. He said they were 3 hairs away from being baboons. He said they used to wander into camp with a camel saying I'm in love. So they had to write these things down. You can't marry a camel. You can only marry this person and that person. So they're clearly out of control.
Interesting. Now we know where the bestiality has a past.
Well, yeah, that is that. I mean, yeah, that's what he's saying in a comedic way. Is that this group of people was so out of control that someone needed to write fucking rules down for them. No, you can't. Or your sister. You can't marry your gran. Look. We'll just write it down for you. It'll make it easier. Here's a book.
Yes. Also, I love it when he said, "Today, men are not real men." I wish I catch him on it, and I would ask him, then what are they? Are they women then? Are men today women? By your you think I mean, then I guess women are okay for you. I mean,
Yeah, and if you strip all his arguments against Nadia down on that about being a man and all that, all he's saying is God made you masculine. You should be masculine.
Yeah, I mean, if you think about it as well, I mean, God or Jesus were step-parents, stepfathers for everybody, because that was part of the reason, wasn't it? That this is what you need to do, but remember, you're being watched all the time. So even
I don't know.
you're being watched. The babysitter's watching.
Yeah. You must always be babysitted by the all-powerful Yahweh.
Even though I might not catch you fucking that camel, God's watching.
Yeah. Indeed. Indeed.
I tried not to laugh, man.
God damn it.
So, do you think that theism makes life easier for some people?
It can make it comforting, I guess, and thereby make it easier. If I've got no problem with someone that uses their religion, their faith, to be comforted in some way, or if it makes you, if you're frightened of dying and it helps, then go for it.
Yeah, I believe you when you say it makes your life more comfortable, but what does it do to your personality? Does it make it stronger, for example?
Some people it works for, some people it doesn't. I suppose
You get people in here from the spectrum of Rev to evolution or Darwin's deity or whatever, right? Like
Rev he's such a great guy. I mean, dude, sometimes he says some stupid stuff, but I just like him.
Into that,
to answer Malik's question, there are plenty of people that find strength and vigor and other things within their faith. It helps. So for some people, their faith is a byproduct that's there in the background as a bit of a comfort or something to fall back on. For other people, it's the driving force in everyday life.
Yeah, I wonder if we necessarily would have that hole in our life if religion wasn't around, right? Like, would that hole not be a vacuum for other things if religion wasn't around? It's just, yes, religion fits that hole, that need as well.
Well, yeah, some people use religion, other people use drugs, some people use alcohol, other people, whatever gets you through, I guess.
Yeah, as I say, it's a multi-shaped hole or whatever.
You're saying people who don't use religion must be using other things to survive this life.
Some people use reality, in my view, for me. In other words, some people take the view, as atheists do, that they don't need religion. They're quite happy with the wonder of life is a wonderful thing as it is. I don't, as an atheist, I don't speak for myself. I don't need a God to help me through it. It's to create.
Some will fill it with things like charity and communion or community and things like that. They'll fill it with other things that aren't necessarily religion.
Yeah, and it also depends on how you're brought up. If you're brought up in that religious household where you go to church, you do charity, you do all the things that are associated with that religion, and that's your life, that's the community or the area of life that you move in, and with similar people, then yeah, you're going to be exactly that way. I wasn't.
That was my question, Mark. In Malik, that was the thing. Is I question whether we actually have that need. Like, if we didn't have religion, would people grow up and then it's just a crapshoot of things? Does something actually have to fill that hole, or does something punch that hole in there?
The question is if that hole is even necessarily there or universally there.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm asking. Does something punch that hole there, or is that even a hole there? If we were raised in a society without religion, would something else overtake its place, or would it just get?
It's difficult to say because we've never been without it, pretty much.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, I was just taught that life isn't fair. That's it. And then to go out and find out as much as I could about it, experience as much of it as possible. go and learn, go and find out for yourself. And if you end up being religious, fine.
Mm-hmm.
I see religion as something that people use to console themselves in their hard
Well,
times.
some people do, yeah. Some people will use religion to blame their God for everything. Bad things happen, good things happen. It's all down to God. Some people only attribute the good things to God. So yeah, some people just use religion as a comfort blanket in times of need. Other people use it because they're frightened of dying, and so they're convincing themselves there's something afterwards, that for all sorts of reasons. But
yeah, reasons is what I was gonna say. I think you're dead on with that. It's just reasons. They for things they don't necessarily even make sense half the time. It's just, I need reasons for this.
Yeah, I mean, I think that way because, for the most part, I mean, what most religions have an afterlife aspect to it. So what it's not. It seems all about probably rewards, probably the wrong word, but that's the way it seems to me. It's all about doing X, Y, Z, doing as you're told, following a certain code or whatever, in the knowledge that if you do that, you will gain some reward in, quote unquote, the next life. That's what it's about. And if you don't, then
when too, on the opposite side of that, of being raised in it, it feels if you move away from it that you're actually losing these things. It's like you're having to give up pieces of your life when they weren't actually necessarily there to begin with.
Yeah, look at like the Westboro Baptist Church and all that. It's a wrench to leave that because it's all you've ever known. And then real life becomes, well, I say real life, that's a bit unfair. But the alternative life is very difficult for some people. It's almost like an addiction, isn't it, in lots of ways. If it's all you've ever been used to, going cold turkey can be difficult.
Yeah, it's become part of your identity. It's become like a piece of your identity.
How many times in the community have we said that, where there's plenty of support for people leaving religion?
Mm-hmm.
There never seems to be, well, there probably is the other side, the other way as well. There must be groups of people that help former atheists when they find their faith or find God or whatever. I don't know.
And it's also like the whole stigma of society that like we were exposed to religion for so long, and we live in like a rather religious sort of socium in a bubble. I mean, just like yesterday, I slipped away and I said I would pray, or I would hope that if there's any kind of a superpower out there, that when I heard that a godless girl slipped and kind of fell back on her, like I was hoping that if some superpower might help her out to get through it. So, because I mean, I've been in her shoes. Like I've been addicted. I've fucked myself up like grandly. So, yeah.
I'm deeply offended by everybody.
Yeah, fuck you.
Yeah, I'm a member of the West Midlands Jihadist Church, not the Westboro Baptist. Alright, Allahu Akbar, alright. I'll blow you up.
What? Why? How? What?
Actually, I wanted to know what you people were talking about. Was it something about, I don't know, religion? If religion were not to exist, would there be things or a thing that would satisfy its function?
Yeah.
What I was asking is, does that function need to be satisfied? Period. Or is that just something we kind of slip in there?
Well,
go on, sorry.
Sorry, yeah, I heard a lot of the arguments. Just a quick, we'll go back on that other bit about, there's no such thing as an atheist in a foxhole. That was a real thing for a couple of years back. But there are, I mean, most studies done have said that most people at the time of death, or if they're in fear of death, don't actually call out for God. They call out for their mothers.
Yeah, there's no atheists in foxholes, except for the ones that are atheists.
Yeah, they've done a study amongst a lot of military, and most of them call for their mothers.
Yep.
Yeah, idolatry. You worship your mother as a god. I can hear like G-Men like far away saying that.
Yeah, a lot of people, their closest comfort kind of thing is what they'll end up going out for. You'll see in a lot of reenactments of things of
Oh, God,
death scenes and things. It's mother that gets called out for her mommy.
If I were to wish for my mom first, we'd get into a fight first, and then I'd die.
Well, I think that there are many functions possible for religion, at least that have been suggested. And some of them, I think, are often fulfilled by other things, even perhaps necessary, at least for some people.
Yeah, I mean, you only got to look at that debate a few years back. I think it was Stephen Fry and Christopher Hitchens. It was quite an unfair team advantage. I mean, it's Hitchens and Fry versus, I think, the Nigerian cardinal or bishop and Anne Widdecombe.
Oh, well, I remember that one.
I watched it.
It's a brilliant debate, and the question was, is the Roman Catholic Church a force for good in the world? And they lost the debate heavily because it was voted on by the audience after.
Yeah, that one wasn't that one monitored at the beginning of where people stood on the side of the debate, and then it was monitored afterwards, and they lost half the people.
I agree with both of Hitchens and Fry that said yes, the Roman Catholic Church have done good things throughout history, but they're not a force for good in the world overall. And I don't think, if charity or whatever comes at a price, then
I would have reworded it
as well, and that these things could be done through secular means just as good.
But it can't be.
I would say they could be done even better too, but just as good is enough to relieve a lot of the negative stuff with baggage with it.
Well, the main factor is that Anne Widdecombe is a member of the Roman Catholic Church, so that outweighs all the good.
Well, exactly. Yeah.
Oh God, is that the female politician there that was on the?
Yeah, the one with that kind of voice.
I hate that
God,
fucking voice.
Yeah, she used to be a British politician.
What does she like? Nootropic? What does she say?
Oh, I don't know. I don't want to remember. It's too traumatic.
Stuck her in one of those jungle celebrity reality shows. I'm a celebrity, get me out of here or something.
You should have been with her, and you should have been called, I'm a celebrity, please fucking leave me here.
Yeah, it's where they stick like half a dozen Z-list celebrities in the jungle for a few weeks and make them do stupid things. But yeah, she was in that, I think. But, yeah, I mean, religion, religions do good things. Obviously, they do. But overall, I think it's not a force for good. And with Hitchens, it's religions, all of them are poisons.
So one of the functions that immediately comes to mind, to me plausibly anyway, is that people do have anxiety about, not everybody, but maybe everybody, I don't know, has anxiety about dying. And so religion tends to allay that by suggesting an afterlife, although it can, according to the specifics of religion, actually create additional anxiety.
Right.
Because of
which way your soul's going to go. And
whether you're going to burn in hell or go in heaven, and you might be uncertain about.
Can't I just die at this point? It's like I liked it when I just had anxiety about dying. Now I got to worry.
A perfect example is the film called The Invention of Lying. I don't know if you've ever seen it.
Yeah.
Ricky Gervais in it, where he says, I think it's the premise of the film is that no one lies in the universe he's in. Lies aren't a thing. And his mother's dying, and at the moment of her death, he tells the very first lie in history, and tells her there's a man in the sky, and she gets a mansion, and she's going to meet up with her husband again, and which is fine. It comforts his mother as she dies. But then he looks over his shoulder, and all the hospital staff have been listening. So now they say, "Well, tell us about the man in the sky," because of course no one has ever lied before. So then he has to make up the whole thing, and religion is born. And that other anxiety is like, well, how big's the mansion going to be? And then someone asked him, he's very clever because he comes out, he starts to write things down, and instead of 2 tablets like Moses, he writes all the rules on 2 pizza boxes. And he goes out of the hospital. Of course, all the press of the world are there and waiting to hear this profound stuff. And someone says, and he calls it the man in the sky. Did the man in the sky cure my mum's cancer? And he says, yes. And they all cheer, and etc. A few more questions are asked, and then the same person comes back with, well, hang on, didn't the man in the sky give my mum cancer in the first place? And he says, well, yes. So the woman says, well, fuck that man in the sky then. It's brilliant.
This is a funny-ass movie.
Yeah, the whole concept of Man in the Sky was so greatly kind of satired in the whole Monty Python series. I think it was Life of Brian. It was so great. It was beautiful.
But as Nootropic says, you've got that. It's not. It becomes. There's more anxiety created, isn't? I mean, I'm sure at the moment of death, everybody has that fear. I mean, I don't want to die.
There have been Catholics who've written. It's funny. They've written poems about this. What happens when they die? But I think that the function of that, if you look at it mimetically, the function of that is to hijack a natural tendency that we have and utilize it, for behavioral control.
Yes, indeed.
Essentially, right? That's what's going on.
You've already got someone, haven't you? You've already got their captive audience. Great, we're going to this wonderful place when we die. Brilliant. But if you don't do this and follow these rules and do things that way and not do these things, you'll still die, but you'll go to a terrible place where you're going to be tortured and it'll be awful. So that's the control, isn't it? And not only that, it's then, well, and don't even, as I said before, don't even think about still doing the stuff when I'm not looking or one of the other religious leaders isn't looking, because God's watching you.
Well, that actually partially answers what I was asking. Do we have that hole to begin with? Like, do we have that need? And that would be, I guess, if we pretty much universally hold that we have a fear of dying, then that psychological need would have to be addressed at some point throughout your life.
Religion was born when the first con man met the first gullible idiot.
When you had the first what?
I'm sorry, what did Darwin start? Religion?
No.
Very good. I think that, I kind of misspoke, it has to be careful, because you could say control, but really, if you're looking at it in terms of memes, whether I suppose they're psychosocial entities, I'd say they're not just things existing in the mind. They exist, expressed outside. Then it's not really about a being that's controlling or attempting to control whoever designed religion. In this perspective, it's more like it's what the function of the meme is, to propagate and continue.
It's a cultural thing. Yeah.
So now there are other common human tendencies. They may not necessarily be innate, but they're almost inevitable in certain environments that religion, we could say hijacks, but that's being somewhat, I don't know, has very negative connotations, but I'll use it anyway. Another one, take control, utilize, would be better, or divert, right, or redirect would be another way of putting it, or similar. So, there's others like, I don't know, my mind's gone. Yes, our schema, right, the way that we think, especially as children, is very much in terms of intentions and agents and beings, right? We have this social schema, and religion utilizes that to say, look, there's all these spirits out there, right? These animated beings. And that's a short step to having deities when they have authority or control, right? So that's another thing, kind of schema that religion can hijack.
And it also uses your dead relatives, because they're watching you in heaven, from heaven, looking down upon you. So, and they're helping you in some way. They're looking out for you. Like, I don't know what happens when I die. Do my parents suddenly stop looking out for me and they get to go somewhere else? Is it and then I carry on looking? I mean, otherwise it'd be daft. You'd have crowds of relatives, ancestors I'd never even met, all watching out for me. doesn't make sense. There must be some sort of hierarchy.
It's sort of like the whole concept of like invisible hands, like just reaching out for you from somewhere that, I mean, gives you this comforting little warm feeling inside that, you know, there's always something out there that.
In early civilizations, the medicine man was doubled up as a doctor and the religious leader, didn't he? I mean, he was probably the cleverer one that knew what volcanoes actually were, maybe, or he worked it out. But he's not going to tell the rest of the village because he can get them to do things by telling them that he's in tune with the volcano god. And if you don't do what I say or what he's told me to tell you, if you don't give me your money or give me your food or whatever it was then he's going to be angry with you. And that's basically how
it's easy to see how they prey on
and that's how the evangelicals work now, even today. Give me your money.
Mm-hmm.
It's hard for somebody to imagine. I mean, it's a contradiction in terms. Imagine what it's like when you're dead, because then you're thinking, well, yeah, but when I'm imagining it, I'm not dead. So you're trying to imagine a void, but you realize that you're still imagining it, and it may be the case that our sense of self-existence is the most heavily reinforced thing that we have.
Oh yeah,
right?
yeah, but
so
from the moment
every
you're born.
moment, every moment it's reinforced. So
it's
now,
the quote-unquote sanctity of life, so to say, you know? Yeah.
Well, it's reinforced just cognitively at every second. So it may be hard to imagine you ceasing to exist. So because that's strong, you then think, well, okay, it doesn't look like I continue to exist. So I must continue to exist in another form, right?
Basically,
now
using any means
then
possible.
And that's not any clearer for people that have died and been brought back to actually imagine either. It doesn't make it any easier to imagine because they went from existing to the gap when they were dead and nothing to existing. So
but
the continuum of reinforcing the existence is there from the moment you're born.
I've heard that so many times that people say, no, you didn't die. You had a near-death experience. That's not death. The clue's in the title. You didn't die, because if you died, you wouldn't.
You mean like stopped brain activity coming back?
Yeah,
from
that's I mean, cardio death.
Well,
that's only a medical thing. I mean, like Jim Jeffries said, the comedian. He said, "I'm not scared of dying because I'm an atheist. I won't even know I'm dead.
Well,
why? Because I'll be fucking dead."
Well, I guess that's a good analogy to it. Have you ever known yourself to be asleep? Right.
Exactly. Yeah.
Like there's no instance you ever know yourself as asleep.
I'll feel the same about being dead as I did before I was born.
Well, I'm going to add one more thing to that. So now the question is ancestor reverence. So why? So obviously, if you think that if you're being reinforced that you are, at every moment that you exist, so therefore you intuitively, maybe non-explicitly, infer that when you die you will continue to exist, albeit in a different form. It's reasonable to infer immediately, well, other people must be the same, so they're going to continue to exist.
Mm-hmm.
Now, then therefore the ancestors are going to continue to, and the ancestors, now here's the part that's why is there ancestor worship. So the ancestors, in a authority says they're important because they're the store of cultural knowledge.
Mm-hmm.
So they will continue to exist. Now, so you can continue to revere them. And then, then you might think, I don't know, you might think that, here's another thought, right? All the things that you don't know become associated together in your schema. So, everything you don't know is lumped together, right? It's just in a big I don't know.
How much percent of knowledge is that?
Well, hang on. Here's my point.
I'm joking with you.
I know. So psychologically, you're thinking, your ancestors have gone over to the I don't, because you've never seen this afterlife. So your ancestors are now associated with things you don't know. What are the other things you don't know? You don't know how thunder works, lightning works, this, that, and the other. Oh, so the ancestors may well be. You see, it's a short step that they're likely to know or have control, right? So there's your association.
Yeah,
how you can get to
God.
Yeah.
They're up with God, and so now they know how everything works, and they can see almost what God can see. They're looking down, and also, you mentioned about the revering thing. It's also, it preys upon well, your mother would be looking down thinking this, or she'd be up there crying or upset or happy because of what you do or don't do. So you're also then tied into not letting down your dead relatives in some way.
How is that different than any institution?
It isn't.
Have created.
Yeah, it isn't. I think
isn't.
that's what they're saying, is
That's
that
the
it would
point.
arise as any institution would.
Yeah, I mean, my point was how it is that ancestor worship comes about by, how is it that ancestors are assigned some sort of involvement in things you don't know or you can't control? Well, my hypothesis is in the past, things that you don't know were things you didn't have any control over, and simply because your mind tends to associate things that are very similar, if your ancestors are now in a region which you don't know about, you're more likely to think that they have some measure of control about those things that you don't know about.
Yeah.
So that's why the afterlife entities, whether they're deities or spirits, have control over stuff you don't know.
Yeah. You don't necessarily need to refer to this God. You can refer to the fact that you're on the emotions and the memories you had with that dead relative, father or mother or whatever, that instilled things upon you, and they may have been religious. And yeah, so it's all that referring back to these people and playing on previous emotions attached to those people.
I guess the challenge is, unless of course it's real, it's true.
Yeah. And that's exactly what Nootropic said. You're going about it because it's hard for us to think of ourselves not existing. You can't fathom what it's like to not exist. So all you've got to go on is the existence you've had, or the existence you're having. So the only way is to say, yeah, it's real. They are actually there.
I want to say everything I just said could be true as far as I can tell, even if there was an afterlife, because what I'm suggesting is an explanation as to how people can come up with these ideas. Right? That's psychological, social explanation. It doesn't follow that there isn't one. It doesn't follow there isn't one.
And no one in here has asserted that this is how religions came about.
Okay.
That's true.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm suggesting that it could be how some religions come about, all of them, but not necessarily. Just from what I'm saying, that is, how they all come about.
Yeah, and all the other
Definitely.
stuff. That doesn't. How many? And then you tie in coincidence. It's like, oh, I know my mother, father, whatever, grandmother was looking down on me because X, Y, Z happened, and they always used to do that. Or I turned on. I was looking for some. I was praying, or I was thinking about my late mother, and then I switched on the TV, and the program come on she always used to love, and that's got to be a sign that she's looking down and sending me a no. If
it's funny too. You've mentioned it twice now about mom and grand. You're saying you keep saying mom and grand, but you haven't gone to like great grandma and great grand. And that's because usually you don't meet those people in your lifetime. They're usually not part of your life. So you don't think of them immediately or into them being in the afterlife right there with you.
Yeah, because you haven't got any emotional attachment. I've got no emotional attachment to my great grandfather, or obviously no memories of him. Something may have been passed down that he once said this or once did this, but there's no emotional attachment to that. So that's why it's always referred to. Well, what would your mother have thought? What would your father have thought? What would your grandfather have said? There's that play on the emotional attachment, and that's what I find distasteful. It's the same as the people that do the clairvoyant stuff, isn't it? Stand on stage and say, "I've got your Uncle Jim's coming through, and I see a man."
Oh yeah.
He's wearing a med. He's wearing some sort of military. I mean, these people profess to speak to the dead, yet it's always so vague, and they never come actually right through and say, "Look, tell him the money's under the mattress for fuck's sake," or whatever. No, it's all very vague. Open.
When they have been detailed, the few times that you catch them in detail, they're usually caught in some you know, they're by water or something, because it's usually a chance there's gonna be some body of water near.
They never.
And then they do find them later on, and there's like no
Can I
body of water
say something?
near,
Like,
miles and miles.
hello? Hello?
Hello?
Hello? Hello?
Hi.
Yeah. Yeah. Regarding what you were talking about with this whole what is it? The whole talking to the dead, the thing. I forgot what's the word for it. Like what are those people called? What's that thing?
Mediums.
Mediums, yeah, the whole psychic medium thing, yeah. There is a guy on YouTube called Miles Power. He has debunked one of the mediums that came to his town, and he's also from the UK. He's a very great lad, and yeah, I recommend you watching him. And also, don't kick me. I'm about to be AFK for a while because I'm celebrating a Jewish holiday. So have a great conversation. Don't kick me. Yeah.
Everybody kick him.
None of these.
No worries, I will in a second. Just kidding.
None of these mediums ever get a detailed description of heaven or hell, and they never say, well, your granddad's orbiting Saturn at the moment. You know, he's always
Granddad's in Uranus.
Yeah. He's never. It's always. Sorry, go on.
Go ahead. Oh no, I came in because I was interested in your discussion of when we imagine death when we're alive, and I don't. It always amuses me because we never think about what we were like before we were born. So why are we thinking about what we're like after we're dead?
Yeah, that's what I said before. Yeah, that's why I've used that. What's it like when you're dead? The same as it was before I was born.
Yeah, it's funny. People have all these ideas about like being shut up in a box forever and ever and ever, and as if we're going to be there still as ourselves.
Yeah, for me,
I've only ever heard people speculate about before being born, when the question, like you're saying, has been brought up and then thought through and then answered. The only people I've ever heard answered are Christians, saying that somewhere that in the Bible it talks about that we exist in God or something before creation.
Well, that I wasn't even thinking in a Christian sense. I was just thinking in a general human sense.
Yeah, that's the only answer I've ever heard, but it's only been not in, like we're talking like on an intuitive level. Most people don't intuit about before they were born. They will try to do after they're born.
Right, because what we're doing right now is this lit up section in between. Because I see it like I don't see any. If we don't see birth as a tragic and painful and disease-ridden event, like something to be afraid of, I don't see why we should see death as that either.
Just because and sunshine.
Well, you know, I mean, people used to see birth as a terrifying and horrible thing because
the stork gets so high up in the sky, kind of thing.
Well, my goodness, you had sex and this is your punishment. And no, but we changed. We changed on birth, and now it's a wonderful thing.
Well, yeah, because we see it as a beginning, don't we? We see it as a beginning, whereas death is seen as an end for a lot of people. But there's also.
Sorry, go ahead. Oh no, but why do we see a beginning and an end? Because we're still thinking in that linear manner that time is something that goes from here to there. And over there somewhere it started, and over there somewhere it will end. And I think that's bullshit.
I think just because we experience it that way, we intuit it that way.
I think we're wrong. I mean, we're obviously wrong.
Well, yeah, but then there's no. I've thought about that, but then there's no evidence to suggest. It's only I think our arrogance that suggests we're so. Obviously, we think a lot of ourselves. We have to. I used to struggle with the notion that everything that makes me, the personality, the character, and all that can't just end. That's ridiculous. What's the point? What's the point in that? Because we're all. But then, that is it. You just die and nothing happens. That's what I believe anyway.
I think we like all these other things we might be wrong. We're wrong about a lot of our intuitions, and until we find a reason to think otherwise, I don't know. I think we would be reasonable just assuming that time moves in a linear way.
I don't consider it about time. It's about it's a process, not a time thing, not a time limited thing. It's just, I mean,
well, I meant moving through the cycle, I guess.
Oh yeah, well, why would there be anything else? I mean, the idea of living in some place for, I mean, reincarnation doesn't make sense because it's just a mind wipe and you come back and do the same things again. If it's a learning process, that doesn't make sense at all, really, because you're not learning if you don't remember what you did before.
Well, you do, but you have to access the memories using special techniques.
There's actually a story I bring it up all the time when the reincarnation brings up. It's called The Egg. If anyone wants to read it, Google The Egg, or The Egg short story. And it talks about that, about if you were reincarnated into everything and every being and every person ever. So every time you die, or every time, like my dog dies, I come back as my dog. When my dog dies, I come back as my wife. Like, all at the same time. I am always the other person and every other thing.
Yeah,
and I'm God at the same time. I'm the creator of everything. And that's where the learning is on the level that the mind that's having all these other experiences, it's all kept in the data cloud, right? In the God cloud.
Xbox, listen up. When I die, I will be reincarnated as the bacteria that is making your crotch itch. How do you feel about that?
I think there is a video, I think, Xbox, about it. There's a guy walking through a forest with an elderly man. He's just died, and he says, "Are you God?" And he says, "Well, walk with me." And at the end of the conversation, he says, "Well, now you're going to go back, and you're going to be an 18th century French washerwoman." And he said, "What about the other people?" He said, "What other people? There's just you. You are every person that ever has been, ever will be."
Yeah.
And each time you're reincarnated, you go back or forward, or
right. Yeah, that's the Egg short story. In a video form, I guess. Yeah,
there is a video you can watch. It's quite good. It's a very good video. The idea of an eternal paradise doesn't make sense to me either. I mean, I get bored at I used to get bored at my grandparents on a Sunday afternoon, let alone spending an eternity with them. So that doesn't make. Where are you learning anything then? If you can do anything and it's forever, you could think, well, I'll paint today, and then I'll listen to some music tomorrow, and then I'll draw the next day, and then I'll run the next day. Eventually, you're going to do everything.
Right.
Well, there's an interesting.
And then you can repeat everything a few times until you get tired of repeating everything.
Right.
At some point, you'll hit a finite point at some point.
Yeah. Surely that's the point in our existence, is that, in some ways, is that we strive to do certain things. If it's all laid on a plate for you in heaven, you can do anything you like, and you're always happy. You're never sad, and everything you want's there. And I don't get this. You're still apparently in heaven. You're still going to feel the same things. You're still going to be able to use body parts and stuff like that. So that makes nonsense of the spirit thing.
Well, that's one of the interesting thought experiments that I've played with. Like, what would you do if you were God, or if you were in heaven? You would, exactly as you said, do all the things you like, and then get really, really bored. So you might you would maybe make yourself forget.
I was going to comment on that.
Then you would show up, and you would start over, and you would surprise you. Like, you would have a surprise me button, surprise me, and you'd do that for a while, and then. But I mean, I'm kind of playing with the Hindu ideas of, like, the Brahma's dream. I don't necessarily subscribe to it, but it makes a lot more sense to me than.
So it's like setting up wiping the memory card every time you're done with the game.
Well, yeah, there's the whole idea in Greek mythology too about you cross the river Styx and you forget everything. That's what the water is of the less. Well, there's the Styx and the Leth takes away your memory. So, I mean, when we die, what we are as the pattern that we recognize, the memories that we identify as being us, lose pattern integrity, and another pair of eyes opens up and has another kind of life. So.
Yeah, but that doesn't make sense to me either, because if you die and go to heaven, I mean,
Oh no, I don't. That I reject.
Yeah. All right. Well, okay. Whatever place you go to, I'm not going to be with. Excuse me.
Oh, I don't think. Yeah, I'm not disagreeing with that at all. I find that
depends
paradigm
on if
absurd.
we experience pain because we have nerves and fingers and things like that, or if the experience is there even without those things, or can you just in your mind? And I think we can experience other feelings as if we did have limbs and things even when they're not there.
I have a thought experiment.
But I don't think that has to that it doesn't entail a soul. That just entails having a brain. I think. But,
Do you want to hear my thought experiment?
no.
Well, just briefly. I mean, also just to end that bit. If you're in some form of paradise and you can do anything forever, why would you bother? You can think, well, I'll do it tomorrow. I've got plenty of time. I've got eternity. Why?
I would just hope annihilation at some point is an option.
Paradise is the procrastinator's heaven. You just procrastinate indefinitely. I'll do tomorrow, and you just carry on like that.
I'd catch up on all the books I wanted to read and all the films I hadn't yet seen. And what about keeping fit? What's the point? I'm here forever. I'm not going to die. Well,
My abs aren't going anywhere.
I'm going to procrastinate about reading the books and watching the movies and getting fit.
Yeah, you can nip over and see the viewing window to hell and laugh at all the people that are there burning. Recognise a few people. All right. Tap on the glass and wave at Shamos. I couldn't help it.
Yeah.
No, Shamos would be in heaven lecturing Jesus on why he's wrong. That's where he would be.
He sat at the left hand of God, going on and on and on.
Yeah.
God, big for fuck's sake.
You'd be like, God, no, you made a mistake here. No, I didn't. Well, you did.
Lord,
no,
I think
sorry, I've read books on this, God. Have you?
Yeah, I think you're begging.
You're going to keep interrupting. You're going to keep interrupting. Just keep interrupting.
Lord, do you know, Lord, I've been waiting outside for 2.5 hours.
We're like, I have 3 of you guys trying to talk against me. I'm the one guy in the room. I should get half of the time to talk.
Jesus would be saying, God, Dad, he keeps muting.
Okay, what's weird happening in the hangout? Or what's weird happening in this hangout?
We're teasing Seamus.
Oh, you're fucking shitting me.
He's not here.
That's why it's talking shit about him.
Just a bit of mild comedy. That's all. It's not like I'm calling him a racist or anything.
Hang on. Be quiet in that hangout. I'm trying to ask the one where something was suspected of what the hell is going on. Okay. So I told somebody might have shown a dildo.
What?
When?
Yeah, not on here. Or not on this one.
Okay. Alright, so that report's false. Yeah.
If they did. I never saw it pop up.
I haven't shown my dildo. I'm wearing it.
It's a subliminal dildo.
It was probably I banned somebody from the chat who was being horrifying, and he may have gone in and spread that just to scare you or something.
Oh, that was probably Pipe Dreams who was in here a minute ago. He was
Precisely.
He's been abusing Nadia in the chat.
Did Pipe Dreams do anything?
I blocked him. I blocked him.
Did anyone see Pipe Dreams flash anything or do anything?
Did he come in here? I didn't let him in here. I didn't.
Did anybody
broadcast? I didn't broadcast.
No, it wasn't broadcasting here. He
I tried to hang out with Armin and Mark.
Yeah, if you didn't broadcast him, Nadia, he wasn't broadcast.
I broadcast him.
Oh, he did. We didn't do anything or say anything and then left.
Okay.
I wasn't watching the screen, so I can't attest to anything.
I was, but not like a hawk. I'm lighting a cigarette and taking a drink every now and then, kind of thing.
Okay, you're telling me literally everyone was tabbed out, so nobody saw what the hell went across the hangout screen.
No.
We had it up. I'm just saying there was probably a chance.
We were all here. I was petting my cat for most of that conversation while talking and listening.
Okay. Yeah.
I'll flip through the video.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna do too.
Okay. Yeah, I give up. I need to get out of this business, which is why I'm drinking an alcoholic beverage. Anyway, the AdSense payment apparently came through overnight. So
What came through?
Oh, but no, AdSense.
AdSense.
Good.
AdSense, yes. ADSENSE.
Yep.
Actually, I gotta bet that other people can't follow spellings that are done that fast. A D S
I heard you.
E N S E. That didn't help, did it?
No, I did.
Yeah, I know what AdSense is.
Yeah. We're all just flipping through the video, I think, at the moment to make sure.
Yeah, we're just, that's what I was doing, flipping back through the video to see whether anything went on in the little window while we were...
I've flipped through it 3 times now, and unless they were just never shown up on the big screen and were just a little avatar down there.
They
I don't even see
were
that.
always just a little avatar down there.
No, I'm saying, but I don't even see that. Like,
Yeah, Pipe Dreams never spoke, so it wouldn't have been broadcast on the live feed.
Well, I guess I'm on the live feed. They're part of the lower row of thumbnail video streams. Not that anybody
possibly.
me ever has their video on. But
Possibly, but I don't remember seeing anything. I've just checked. I've just skimmed through it and can't see anything.
no, not unless the eye on Pipe Dreams is a dildo or something. It doesn't look like it. It looks like it's an eye, like the letter I.
That's the last actual video conferencer on Google Plus. So.
Yeah, no, I'm letting it play. I have it just right before their avatar leaves.
Yeah, there is a. No one actually uses grammar as a guide to when to actually
No, there wasn't
step in
any.
and speak to the. Yeah. Apparently, any kind of, I suppose, pause or some such uses as the indication as opposed to any kind of grammatical structure. Still.
Yep.
So,
no, I let the video of their avatar until it disappeared. It goes from saying Pipe Dreams to nothing.
The report
I'm
came
surprised you broadcast him after what you've been talking about.
No, I expected a spirited debate or whatever, and they didn't actually do that. So.
No, yeah, another one of the faceless trolls that. Yeah.
Well, that's not what rendered them a troll. But,
well, I think once you see them in the external live chat and they've got, you look on their profile, they've got no subscribers, no video content, nothing at all, and all their typing is shit, then it's pretty safe bet to.
There are only 3 holdovers from Google Plus who ever show their face or use a real name on Google Plus anymore, so, or whatever this is anymore. So.
I have shown my real face. I always do.
I was gonna say I haven't turned my camera on in a while, but sometimes I come in with my named account. My first name is on this account, in parentheses.
Okay, I'll just stop harping on it.
No, I just try not to.
Now that I scared off the last 2 or 3 people from the hangout, I'll try and hold up the other one. And yeah, maybe they'll have to merge or something because this one's ending up dying or something, or whatever. Okay. The one with Latrell and Yada. I'm speaking to the one with Ermina Mark. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think you go about it 2 ways to get the topic going. When you put it up is to either put forth a position that no gods exist, come prove me wrong, or to put it forth as come make your case, because I don't think you can prove it. Whether that be atheism or theism or whatever, just.
Yeah, I tend to take. I mean, Alex Botton mentioned it quite some while ago now that when we get this, you claim no, gods don't exist, or you don't believe gods exist. Well, where's your proof? Well, We don't really need any, and as Alex said, it's not as if the claim's only just been made. It's been out there for, or the particular Christian God at least, for the last, what, 2,000 years. So it's not as if we're talking about last week.
Yeah, the apologetics. I'm sorry. Go on. I'm sorry.
No, I wasn't sure I followed what Mark was saying. That Alex said.
Yeah, I'm just the apologetics for Christianity that don't change that much. I mean, there's not much development there anymore. It's just good old arguments from them, you know.
Yeah, I think just if you take the position that a certain God doesn't exist or any gods don't exist, I mean, you're making a claim about reality. I think the burden is really low on that claim. You still have there's still something to show, to back up your reasons, or just admit you have terrible reasons or something, but give some kind of answer to it. But if you're just saying I don't believe in that God, or I don't believe in your God, right? You're just certain about yourself at that point. You're not.
Yeah, I think as Ozzy said, God, there's me invoking Ozzy, dear oh dear. Yeah, you've got a justification. You've still got to justify it with the I don't believe God exists. So you've got to give a justification as to why, your reasons why.
Mm-hmm.
But if you're making the positive claim, I mean, that's what I meant about what Alex Botton said a while back. He wasn't shy about making a pretty positive claim based on the fact, well, the claim's been around for X amount of time and no one's ever proved it to be true. So it's, you know, more likely than not that none of them exist anyway.
Yeah, by the way,
good enough reason to believe that's the case.
Yeah.
By the way, shout out to all my Jewish Jesuit brethren out there. Happy Pesach. You know, happy Passover, happy Pesach. You know, may God be with you, Babale. You know what I'm
Aren't you gonna
saying?
get off the internet in a little bit here? Isn't it almost sundown?
No. I'm
No,
not
he's a
very
Jesuit
Orthodox.
spy.
I'm not very Orthodox as a Jewish. Me and my family gather around, have some food that is authentic for the Passover, eat it, say our cheers with our fucking wine. That's it. That's what we.
Bit of circumcision, usual stuff.
You had to go there, didn't you, Mark? You just had to fucking go there. Yeah. As a secular Jew, you know, I don't really support that idea, really. So, although I am circumcised, so I mean, yeah, but yeah.
I'd love for any Christians out there, any believers, anything come out there
Also,
watching
yeah.
that thinks they can prove their case or can make a good case for.
You won't be going to heaven if you're incomplete.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if the circumcision is like also like
come in here and make it
specific to only Jewish people. I think Christians do it as well. So I mean, you know, just saying.
Well, it's Judeo-Christian. That's why.
Well, exactly. Abrahamic traditions and shit. So
yeah,
Muslims also do it.
Muslims do it? Okay.
I think they do.
What's Judeo-Christian mean?
Well, that's where it comes from, isn't it? I mean, the Christianity is based on the Judaism, isn't it? Originally, it's a Judeo-Christian is the Old Testament, New Testament.
Yeah, Jews don't believe that Jesus stuff was the Messiah, right? Like so.
Yeah, but it was an evolution of it, wasn't it? I mean, that's where the Judeo-Christianity.
It's the evolution. It's the follow-up.
Yeah. I just don't think like people in America claim that they're Judeo-Christian values, things like that. Like I get if they're meaning Judeo/Christian values, but not as one term because.
Well, yeah, because
Christians aren't Jewish and Christian, right? Like they.
We don't have to be Jewish, but that's where the religion emanates from, isn't it? It's the same God.
No, that's where I disagree.
Culturally.
I disagree. They might call it the same. A Christian would maybe call it the same thing, but that's an error. That would be like saying, well, Muhammad's really the same God too. Like,
well, it comes from the idea that, as Brother said, it's the evolution of Old Testament God has New Testament Son, and the two books become the one Bible. So that's where it all, obviously, traditional Jews don't believe.
And then that's where Islam as well. It goes. It would still be Judeo-Christian, Islamic as well because it's.
Well, that's Abrahamic.
Starts with Judaism.
Yeah, it's
In
more
the Old
like
Testament,
Abrahamic.
New Testament is Christian. If you take the Old and New as Christian, then if you take that as being basically the word, but it's corrupted, and now we have the new uncorrupted version come from the age of
Well, not
Angel
so much
Gabriel.
that. It's just that those that became Christians were most likely Jews that were converted. So that's the Judeo-Christian. They
Right.
branched off. It's a bit like evolution, isn't it?
But
It's
that's where the
common
Islamic
ancestor.
stuff comes from too, is the Catholics.
Yeah, it's a common ancestor thing, a bit like the Abrahamic bit. They all branched off.
Islam comes from Catholicism, really? What?
Why are there still Catholics?
Yeah, if I remember my history of it right, it's from Catholic influence in the region.
Holy fuck.
And it's just like I said, they're way oversimplified. Is that they 500 years after Christianity was established, the angel Gabriel came down to Muhammad, told him that the Christians had corrupted the word, and that he had the uncorrupted version to pass down from generation from then on that could never be corrupted. And that's why they memorize it and all that crap and say it. They would go through all the long story of it every generation. And
although, interestingly enough, they still view Jesus as like a holy person or somebody as a prophet. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what they're saying. They're saying he was originally a prophet as well. That the Christians corrupted it and made an idol out of Jesus and made him a god.
There is supposedly some secrecy.
So Christians worship that idol.
There is supposedly some secrecy involved. Apparently, people at the Vatican will tell you that the Roman Catholics wanted Jerusalem at the end of the 3rd century, and a scheme had to be developed to make Jerusalem a Roman Catholic city. So, the idea goes that the Roman Catholics invented Islam.
Gave way for it, I would say.
Yeah, and like I said, don't quote me on it, but yeah, I think it was from them coming in the region and doing something. I don't remember the exact what they did there, but I've had someone tell me
They've had the
before,
Crusades.
so I'm just fuzzy
I
on the
think
details.
the Crusades in the region. Those were Catholics.
Basically. Yeah, maybe it was born out of that. I don't.
Yeah.
I think trading route, something. Like I said, I'm fuzzy on the details. It was years ago when someone explained it all to me.
Yep. And then
I can just remember
the Muslim invasion
details of the
began.
angel Gabriel, Jesus the prophet, Christians making Jesus an idol.
Constantinople became Istanbul because those damn muzzies, fucked everything over. Retaliated.
Well, apparently, I mean, Augustine became the Bishop of North Africa, and they were quite effective in winning Arabs to Roman Catholicism back then, including whole tribes. So it was among those Arab converts to Catholicism that the concept of looking for an Arab prophet developed. I mean, each religion had its own, you had the Catholics with Rome or the Vatican. You've got the Jews in relation to the Wailing Wall.
Yeah, there's prophets in what was it?
The Arabs
Moses and things in the New Old Testament. I mean, so the Jews would have had that. The Christians would have been the prior Jews, so then they've got this.
Well, apparently, I mean, Muhammad's father died from an illness, and sons born to great Arab families in places like Mecca were sent to the desert to be suckled and weaned and spend their childhood with Bedouin tribes. They were to avoid training and avoid the plague in the city. So after his mother and grandfather died, Muhammad was supposedly with his uncle when a Roman Catholic monk learned of his identity and said, take your brother's son back to his country and guard him against the Jews. If they see him and know of him, they will construe evil against him, something along those lines. So it was supposedly all born out of because the Catholics invented Islam. So ISIS, that's all the fucking Catholics' fault. Mate.
Yep.
It's all Catholics' fault, as always.
And Hitler.
G-Men would approve of this.
Yep, and Hitler.
Had to throw Hitler in there.
G-Man in the background goes, hell yeah, it's all Catholic fault. Hell yeah.
That's it. You can make fun of him on now, though, since he thinks the Catholics worship Mary. Well, then the Christians worship Jesus.
Yeah, I love his no true fucking Christian bullshit. I love it when he goes on the off to this ramble of fucking, nitpicking bullshit.
If you look at the Quran, Christ is regarded as only a prophet in the Quran.
Right.
If the Pope was his representative on earth, then he must also be a prophet of God. So therefore, followers of Muhammad were to fear and respect the Pope as another holy man. So the Pope issued bulls granting the Arabs permission to invade and conquer nations of North Africa, and the Vatican helped finance these Islamic armies in exchange for 3 favors, one of which was to eliminate the Jews and the Christians, true believers that they called infidels, protect Augustinian monks and Roman Catholics, and conquer Jerusalem for the Pope in the Vatican.
That's actually what you're telling me about is making my memory not as fuzzy on that. Exactly what you're talking about is what.
And that's what happened. I mean,
where Islam came out of was that's how Catholicism came into that region, and then that's how the idea.
Islam became very powerful. The Jews and true Christians were slaughtered. They ended up with Jerusalem in their hands, but they never attacked the Roman Catholics, nor were any Catholic shrines or churches ever attacked. And then the Pope asked, well done, can we have Jerusalem? The Muslims said, no. Fuck off. They weren't intimidated by the Pope any longer. They had that power.
And now Jerusalem is divided into 4 major Abrahamic faiths.
Well, now what would be the 4th generation? Would be what's his name in Missouri, Joseph Smith.
And then of course
we've got an American prophet.
That was supposedly what the Crusades were about, to get back the holy city of Jerusalem.
What was Joseph Smith from? I always forget the names.
I always ponder to myself. It's like, yeah, you put like 3 or 4 major kind of Abrahamic faiths in one place, kind of like Jerusalem, and then you wonder, like in the Holy Land, in something they consider very holy to them, and then you wonder, why is there so much shit happening? Well, I fucking wonder why,
Yeah. The Crusades were sanctioned by the Pope. That was what it was all about, because the Pope said, well done, can we have Jerusalem under our agreement? And the Muslims said, no, we changed our mind, no, you're not having it. So we had our own holy wars to get back Jerusalem.
Well, and now there's the return of the kind of Jewish, I guess, state. So, I mean, now you have also the Jewish part in there, which, fucks it all up even more grandly. So.
Yeah, the Catholics failed miserably. So they made Hitler instead, years later.
Did Catholics ever attack in America, or try to conquer in America?
Well, I would have thought most of the founders, not the founders, the finders, as it was, Portuguese and the Spanish, were Catholics.
Yeah, that's it. I'm betting they were too, and they did the whole Puritan thing with some of them, but I was trying to think of most of the ones that came conquering were, I thought.
Well, yeah, you've got to look at South America. Brazilians speak Portuguese. I mean, most of them are raging Catholics, aren't they?
Mm-hmm.
Most of South America, I would have thought, were Catholic.
All right, or at least to have that superstition or that.
That's because of the Spaniard.
I mean, the current Pope's Argentinian.
Yeah. Exactly. It's the Spaniard expansion in the South African, indigenous populace that led to the whole rise of Catholicism and such.
I was just wondering if, like, you could take a timeline now and kind of look at it on the globe and see if you could see where Catholics were conquering, even up to the Americas.
Pretty much everywhere.
You could almost draw, a dot-to-dot map with it.
Yeah, it might be worth. I would say pretty much everywhere to start with.
And that's that would actually make me want to look into how Catholicism started up and how these people, got so much power to do this much conquering around the world and not be seen as Hitler kind of thing.
I think it started over here in the 1570s. I think it might have been
You think
William
it's
Allen.
just lack of
That's why we kept
communication?
having. Well, I think it was William Allen was a cardinal, an English cardinal. He was trying to get King Philip of Spain to invade England and take the throne. And then, of course, Henry VIII got rid of all the Catholics just because he wanted to get divorced. So we ended up with the Church of England just because Henry VIII was a horny bastard.
Right.
And then he said, look, you know, oh, I like her, I want her. And they said, well, you can't marry her because you're already married to that one, and the Pope won't like it if you. He asked the Pope to annul his marriage.
And rightfully he said, fuck the Pope.
And the Pope said, yeah, the Pope said, no, you can't divorce Catherine of Aragon, or it won't be annulled. So the only way Henry VIII could get his rocks off with the next one was, you know, his advisors said, well, you know, the only way to do it is to separate from Rome, get rid of the Catholic Church. He said, fucking hell, we'll do that then. So they took all the Catholic Church wealth and sacked all the churches and burnt them down and destroyed them, took all their gold and blah, 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 and then said, right, I'm going to have my own church then, fuck you. And the Church of England was born, where we're Protestant and we're allowed to divorce and do all sorts of sinful, naughty things. Which is pretty much it in a nutshell. That's what happened. He just, you know, he wanted to just shag who he wanted, or divorce who he wanted, and before that,
He was a womanizer.
Yeah, but before that, a lot of marriages were organised for political union to keep one country from invading another. You know, if you went and you had a son, he was the heir to the throne, you'd marry him off to the Spanish princess across the water to make sure that you get on with Spain.
Man, now I'm thinking of growing my religion, because this seems like I could take over countries and infiltrate and just slowly take over them over years and years. And
We all been there, Xbox. We all been there, but
Man.
it's all but a
Take over the
pipe
whole
dream,
world.
my friend. It's all but a pipe dream. You know.
Anywhere that matters, I could have my own church and buildings. And
I don't think you can go as far as your own church now, but it still happens even now, doesn't it? I mean, it did even in countries. You married into the right family to ensure that, you know, one thing happened or other things didn't.
It just seems like I can slow take, if I can convince people enough, I can just slow take over their countries without a sword. I can get their money and get their wealth, and
yeah, that's how it was done.
Property.
You have to be very good, like keeping anonymity though. That's, you know, because when people find out, oh, there's you know, no holy roots to this one, then I guess shit's gonna hit the fan when they find out it's only a human.
I just gotta go to the Jews. I just gotta go get me a group of Jews and convince them that this is what's going on, and then I kind of ride on the coattails.
You start your own. I don't know where you would go to start this new religion. There's not really many places left that.
We already have too
I'd
many.
have to pull a Joseph Smith. I'd have to forge some crap somewhere at some point.
Well, no. Yeah. What you'd have to convince. What you could do, I suppose, find some remote area and say, I was just doing a bit of metal detection and came across these platinum, otherworldly, titanium style tablets of some sort, and then I had this vision, and Xbox God said to me, well, you know, tell everyone, and but then the, you know, that's what Joseph Smith said, wasn't it? And well, where are these gold tablets then? Well, they just happen to be transported back up to heaven, and I haven't got them.
Right. That's all. I have to have them like on some way of saying they
but I
were
wrote it all down.
blood, right? Like I was digging, and blood came up out of the earth and wrote them out on the earth to me.
Well, no, not really. I mean, you've got smartphones these days. You should be able to dictate it into your smartphone quite quickly.
Right. Yeah, and then I can just instantly send it to everyone. I don't have to have one single tablet.
Yeah, just text it to the world.
And when all shit hits the fan, you can pull a Von Helton and just pull shit out of your ass, you know. Just.
Well, by that time, he'd be in some faraway mansion somewhere with security guards, and no one would be able to reach him.
He will already have his clan, unlike Von Helton. Oh God, Von Helton. God damn it, where is this?
Mass text message and email to everyone on Earth with these texts all at once, without them ever being able to tell the first starting point where it came from.
And
or if it does have a starting point, it's got to be remote where no one is.
Yep.
And
funnily enough, that is the one.
It's going to subliminally message me and some specific details that only apply to me, so that people will give me money.
That is the one thing that a lot of people say about evidence for God. What one thing could God do? I mean, you'd think now that we've got this technology, you could do that one thing yourself. That your message would appear to everybody on every medium, smartphone, tablet, computer, all at once. So you just need to get control of the communication methods, and you're there.
Yep.
All radio stations, all TV stations, all cable, all networks, all smartphones, tablets, all at the same time. I am the God Xbox. Worship me.
Right.
And I need some money.
All right.
Here's my godly PayPal. Ka-ching.
Yeah, that'll at least sustain me for the rest of my life.
You'd get some people
even if I get the dumb people, just the dumb people.
You'd be surprised how much money you probably would get. I mean, there was a guy in England that advertised in newspapers 50 cigarette lighters for £1. This is back in the 60s, I think 70s. So I'll say $1. 50 cigarette lighters for $1, and people sent him the dollar, and he sent them a box of matches. And he wasn't breaking any law, because as long as he made sure there were 50 matches in each box,
right.
he wasn't lying. Each one is capable of lighting a cigarette.
Right.
He made something like £3 million.
There was, early on in the internet days, there was a young girl that had put like a penny drive or something like that. She wanted everyone to send her a penny. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Just it was one of the first mass emails like that. And set up a website so you could come with her address and actually snail mail it to her. Before email was real big even. And, I mean, the amount of money she got from people just sending pennies, and would send, a handful of pennies or whatever would fit with a couple stamps.
Mm. We had another one in this country about a guy was selling or advertising to sell soiled women's underwear. But all he was doing was buying cheap underwear and smearing them with Nutella.
Nice.
Who's going to complain to the police? Look, I ordered a pair of shitty pants,
right.
and I got... Who's going to complain? No one. So you're going to keep the money. And those that did complain, he sent them their money back. Made $1 million or more.
You can't get away with that shit. Like, there were those vending machines and shit in, is it Japan or China? One of the two that you can buy used underwear at.
Mm-hmm.
You can make some money.
Yeah.
Like you said, who's that fuck?
Yeah,
if you got a society that has vending machines of it, you might actually get a response and people complain to the actual police. But
can you imagine going into a lawyer's office and saying, I want you to sue this man? What for? Well, I paid for a pair of proper shitty underpants for $5.99, and all I got was a cheap pair of knickers with Nutella in them.
All right. Like, how'd you know Nutella? Buy these fuckers to lick them.
You're not going to read that out in open court, are you? Everyone's going to know. Great way to make money. Wish I'd have thought of it.
Right. There's a bunch of little crazy scams like that. That early internet kind of days were popping.
Oh, the email scams, those ones are the best. I am the Prince of Nigeria.
I saw one. There was a documentary in the UK where they contacted this couple who actually fell for the scam, and they interviewed them.
Yeah, that's what you only. I mean, if you mass email everybody every day, just pound them with these emails, and just have a few different varieties. Just the few that do respond out of a so many percentage group or so many number group, you're going to get a lot of money.
I mean, this is one of the early Nigerian ones. It was the stereotypical a Nigerian prince, and my father used to be a minister for so and so. And he's got $8 million locked in this bank, and this couple actually travelled to Amsterdam from the UK, like something like 14 times. Cost themselves a fortune. And there kept being delays. Oh, we can't meet you, or something's happened. They went back, and then they set up another meeting. and they were being watched all the time. And eventually they handed over something like £80,000.
Yep.
To supposedly release fees, bank fees, this fee, that fee. They kept going back over and handing over more and more money. Oh, it's very close now yet. The deal's almost tied up. And obviously the last meeting, the guy never turned up. They tried to contact him, couldn't, went to the police. He just laughed.
And think even if you set the thing as like we just need a $2.50 processing charge fee to send us, or $20 processing charge, and I can get these documents sent out to you. Just a lot of people are going to see that little amount of money and be like, well, fuck it, if it's a scam, I've lost $2.50.
Well, that's how.
But on
that's how
their
the
end,
guy.
every house down your block has sent them $5 or whatever, and
Yeah, and then that's how the guy managed to make so much money with the matches, the box of matches, because he did it with free postage.
How do you do it on free
Didn't cost anything. Sorry.
How do you do it on free postage?
Well, there was no charge to the guy post. Most of the times you get like send me I don't know $5.99 plus package and posting. He just said send me £1, you get 50 cigarette lighters. It cost him virtually nothing to send a box of matches.
Right. That's
So if he's making say I don't know equivalent of 70 cents per box,
wow.
He was buying them in the cash and carry for a squillion boxes for pennies.
Mm-hmm.
He's making 70 cents.
You buy boxes of envelopes, it's the same thing. You get such a price reduction.
Yeah, and then they're getting
with stamps even. I think
yeah,
I don't know if it's there, but here if you buy them the more amount, you get the more the cheaper you get them.
You can do a bulk contract with the Royal Mail, So he was just making money hand over fist. And I think it was only the police approached him and said that you're not doing anything illegal, but it's sort of not ethical, and you've been rumbled now, and you probably won't make as much money. So he packed it in, but he'd already made millions.
Yeah, thousands and thousands, I'm sure.
Well, they spoke to me. He said that the only thing that took time was actually counting out the matches to make sure there was 50 in each box. Fantastic.
I had to fucking weigh them. You weighed the box with 50 matches in it.
Or I would have said fuck it and given him 55, man.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I would have just weighed it and dumped the matches on there and scooped them off like a pill thingy.
Oh yeah, but he had to make sure each match was capable of lighting a cigarette. Otherwise, he would have fallen foul of Trade's Description Act, the law in this country. Someone would have said, well,
broken on it or whatever.
Yeah, or one of them didn't have the sulfur on it or something. So he had to make sure there were 50 genuine, capable matches in each box, and then he couldn't be touched. Because that was his advert, 50 cigarette lighters. So if someone had got 48, they would have reported him. He'd have got busted.
Wow.
Or shut down a lot sooner. Anyway. You gotta marvel at that sort of ingenuity.
I do. I respect that. I'm sorry, I just do.
Yeah, so do I. Almost instant millionaire.
That's gangster.
Preying on people's greed.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
Just imagine if this person has kids, the story that he will one time they get up on this to this age, they realize that we live in upper middle class we live good, what do you do for a job, and then he's like, oh well, I've made this.
Teach your kids how dumb as shit people really are. This is how you make it in business. You take advantage the fuck out of people.
But like Amin said, what I like about that was he wasn't ripping anyone off. He wasn't conning large amounts of money out of them.
Uh-huh.
So it was no hardship to lose £1. I'd have smiled if I'd have got that. You'd have thought, oh well, I haven't lost anything. But,
no, it's just exploiting that weakness in our language like that or whatever. It's exploiting plus the greed he said, but.
Yeah, it was proper semantics.
Right, and that one's close enough that there was no case to be made there, and like you said, who's gonna really go to court over a couple bucks?
Yeah, and I think a lot of his customers were shops, you know, like a newsagent that probably thought for £1 I can sell them for 50p each and make lots of money myself. I think at the time a box of matches actually cost about 20p, if that.
Wow.
I mean, in a shop. So, you know, he was selling them for £1.
That's funny.
Oh, and so they must have sent them. Now I know how he got a ton of money. They, like, those shops were just sending him $20, $30,
Right.
$100.
Yeah, some of them. Yeah, he made so much money so quickly. Yeah, it wasn't like, you know, your average Joe sat at home thinking, oh, I need 50 cigarette lighters. It was mainly people buying in bulk, thinking they can make a lot of money themselves.
I was like, how are people this stupid? But that's really funny.
Yes, great.
The story just gets better.
I mean, to think of that idea, such a simple thing, then to implement it. I mean, you could retire, well, like he did, you know, in a matter of weeks.
All right, guys, start thinking, please.
Right. Let's think tank. Brainstorm.
I don't know. How about some reflective little things you could put in the middle of the road? Oh no, that's been too. That's another genius idea as well, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, there's all kinds of things like that. What's that one show? It talks about the cardboard thing that the ring they put around coffee cups, keep your hands from burning.
Yeah.
Just that. It's pretty much just. Well, it's even evolved to become even nearly nothing now, like to make or generate, and they're really thin. Or like look at the old ones, they're like corrugated cardboard.
Well, ring pulls on cans of Coke.
The tabs.
Yeah, I mean the old ones used to come. The old ones used to come off.
Yep.
And someone to come up with that simple idea, just having it as it is now, that it stays on there.
I'm not sure if this I think this new generation is way too addicted to their cell phones, so it's a pretty good idea to like make, if you're good at it's not even something worth inventing. It's just like you take a basic game and then you monetize it to shit. Like you say, oh yeah, it's a free game, and then when you play it, you know, you have to pay for certain, you know.
Yeah, Zynga was a company who made it. It's the game to begin with that takes so much R&D or the programs to not have them returned to you, kind of thing.
Well, I've just used an app.
Keep them at 99 cents or whatever. Most of that shit's not gonna get.
I just used an app on my phone. I found an app on my phone today. Just came up and said I can use my phone as a remote control for my television.
Right.
And it works. I just tried it. You put the make of your TV in, and I pressed my phone, and my TV went off. My son was annoyed. He was watching it at the time.
Roku's and the TV streaming boxes or Amazon Fire. They'll control.
So if I lose my remote control, I can use my phone.
Exactly, it's genius. Yes.
That's where the money is. These apps, isn't it? People that think up apps for this, that, and the other, and pretty much everything.
It's the future.
No, so say if you can just basically code something that maybe it's shitty, maybe it's not. If it does some basic functions and you don't oversell what it is, I mean, most people are going to get it and try it. Yeah, they don't like it, they're going to delete it. Most people don't try to get a refund on a 99-cent app that they kind of took a shot on.
Yeah. I mean, you can turn your heating off now from work, on and off. I can use my phone to turn my heating system on at home, so it's nice and warm when I get in.
Yeah, it doesn't take much money to turn your house into a smart home now.
Well, most boilers and that are built now are all got, connected.
Yep.
Can connect
More
via
expensive
Wi-Fi and
for the
Bluetooth.
lock. I think deadbolts that work off Bluetooth and will work through an app from like your work or whatever, like deadbolts and things.
Yeah.
They're like $100 each, I think. So
You can get doorbells now. The doorbell connects to your PC or your phone.
Mm-hmm.
So when someone rings my doorbell, you put a little webcam, tiny little thing it is, as part of the doorbell.
Mm-hmm.
I can see you at my front door wirelessly, no cables.
Yeah, you can be at work and be like flip the front porch light on like you're there.
Yeah.
And
it's basically exploiting the human laziness, basically.
Well, well, at the same time though, they use the ones like that. They'll use as security features because, for one, if you middle of the night and you go answer your door, if someone bum rush in and do a what are they called, home invasion.
Yeah.
But then they'll also come ring your doorbell. No one answers. They'll ring it and you makes noise, and no one answers it. And they know that house is a target, kind of thing.
Well, same as cars. My car parks itself, and I've also got sensors on it that keep me in the lane. Once you hit the switch, if I veer out of the lane, it sounds a warning. If I ignore the warning, the car steers itself back into the lane.
Yeah, my stepdad's new truck does that, and the steering wheel will vibrate a little bit if you.
Yeah, so if you fall, so it saves you falling asleep on a long journey. But I've got other stuff in the car that it locks itself. Once you've driven a certain distance, the whole car locks, so you can't be carjacked or no one can get in. It can only be operated from inside.
Here's
anything annoying about
it? I don't know what that feature is for, but if you're on a curve, like if you're taking a turn, the steering wheel will lock, making the turn for you.
I've also got forward warning on my car, so if the car in front brakes sharply, or has already stopped, at a certain distance it will sound an alarm to tell me that I'm going to hit the car in front. If I ignore that warning within a split second, or I think it's about 2 seconds, it applies the brakes.
All right.
It's mad.
The other feature on his was the headlights. They'll automatically dim.
Yeah. We're living currently in the smart
Mine
age.
will automatically dim or automatically shut off if you're in sunlight, and they'll automatically turn on at the dark.
Yeah, mine do. And the wipers as well. Like they're the rain sensitive windscreen I've got on my car. I don't have to touch the wipers when it rains. And the faster you drive, the quicker the wipers go.
Right. Yeah. And they'll sense if they get wet.
Yep. And
with his headlight, I've never seen the headlight thing on a car, but if you have your brights on and you approach another car, they automatically shut off.
Yeah.
And they'll kick back on as soon as it's clear
mine
again.
do that. And also my headlights, as I'm turning a corner, there's another light that comes. If I turn to the left, the light on the left will come on as an extra light that lights up the bend. And as soon as I turn the steering wheel straight, it turns off, and then the same going the other way.
Yeah, that sounds pretty cool. Someone might yell at Nadia for. Oh, never mind. Okay. There you go, Ludy.
Yeah, it's those basic ideas. They can sell really good. It's just having a vision for what is missing and filling that void with something that is necessary or that can serve a purpose to the audience that you market to. Yes.
Well, and a lot of the big successes really are like the cardboard coffee thing. I don't think was ever really marketed. I think the guy was approached when using it and filed a patent on it.
Exactly. Well, yeah, that can happen as well.
Yeah, like I did. Those are
a
really
lucky
rare
quiff,
instances,
a
but
lucky. Yeah.
I don't know necessarily like it has to be a necessity either. Like with the apps, I mean, you can make more money by making it something that everyone's probably going to try, but you just make it kind of a little bit popular. You're still going to make a ton of money.
What I really can't wait for is for like the time when holograms will actually come to life, and when we would be technologically capable to actually have sort of holographics structures in society.
You mean like freestanding?
Yeah. Oh my God!
Like where you don't see the projector shooting at it and all that.
Yes. This is going to be so good. I would love it.
I've seen the single stage ones that they can make a cube and something else. and you can see it from
Heavy.
3 sides, 4 sides.
Yeah.
I guess the top
Yeah.
2.
Yeah.
And you don't see the projector, you don't see the light.
Exactly.
All you see is a little. It's a big fucking machine that they're test making these things on, but you're just kind of looking at a tabletop, and there's nothing behind it, nothing on the sides of it. It's all coming from below it.
Mm-hmm.
But it can shoot the light, 3 inches up.
I mean,
stop.
it
can make that cube. It's all a solid color and everything, but.
And it will come. It will come. It is coming on right now. It's really is progressing. Because if you think about it, even long time ago, have you seen the show where they holographically kind of imitated Tupac on a stage?
Oh yeah, yeah.
And that was so fucking. It looked so real. Like the audience actually thought at first that it was actually him on stage. Like
Disney had been
it's
using that
insane.
technique for a long time in their haunted houses.
Oh my god.
Like they have ghosts that would dance around in a floor below you in a dining room and stuff. They would the lights would go out and they would dance around and the lights would come on. The stuff they're getting to now is that it can have direct light on it and the thing will still be visible. And like I said, it's freestanding. It doesn't have a projector, on the wall behind you.
Exactly.
Shooting it out in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah. It is insanely
There's a game. There's an arcade game in the what was it?
And imagine it being interactive as well.
Early
Imagine
90s.
It,
That it was based. It was played on a laser disc. You actually saw what was inside the arcade cabinet. It played off of a laser disc, and it had holograms, and they were colored and everything, and it was a giant machine, and you were a cowboy, and it was a set-out game story, one of those where you'd get into some action and something on the screen would light up or something, and you'd have to, tell it to up and a button or down and a button, and your guy would either jump or duck.
Imagine like a holographic
play out like a video.
Imagine
they had holographic video like that.
Yes. But I'm saying like with what the progress we are in now with this technology. Imagine like a freestanding sort of Just Dance, this thing where you have like the 4 arrows.
The doctor from Star Trek.
And then you're freestanding and you dance with it, and it's fucking like everything lights up around you and shit. Like, oh my fuck, this is good. This is epic. This has the potential to be so epic. Like seriously.
I want the doctor from Star Trek.
Yeah.
The holographic guy, the EMH program.
Yeah.
Emergency medical hologram.
Like if I would have to choose a field for like where to
and
go after.
I need 2 holodecks.
Yeah. After finishing my basics in computer programming, computer science, I would actually go into something with holograms or something like that, or supercomputers, because that sounds like a ton of fun. Although it's very articulate and it's very kind of a intense sort of scripting sort of language and everything, but
Hey, welcome back, Jim.
Jimmy boy is back. I hope you're not as obnoxious as you were before, Jim, but not putting that ahead of myself.
He's come back to repeat his preaching to you. So.
Oh, what a day the Lord has made. Let us rejoice and be glad in it. Yeah, boys and girls. How we doing?
Is that Satan talking? Because that's all I hear. Oh my God.
That's Mark. Mark's talking.
It's Satan. I think I heard it. I'm not sure.
Yeah. The Christian God is Satan in my theology.
Exactly.
You better hope I'm not Satan, Jim. I'll be seeing you one day.
God.
The God I believe in is actually more powerful than the Christian God.
Yeah. What
What's
God is that?
funny
Xbox?
about what?
My book
God is
right
that
here
you
says
believe
so.
in, Xbox?
You
Can
can't
you
argue with that. My book
explain?
right here says so.
Can you explain what was
Xbox,
funny about the statement?
What God is that you believe in?
The God, the only God.
Oh, so you do believe in the God of the Bible then?
Nope.
Nope.
Then you don't have a clue.
What?
Well, yeah, I do believe in the God of the Bible, but he's Satan in my theology. I mean,
It doesn't matter what you think of him. Doesn't matter if you want to call him Satan. God
I don't think anything of him
is
except
God.
what God tells me.
God dictates what is the absolute right and wrong. That's it.
If
Game
it
over.
doesn't matter, why
Yeah.
do you
well,
keep arguing that?
Right.
have those
Right. The
interpretations
God tells
and
me that
assertions.
Christian morals are evil and wrong.
Yeah, why do you keep arguing if it doesn't matter?
What is your basis
to you?
for that, Xbox?
Same as yours.
Revelation.
Revelation.
Well, Xbox, what revelation are you talking about?
Revelation from God.
Where is that revelation, Xbox?
What do you mean, where is it?
No. What text do you get God's revelation from?
God's text.
Would that be the Bible?
No.
Well then, sir, you don't know what the hell you're talking about.
He can have personal revelation of his own.
Yeah, what are you talking about? I'm not a Christian.
It doesn't have to be not.
Why would your inferior text and satanic text be any part of the word that I believe in?
Yeah, the same as a Muslim.
Because you're believing a lie, and God's word is true.
How is it a lie? How is it a lie?
That's exactly what this God told me you say.
The Muslims get theirs from the Quran. You get yours from the Bible. Xbox gets his from his own holy book. They all say the same thing.
The
But
problem
theirs
with
is
that,
the
Marky
one.
Mark, is the Bible is the only one that's correct. Go look at the very first
but the
verse. Mark.
The Muslims say that theirs is the only one that's correct.
Verse, Mark.
You've all got the
very
same
first
argument.
verse of the
He's
Bible
being deceived
bears
by
out exactly
Satan.
what I'm saying.
Well,
The very first verse
doesn't
says
matter.
that in the beginning God created the heavens and the earth.
Quran
It is
says the
the
same
only text that says that.
Incorrect. The Quran's
It's the only one. All the other ones said,
What
oh,
does
two
that
gods
matter?
got
Wait,
together
what
and
does that
farted and
matter?
pooped. There you go. You got universe.
Yeah, what does that matter?
God
Hang on,
is the God of the Bible. If you don't believe in the God of the Bible, the way the Bible says, you've got problems.
No, the Quran has got its own creation story as well. You need to read it. I have. So the Quran has got the same creation story as your book.
Right. And
So
the Quran
the only-
actually claims to be the uncorrupted version that the Christians corrupted from God.
Correct. So they all say the same thing. They've all got a book and they've
Passed
all
down
got
to
their
the
own
angel
creation.
Gabriel.
Yep. The Bible isn't its own in any way.
Flippin' descriptive.
Your Bible, Christian, derives from the Jewish book.
It's corruption. It's all full of corruption.
No, sir. Actually, it doesn't derive from that.
It does.
It derives from God's relationship with Adam and Eve in the garden.
The Old Testament
Which
is
manifests itself.
Shut up, brother. Don't need to talk to you because you're too ignorant to even understand this conversation.
What? Can you prove that?
Hillbigger, the Old Testament
really
is
just
a
reads
Jewish
this
book.
stuff
Oh, no. Mark of the Beast. No. The Old Testament is exactly what it is. It's the Old Testament given to Moses in the times before.
Jewish.
When God walked with Adam and Eve.
Jewish. Moses was a Jew.
Guess what? Then Adam and Eve had a relationship with God.
Hold on, what part of that? What part of your Bible
many
is that?
sons and daughters, and those many sons and daughters.
Yes, that's
had
the
many
Old
sons and
Testament,
daughters.
which is a
And
Jewish
so guess
book.
what?
Oh, he's talking about Yahweh at this
Actually,
point.
some followed God, some did not follow God, and some made up their own God.
Right. Where is it in the New? Where's the New Testament?
How do you know you didn't make it up?
Hang on, brother. Hang on.
That we have all different kinds of belief systems, such as yours, Marky Mark, that you think you can do whatever you want and say your children don't need a mother.
Incorrect.
Such as yours, Xbox, that say, what I believe is better, and I can't
We're going to go there. Hang on.
which one is a girl.
He was dishonest on the first and the second point.
You want to believe what you want to believe.
His religion lets him be dishonest, and actually encourages it.
Incredulity.
Says the man whose son's in prison.
Anyway,
The man whose son's in prison.
Hillbilly, your perfect system ended up with your son in prison, so your parental skills are no role model, and they're pretty.
No,
crap.
sir. Again, once again, I'm going to tell you again, Mark.
You failed.
No.
You
Because
yes,
you raise them doesn't mean that they don't have free will.
Your model
Mark,
failed.
you raise your kids, but they still make their own decisions.
Failed. My children aren't in prison. I didn't go wrong with them. You did, clearly.
Oh,
So
well, you don't know yet. Give them time. You might find one of them engaged in pedophilia.
You want to bring my kids into
have a mother around to help them out.
Did he just invoke a free
Sounds
will
like
it was
malicious
magic?
intent right there.
Yeah. Hang
Sounds
on.
like a
Hang on.
threat right there.
Hang on.
Christian,
Did you just say,
you
Let Mark respond.
brother, Christian, did you just say that use some sort of connection to paedophilia with me and my children? Christian?
I think it might be the other way around, though.
I heard what you heard, Mark.
Yeah.
Yeah, he did.
Cat got
The
your tongue now.
initiator would be Christian
Cat
as well.
got your tongue now, you fat piece of shit. You want to mention paedophiles and me and my children in one breath?
Yes, I did.
It's funny how
Because see,
Christians
the
often go
problem
down
is,
that route, isn't
the
it?
problem is, Marcus said it before. He thinks his kids didn't need a mother. Don't
No,
need a mother.
I didn't
That's
ever say
bullcrap.
that.
He never
You know what?
said that.
Maybe
He's
he
never
is.
said- he never said that in here.
Nadia,
But
hang
maybe
on.
they
I've never heard him say that.
Stop.
Maybe they just haven't gotten caught.
Stop. Nadia, thank you.
What the fuck, did he leave?
No
I
idea.
don't know. Hopefully someone booted him couldn't quite catch what he said, but I was sure it's
I know.
something.
I heard what he said.
What can you
He
tell-
basically
He
said,
said that you don't. He said your kids have free will. You don't know. Yours might grow up. They still might end up in prison, or you never know. They might be a pedophile.
All right, okay. That's okay. I thought he was calling me a paedophile. I didn't quite catch it.
it's remarkable how it's always Christians that go down that route, though, isn't it?
Yeah,
I'm
it's
not
always
saying
Christians.
all Christians do it, I hasten to add. I'm just saying there are some that just... I don't know.
Yeah, it's the go-to insult. They've got to bring.
It sounds like
paedophilia
Yeah,
in.
not all
premeditation, if you
Christians
ask
are
me.
pedophiles, but all pedophiles are Christians. So.
Oh,
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
The crowd
Religion
goes
has
wild.
always been obsessed with sex, it seems.
No, what he did, it sounds like he premeditated for Mark's children to become pedophiles. Like, it's fucking sick. It is the most sick fucking form of thought. Like, fuck off. Oh my god. I can't
I mean,
believe he's
his argument had failed. He came back in just to do his little trolley bit and not let him have his fun.
Yeah.
I'll
I still didn't get the point he was making with his Bible says in the beginning, blah blah blah, and his is the only book that said. Even if it was the only book that said that, so what?
And it's not even
Does
his
that
book.
make it more legit?
It's a Jewish book anyway. It's not a Christian book. It was a Jewish book.
Right. That's what I was
It's a
saying
Jewish
earlier. The
Jesuit
Christians think that
Jesuit.
the Jewish God is the same God, but they had this whole Trinity that they add on, and Jesus as the Messiah. Like they just corrupt the crap out of the Jewish text too.
Yeah.
Which I'm not saying maybe it is the case. I mean, maybe it is the only true book. Who am I to say? But I don't
It's
go around
such a
saying
lame
it is.
argument, isn't it? That my book is the true one and my God's the true God. Well, they all say that. That's such a lame argument.
What did it matter what title on the cover of my book says? Whether it's true or not.
And he tried to say that you got your stuff from the Bible, same book as him. You said, no, I've got my own holy text. It's ridiculous.
And that's when he got to only his was true because his was the only one that said in the beginning.
Or it's at the beginning.
Well, that's exactly what Satan would want you to think was that was the true book.
Indeed.
That's why I said his God is the Satan, my religion, equivalent.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, well, that was fun.
I missed it.
He did the same as the bit he did when you were here before I was broadcast.
Got it.
Yeah. He tried to forcefully shove his preaching down our throat of just false interpretation of the Bible. I mean, it's falsely interpreted by him.
It does get kind of funny though to a point when people think repetition and volume level will help the argument. There's people that do it more than him, obviously.
Well, this is a guy that told a young girl that had been raped by her father that it was God's plan. There you go.
I do it only when I personally do it when necessary, like with people like Christian Hillbilly. I am a kind of, I discriminate to with which I kind of raise
Well, my comment wasn't towards you. Most
I
of
thought
them
it was.
is obvious. It's towards it. Like there's a distinction between you having to repeat your point over and over, than you just repeating your point over and over, your assertion over and over.
Yeah, for me more before with him, it was trying to have a dialogue about his post, which he just blatantly just refused to even engage in. Because, you know, he knows that he's full of shit, and he knows that he cannot justify his addition to his, like, archaic addition of quote-unquote masculinity, which does not match what today counts as masculinity, because he knows
Yeah,
he knows.
and you've got a guy with 2 earrings in, which the initial purpose of wearing 2 earrings was to denote that you were bisexual.
Left for puff, right for tough.
Mm-hmm.
Or was it the other way around? I never can.
I can't remember. Now, this is a guy that's got body piercings and tattoos.
Yep.
I'm sure there's something in the book he claimed to be his book against tattoos.
And out of all things, fucking Batman, like, he's one of the lamest fucking superheroes.
Yeah, and
Like,
Batman, as far as I remember, is an atheist.
Is he? Oh. I mean, he may have got the tattoos before he became a rabid Christian, so...
No,
he said earlier when he got it, he was a Christian when he got it.
Oh, I didn't. Oh, right.
Because his wife's name is Robin.
He went with his daughter to get a tattoo. His daughter was going to get it for him for Father's Day. And they got there and she forgot her purse. But she was getting a scripture tattoo on her wrist and he was getting Batman on his arm.
I mean, that wasn't a joke, by the way. I mean, his wife is actually called Robin with a Y.
Oh, gosh. Did he choose her because of that? Because he's a Batman fan?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a hardcore Batman fan for some reason.
I should think the Batmobile's got wide seats in it.
Yeah, it won't be a streamlined Batmobile, will it now?
No. Batmo Humvee.
Yeah, I don't think I would I don't think Hillbilly was harassing us on that, Nadia, and I don't think we were harassing him. There's a level of like playful teasing too that goes on. There's passion and intensity, and then there's actually anger and harassment on here. Like,
yeah, once you get to the paedophile mention, then that's game over for me.
Yeah, if he had kept asserted something similar to that and kept in on that, it would have gotten.
To be fair, I did insult him though. I did.
I understand how it's hard to judge, because I don't always judge what's actually going on there. If people are really personally attacking each other, or if they're just passionate about others.
Well, he keeps wanting to bring us you're a single parent, Mark, so that means your version of parenting is obviously inferior to the proper one, which should be both parents, and clearly you're a crap dad and your children are going to suffer. He said all this before, and that's what I said. Well, hang on a minute, isn't one of your kids in prison? So what's your role model there? So he wanted to have a dig back, which is fine, but then the go-to bit was paedophile.
But then again, he would defend that he never like preemptively that he would probably say, oh no, I was just asking, quote, just asking.
Well, as well.
Fucking idiot.
Yeah, but as well, he said you can bring your kids up, but they'll end up, you can bring your kids up, but they'll end up doing what they do. So why is he criticising anybody? If his attitude is, well, it doesn't matter how you bring your kids up, they'll either be good or bad, because of free will. Then,
exactly, and as we said earlier, Jesus didn't have his dad around.
Well, that's what I asked you during that, D. I thought you agree, or said that's what you heard too. He invoked free will as if it was magic, like like it's, well, they have free will, so then then I don't have to, be responsible for how they turned out.
I'm pretty sure from a
Because
conversation,
free will.
I'm sure it was with him, he does believe in corporal punishment as well.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Well, if you think just making choices
Obviously it
is
works.
free will, then determinists believe in free will.
Oh, he believes in the spare the rod, spoil the child, for sure.
Yeah.
Does anyone know who Ham is?
The man that told a young girl that had been raped by her father that was all part of God's lovely plan.
He actually said that, didn't he?
Oh, yeah.
Did that?
He told the girl to her face.
Wow, wow. And after people hearing that, I still am amazed when people tell me that, patriarchal sort of narratives are not like shoved down upon our society and in our society are being repeated. Like what Hillbilly just, said, which is blatant rape apology, basically.
Yeah. To a child.
Mm.
But as Bob has already admitted it, Bob reported him. So.
Oh boy. Yeah, he is.
Check out MK's, what Darwin said about MK earlier. It's something about sleeping pills, overdosing or something.
What?
Yeah, he mentioned that MK he said pray for him because he's some insult, and then he left here and went straight into MK's room and was kissing his backside. Bizarre.
Oh, I don't know.
I just wondered, not necessarily how true the story was, but if MK was alright.
It's like, it seems like,
Don't know anything about him, I'm afraid.
like Darwin's deity talks out of both sides of, his mouth and his ass. Who would have fucking thought, right?
Yeah.
He is such a
Nadia
disingenuous.
left. Okay, you're still there. Never mind, Nadia. I was making sure the one that was still here was moving. I couldn't tell which one was frozen, which one wasn't. I clicked on it. I'll repeat myself and say it again. I don't care necessarily what you believe. If you believe any crazy old thing you want or anything I disagree with, I have no issue as long as you're not forcing on others. But if you're going to come in here to argue for it, you can't just assert that my book says this and that's the case.
Yeah, that's what it's fine. I've got no problem with your belief, your faith. I don't respect religious beliefs. I haven't got a problem with anyone that says I believe or I've got faith. But when they start saying it's true, and not only is it true, you're wrong because you don't believe in it, and you're doing the wrong thing, and you're going to get tortured and go to hell. People start saying that I'm wrong, then they best get their proof book out because I'm not having it.
Yeah, well, when Hillbilly makes claims, like I was saying earlier, with God about reality, he starts saying that this is the way reality is. Not just that God exists in reality, but he's also responsible for all these things in reality because he says so.
And
not just because Jim says so, but because his book says that he can say so. And
I mean, he believes the Bible is literally true. That's the worst bit. He's a literalist.
Mm-hmm.
For a man who's so engaged emotionally with this whole Bible literalism,
there was an Adam and Eve.
His hypocrisy, that's what really astoundingly kind of just completely diminishes my whole respect for him as a person.
I just wonder which of his kids is gay or which of them became which lesbian shot him down.
Hey, brother, there's nothing he could do that would be my respect for him.
I think he's in the closet himself.
His character, the inconsistency
stay there.
is just... Damn it.
Sorry.
Well, you don't go throwing stones when you've got a greenhouse, a huge one.
Mm.
Criticise people's parenting when you've got a kid in prison. I know it wasn't his fault, obviously not. But that's going to happen.
It might have
been.
Start
shouting
it might have been.
When you start shouting things like, this is the way my way is the best way to parent children so they never go wrong, and then you've got a kid in prison, well, your argument's fucking knackered from that point on.
Yeah, it's self-righteousness, sanctimonious comments like that, and then has that stuff going on.
I mean, the guy talks about greed and other things. He's the size of a small car. No one got fat beyond their own back.
Just free will.
The thing that it was real clear the other day, he was off on Nadia about mutilating yourself, and got into that he was actually okay with, as long as they didn't cut anything off physically that was used for functions that God gave you, which Nadia's not at all. She was sterile before anything. She isn't having anything at this point chopped off. So, like, under his stuff, none of this fell under anything he was arguing against. It all came down to Nadia's not being macho enough.
I bet you he's circumcised there. I know that's not an image you want in your mind, but I bet he is.
You know, i.e., in his own words, Nadia not being a real man. She am not a real man.
Well, no, at this point, he was real clear about it the other day. And I think Nadia even said that the labels aren't what she was arguing about it. So he came back after laying out his definition thing, going over it. The only issue that he argues is that she's not being, quote-unquote man enough. But he goes into that as just she's not being macho enough and getting the man shit done. Right. It doesn't matter about the body parts.
He went through a phase of calling Nadia it, then he went through a phase of just using the first initial N, then he for a while. He just,
He's confused.
Yeah.
He doesn't know how to use English. You swap something up on him.
And now Nadia's got a psychological problem that only his help can help her resolve.
We can't even help with those psychological problems.
Yeah.
Oops, sorry, did I say that out loud?
Well, his diagnosis comes from
from God himself.
You ain't leaving your junk alone, then you got a mental problem.
It's always the sex thing, though, isn't it?
Right.
It's like Tommy Hall and blooming anal sex. Oh my God.
Their obsession with sex is just disturbing for me.
Well, it's not necessarily just sex. It's anal sex. They have an obsession.
And other people having these sexes and stuff, right? Like, since they have to deny it so much, they get so overworked and jealous and repressed. But other people are getting to do it.
And the whole gay thing is not about two men loving each other or two women loving each other. It's the icky sex that they don't like. It's if gay people didn't do that, the gay men didn't have anal sex. Well, not all of them do anyway, but they just assume they all must.
You don't have to be gay to have anal sex either.
Exactly.
George Takei, he's been married for 30-something years or longer to another guy. I think he's never had anal sex once.
Up until recently in UK law, buggery was illegal unless it was buggering your wife. That was, as long as you were married, it came with the certificate. She had to do whatever you wanted sexually.
No, I think for a time it was even illegal with your own wife. I don't know
until recently.
Oh right, sorry. Yeah.
Anything other than vaginal sex in some of the states here still have it on there that it's technically illegal.
So Hillbilly is
so even oral.
In Hillbilly's worldview, he can go home and fuck his wife up the arse all night long if he wants. That's fine because it's within the confines of his Christian marriage. But if he can't, two men doing it next door, that's just terrible.
And also, he would not even call them men. If he would have heard what he said to me earlier, he said, "Oh, today's men in our society are not even real men." So I'm basically not even a real man to him. Basically, I'm.
That means
if we let all the gays come out and get married and let it be public, like it's this okay thing to do, right? Then they're gonna convince your kids that it's okay to be in this cult with them, and that it's okay to touch penises and
and the next thing, that's where their argument leads. And the next thing, paedophilia will be legal. You could be able to fuck animals and dead bodies and. Obviously, because that leads to. The meme that brother showed him earlier he was complaining about kids being obese. Really?
Seriously?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Kids are now they got to have a safe space and they stay at home in the front of their computers and they get obese. Really? Kettle pot? Black fucking hell.
Exactly. I went fucking on him for that. That one
Is
just
there
pissed
a
me off.
kettle black fallacy?
He's got bigger tits than I've seen on some women.
Yeah, he should be the last one to fucking speak on that, really. You know, that's yeah.
Thanks for the memories.
I love exposing the hypocrisy of those people.
Theoretically,
I just love it.
He complains about Nadia saying that she's mutilated her body. In a way, there's a case that he has mutilated his body.
No, I did.
He's
I guess you didn't hear it the other day. I went off on him not only about circumcision and cutting your hair and your fingernails because you're still getting off of these cells, but then I went off on him about his tattoos and his ear piercings.
Well, not only that, the fact that he is probably morbidly obese. That in a way that could be claimed to be a form of mutilation.
Yep. This is when he went into, well, his mutilations are okay because they don't impair the function that God gave you.
Well, I don't know about that.
For reproduction, right? That's where this is how we led to Nadia saying, well, she was sterile before she had anything removed, so she didn't change any function. She didn't remove any function that wasn't there. She's not having the.
I would think any function he had
so,
down
he
the road.
agreed that at this point that at least what he was selling mutilation that she wasn't doing it.
Yeah.
So that's where it led to just him bitching about her not being macho enough. And I don't know why he cares about how macho Nadia is, but
well, that's his upbringing. That's the way he's. I mean, as far as down below goes, I shouldn't think anything down there for him works. I shouldn't think he's seen it for a month or something, let alone used it.
I'm willing to bet you like $10 to $20 that if he would meet Nadia in real life, he would probably like raise a hand at her or some shit or try to fucking pick a fight or some crap. Like I would.
No, I don't think so. I think the opposite. I think if he met Nadia and they had a cup of coffee, they'd probably have a laugh and a nice meet up, because people like him don't say things like that to other people's faces because they end up getting knocked over.
Yep.
Would he be like a weeble? He just
just bounce back up.
Bit.
Be like having a cup of coffee with a bouncy castle.
Yeah.
Perhaps that's what he is now. When his grandchildren come round, they,
Stop the imagery there.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Granddad Jim, the bouncy
I have this guilty thing that I need to take off my back. I actually creeped his Facebook in order to find the material I wanted. So yeah, apparently he also has like an older daughter who's also into his cult of thinking. So yeah, it's quite.
Perhaps he could change his name to Christian Hill Bouncy. Or Christian Hill Blobby. We used to have a Mr. Blobby in England.
Oh, don't remind me. God.
He's dead now, though. Well, I say dead. The character's dead.
No, it's bad. Oh, did it? I didn't know that.
Well, it died off. Didn't they have an
died
accident or
off.
something? Yeah, that you can still visit the old, whatever it was, Noel Nebben's house party, the actual village, or it was a theme park.
Real village, isn't it?
Yeah, there was a theme park. It's all overgrown and derelict now.
Oh.
Crinkly Bottom, it's called, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's the one. Sorry, I just muted myself because I was cutting some
I
paper.
think it's out in Somerset somewhere.
Could be. Yeah, crinkly
Or should I say Somerset?
Somerset.
Somerset.
War.
Got my liver.
We get my combine harvester.
Somerset born, Somerset bred, strong in the arm and thick in the head. I can't read and I can't write, but I can drive a tractor.
Love.
You right there, love?
Love.
My darling.
Love.
My lover.
My liver. My liver.
Hey up, my liver.
There's people say that down there, right? Where I live.
was thinking you're not that far from Somerset, are you?
And a couple of counties across.
Uh,
Can't say too much because people be knocking the door.
oh gosh.
Now making me want Ray to come in here. Ray's got the sexy accent.
Right. Oh yeah, right.
The Canadian, UK
Oh, I was thinking of someone
accent.
else. I thought you meant English, right?
Yeah. He's English from Canada.
He's born, I think he's born,
Were you about to say
born in Canada, but he
Canadian?
lives
I
over
was
here.
gonna say he was Canadian.
Oh.
I was gonna say it in reverse, say that he was Canadian that lives in the UK, and then I mixed up what I was saying backwards. But yeah, his language is a mix of both. It's the same Ray, I'm sure, dude. It's the only Ray
Yeah,
that
he
I
was.
know on
He
here.
was. Yeah, he was.
Right,
But
yeah.
I don't know how long he spent in Canada before he came here, but
Oh, I did not know.
He's bald and beard and.
yeah, massive, fantastic beard.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I know the guy you're referring to. He's quite a laugh, isn't he?
But I don't think he was in Canada that long, was he? I don't think.
I hadn't noticed a particularly Canadian accent, but
He got a bit of a twang there. But,
Yeah,
I think he might live in the West.
From the American end,
West Country.
Yeah, I was gonna say you hear something different in his that you hear from.
Ah.
A bit like Cliff Richard was born in India.
Oh yeah, in Lucky. Only he'd stayed there.
Or Dover Dick. Have you not heard that before?
No, I haven't.
That's what they call him in East London, Dover Dick.
Oh, I did not know that.
That's what you call
Personally.
That's what you call a man with a seagull on his head. Cliff.
Cliff.
Personally think to complete our experience of like this Bible Belt type Christian hillbillies, we need Von Helton. Von Helton, if you're hearing this, please come in. Please entertain us with your majestic.
They're all from that area. I mean, Hillbilly's just across the river from Von Helton, I think.
Is he?
I think he used to live in. I think Hillbilly used to live in Kentucky, but he lives just across the river in Indiana.
Oh. Von Hilton's busy improving on the stealth bomber, isn't he? He's kind of got time to talk to us.
Well, yeah. I mean, we need to.
True.
But it was more than a start. It was a sort of air/space fighter hybrid, wasn't it?
Oh, probably. Oh, yeah. And then the government stole it and made it.
The government stole it.
With an ion drive.
I
forget the ion drive that he invented, but the government dropped the ion drive bit.
Oh, right.
Don't forget him fighting off the pimps and prostitutes.
Oh, the best bit was when he actually phoned NASA. He saw an advert. Yeah, he saw the advert for astronauts. He phoned NASA and said he wanted to. He did. He wanted to apply. He did a video where he was upset and tells how the phone call went, and said that he told them, I did invent something for you guys, but the government stole it. And then he said that he was quite happy to be just a grunt. And I'm not joking. It was just like I think he'd watched Aliens too much, and he said that these qualifications bit, the astrophysics stuff. How
they're outrageous. They're outrageous
qualifications. Like I'm listening, I'm laughing inside just so I can hear you tell me more of the story.
He said, "Is it an this astrophysics and qualifications that you need and degrees and all that? Is that a hard and fast rule? Because do I really need to be up on my physics and stuff? But yeah, you do really, yeah, kind of, to fly, And he said, well, I'll just be happy to be a space marine. He actually fucking said the word space marine. He said,
and then he said they needed him.
Yeah,
they needed him.
He said he'd be quite happy to not be the pilot, and he'd be quite happy to be one of the ones in the back that they drop off when they fight the aliens and when they're doing the terraforming.
Oh my God, they should have taken him on just for this.
I would pay like any amount of money to just receive the recording of this phone call.
And then apparently he sort of, got a bit angry, and they sort of said, "Well, okay, well, thanks. We'll phone you."
Don't call us. We'll call you. Oh my gosh! What is it? I can't even get.
Can you imagine being the poor woman that had to answer the phone that day? She probably dined out on that phone call forever.
True. That might have actually been recorded at that end. So.
Lieutenant Commanding Officer,
That's all
Mr.
right. Like they can't just up and change their fucking phone number.
No, they can't.
You could just imagine Mr. Von Helton phoned Colonel. You remember him, the guy that invented the starfighter that we stole? I mean, he actually said he was with his father, and they were out somewhere, and I think he said he saw a book or something. With
Yeah,
a
and his
picture of
father
this
told
and
him
his
that,
dad
hey,
said,
look, it's
"What?
yours."
Yeah.
Yeah.
Isn't that the one you designed, son, when you were 3? And he says his mum's got the original drawings somewhere that he did at the time. I bet they're in crayon.
What's more sad is that he remembers like every single instance of it, and he tries to flip it into some form of like him being qualified. I love it.
Yeah,
It's sad and funny.
Anyway round the degree in astrophysics and the cosmology and the the mechanical engineering and the bit where you got to learn to fly a fucking plane. Can't you just let me have one?
Yeah.
And then to actually say
one guy flies the spaceship, and then the other guys just kind of sit in the cargo bay and just wait and just kind of
roll
watch.
up, can of beer, bit overweight, not fit.
Has he never been on a road trip?
Or even if it was like a regular airplane, do you think one's like the pilot and the co-pilot, and the other guys are just passengers? They're just there to do a job once they get
They're
up
there to make the tea.
I mean,
They'd be like an air stewardess.
And then to actually stay on the phone, look, forget all forget all that years of qualification and test piloting. I'll just give me a gun because I'm good with, I'll just be the bloke that protects you and shoots the fucking aliens.
He gets on the comm. Okay, guys, we're getting in for a landing, so you're gonna put your seatbelt on.
I think he must have watched.
We're almost at the space station.
Get ready for the aliens.
Fucking watching the monitors and having to fucking.
Starship Troopers, that's the one. I think he must have watched Starship Troopers that day.
I lost my heart in Starship Trooper. You'd be glad to know I don't know anyone with that song. I try not to. It happens.
So he was just gonna go to one of the training camps on the moon or whatever it is, and then go to the bug world. He would just be happy just going to the training camp.
Yeah.
Just take me to the moon. I'll just leave me off at the training camp on Mars or wherever it's at.
I think he would have failed the medical.
Military.
He would have failed the medical because don't forget he said that his balls have already been exposed to depleted uranium. He used to sit above the nuclear weapons on the tank. He did. So when he was a tank pilot in the army, the bit where he sat was right above where the uranium tipped shells were, and eventually that burnt through the seat, or radiation got through and obviously affected his testicles.
Sounds legit.
As it does.
And from now on, his balls glow in the dark.
Yeah, and he's got to use a wheelbarrow to take him anywhere.
Buster go now.
Like that South Park that they start bouncing on him, like the beanbag bouncy thing.
Oh God, yeah.
Yeah, imagine that. He takes a girl home. She says, "Shall I put the lamp on in the bedroom?" He says, "No, it's okay." Just drops his pants, and there's a couple of light bulbs glowing away.
Don't worry, man.
No need for a torch, madam. I've got my testicles out already. I'll show you the way.
And then he also claims to be the Punisher. He's like, I really am the fucking Punisher.
I'm gonna go. Told me about. I've hung out with him 2 or 3 times. Nadia's channel. I think he came to my channel one time. Hung out with her. Rain came a couple times, and he never went into these fucking crazy stories. People used to tell me that he was nuts and shit, but this is crazy. Here's the craziest story I've ever heard of.
He was walking past. He was walking down an alleyway past a woman's house, and she came out, and she said to him, "Can you help me?" And he said that she knew who he actually really was. She knew he was the Punisher, but she was keeping it quiet. But she knew. So she said, "Can you come into my house and deal with this intruder?" And when he got in there, he said he couldn't see anyone, and he went into the kitchen, and knives were flying through the air, and one just missed him, and banging in the door and that sort of thing. And then he realised it was a knife-throwing poltergeist.
Oh right, yeah, you
So-
get a lot of those.
Yeah, he told the woman, "I can't do much for you, love. I'm afraid, because I could deal
You
with."
need a priest. You need
Yeah,
a
I can
priest.
deal with terrorists and all that sort of stuff if I do martial. But I can't.
Not knife throwing poltergeist.
And he's just fairly fucked off and left her to it. Unbelievable.
There's there's
Like
one,
a true gentleman. You
So
know,
is he
like a true
badass?
There's one of his
survived the
hangouts
poltergeist
when,
that throws knives, or is he badass because he left without
Don't
dealing
know.
with?
There is one hangout where Rand turns up and is telling him how he's punched aliens in the face and how he knows that Von Elton's like a level 9 something or other, or level 7 or something. Rand's a level 9. But Von's and he can tell that Von's one of these enlightened types. And oh my god, I mean,
Yeah, that was when
I'll give Rand credit. It was hilarious.
Rand Campbell met up with a very obscure tribe somewhere in
Yeah,
I
the
don't know,
Africa.
South America or Africa, and he got to know their ways and then learnt their martial art. But then he was so good at it, he learned extra levels they didn't even know, and taught it to them. And then he used that skill while he was fighting 3 grey aliens on his front lawn.
He's got a black belt in. Is it
Fucking anaconda. He punched his way out of the fucking anaconda using this shit.
That's
Who is this other guy? Can I get a link for his channel or something? Because I really want to watch it.
Rand Campbell.
He just recently got married. His wife was telling him you need to kind of calm his stuff down, and so he might have made. I don't know if his channel's still up.
Doesn't he go
It's
by?
called it's called Mr. Campbell now.
Yeah, I don't know. I see if his you might check to make sure he sells videos on it. Or
It's
not
plain old
that are
Mr.
more than
Campbell.
free.
He lives in the Dominican Republic now, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Can you type it up in the chat, please? Thanks.
He fluctuates between claiming to being in inverted commas fairly reasonable to threatening everybody with everything. It's just yeah.
What about Von Helton's time when he said he was walking with his friends and they saw an upside down house? That's a good one.
Oh God, I've not heard that one.
What the fuck? Even I haven't heard this one.
He said the house was a bit. I think you watched Poltergeist again that day or something. It was actually upside down, and I said, "Well, surely it was on the news or the local police or something saw it."
You'd think, wouldn't you?
He said, "No, it was upside down."
If he had really been enlightened, he would have told us about the cloaking material so that everyone else sees it right side up.
What about when his mother?
He and other enlightened people could actually see through the cloak and see how it really is.
When he was younger, his teeth were growing strangely, and his
God, the vampire teeth.
Yeah, his mother realised he was
Oh,
an actual vampire.
He watched Twilight this time, right?
He had
Well,
to
it's
go
funny
to
she
the
didn't mention that in her biography.
No, his mum took him to the dentist to have his vampire teeth removed.
No, she definitely doesn't mention that in her biography.
That's why who?
Rand Campbell's mum. Oh, we're on about Von Helton.
Van Helton, yes. This is
Oh,
Van
sorry,
Helton.
my mistake.
Von Helton was a real. He's got actual. He said that he's got Romanian family or something. And that,
He said that he was a far relative of Dracul.
yeah. He said he's a distant relative.
Wrestled the fucking vampire out of him.
And Von Helton says he's a distant relative of Vlad the Impaler. I'm not joking. And his mum had to have his vampire teeth removed at an early age.
Uh-huh.
So it caused trouble, and that's why he's got no teeth at the front and top.
Mhm.
Not because he's a fucking dirty hillbilly, it's because he was a vampire.
Vampire.
He is such an interesting individual. Like, I
He
can
is
just
quite
imagine,
a-
like, imagine him in a bar getting drunk and a random just girl goes by him and he starts talking to her.
Oh, yeah, according to him, he's died twice already.
God, yeah.
As you do.
Yeah.
I mean, died completely.
He died completely properly, brain dead, and came back to life both times.
Yeah.
Did he will himself back to
Mind
life?
you, he was brain dead before he died, so that doesn't really count.
That
Yeah.
explains a lot,
The
right?
life came back, just not the brain.
Yeah.
Oh dear.
That
And
would
then
have
the
been
Canadian
perfectly
Border
witty.
Police.
Come back on.
They let
That makes
what
a lot
is
of
it, some Mali pirate terrorists, but they don't let in the
But if you want all the details, Xbox, you know Brett Keen's got an Encyclopedia Dramatica.
Right.
So Von Helton's got one.
Oh, nice.
So if you Google it, Encyclopedia Dramatica Von Helton, it's all there.
He talks about how cruel it was for somebody to have done it, but then if you ask him, well, is this true? He goes, well, yeah, that did actually happen. He claims most of the things in that actually happened.
Yeah, he invented the phrase LOL and BRB.
Oh yeah, I've forgotten that he did. Yes, tech
Rep him off on that too.
Probably.
Yeah, and he was one of the very first hip hop DJs as well. Can you imagine?
He can't make this stuff up. Well, he can, but the rest of
The very first vampire pagan kind of hip hop DJ, yes, from like a trailer park, yes.
Well, don't forget he's part Irish, part Scottish, part Native American, part
fucking comic book hero.
Yeah, Greek. Actual comic book hero. He worked with the government and has got rid of many terrorists and drug dealers in his neighborhood.
No.
He knows the streets. I love when he talks about like living on this. Like, I know how you cannot do this shit on the streets like I can. I love it.
How he hasn't run for president's beyond me.
Yeah, I agree. Nadia Von Helton would be good.
I mean, I'd vote for him.
To come back.
I miss Von Helton.
Yeah, Donald Trump or Von Helton, who would you vote for?
Yeah, Von
Helton.
Yeah, exactly. President Von Helton, how cool would that be?
Yeah. He's probably been president before that. There's probably a rule about being it twice.
In secret, yeah. He's probably been the power behind the throne.
Certainly been the main advisor.
It would be the best sequel to George Bush, really. It would I bet him and George Bush would be like the best buddies. Like him, like both of them would just chill out all the time and shit.
Perhaps that's what happened to Nixon. He was behind it all.
Ah.
Or perhaps he shot Kennedy. Who knows? He's that old. He probably fucking killed Lincoln.
Well, Lincoln was a vampire hunter, wasn't he?
Yeah.
There you go. That's why Von Helton had to kill him, because Lincoln found out he was a vampire.
Yeah.
And see, he probably was calling in Texas in the Kennedy shootings, right? He was probably on the phone trying to call him and warn him when he was a little kid.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just couldn't get through because all the crap that was going on. But that's probably how they found Harvey Oswald.
Something like Lee Harvey Oswald asked them for directions up the book depository's just up there, turn first left, second room up. Yeah, it's fine.
And after all this shit, like, I can't imagine what Andrea had to put up, like, and then he shit talks about Andrea after she divorced him. Like, it's amazing. He's just such a character.
He is a great character. It'd be good to have. I used to love watching him on Nadia and some of Nadia's earlier hangouts. It'd be fantastic.
I'm surprised he actually believes that space exists and space travel exists, to be honest.
Well, he does. I think he does believe in the Illuminati and all that stuff as well. But I think he thinks he's got to believe that space is real. He wants to be a fucking space marine.
Well, that's what I mean. It was a bit.
You wouldn't design a spacecraft if there wasn't space, I suppose.
Let's be fair, he's just very angry at the NWO government not letting him be the space marine.
That's what happened to Apollo 13. They let Von Helton design that one. You'd be all right, James. Yeah, I'll be no problem. Challenger.
Hopefully designed it from the womb.
The space shuttle. That was one of his designs. The one that blew up, isn't it?
Yep. As I was saying, he telepathically designed it from the womb. His mom probably still has the ultrasound.
Xbox. On this note, he also claims to have Jedi mind powers.
Oh yeah,
I'm not sure.
Yeah, he used the Jedi. He used the Force on a groundhog once, but he never got it. I'm not joking. On a groundhog, just testing it out. I mean, there's no wonder he doesn't work. Can you imagine how big the form would have to be he'd fill in when it says please detail your previous employment?
No, but his rants are also very funny when he is in like in this rage mode where he just creeps at everyone. It literally
Well, that's
like
what I think it was on one of Nadia's Hangouts. He was complaining in the Hangout that, well, everyone just goes on this website and it's not fair, and I've been trolled and it's all awful. And then Hermine said to him, well, just can we just ask you then, is it true you did this? And he said yes. And we went down the list, and he was just saying, yeah, I did all that. Like, you were a vampire and a real life ninja, yeah. He said he was a computer repairman as well, which is really weird. Of all the things,
Right, what the fuck did that go?
in between, unbelievable.
he is a man of all sorts of
That
kind
makes
A man
a
of
lot
many
of sense,
talents.
right? Because he's
Of
probably
many
considered
talents.
he's like, unplugged his computer before I plugged it back in or moved it, kind of thing, and that's computer repair. He's
Well,
had
it is, isn't it?
he's had to kick doors and shit before, so he's fucking ninja. He's done drugs and shit before and was around people, so he's fucking Punisher. You can make all
Oh,
sense.
yeah. He also claims that
He had
him being a vampire makes him.
So he could be a pilot. You watched the movie about it.
Yeah, I mean, he actually said that paramilitary units were sent by the government to kill him for pretending to be the Punisher. They skinned his dog and shot his cat.
I haven't heard this one. This one's new. What the fuck?
The government was that angry about him saying that.
Yeah, they killed his cat.
Yes, they killed the poor cat. I
said
bet he had like.
face with a demon. Once as well.
What the fuck is the government thinking this way will get him?
He'll get him through his pets.
That'll sure scare him, just fucking dead.
Now he
dead
won't say he's the Punisher no more. I'll fuck his cats up.
That would make me toe the line.
Yeah, and then he called every troll an internet terrorist. I love when he calls them terrorists. It's the best thing ever.
He also said he was the main beta tester for Microsoft, AOL, and the Enigma code. He wasn't even fucking born. The Enigma code was World War II.
Yeah, are you talking about like from the Enigma machines?
Yeah. He says he beta tested the Enigma code. It's fucking impossible. Beta tested it.
FDR stuff, right?
And Microsoft and AOL. He beta tested all of their stuff.
The beginning of the FBI is they use the Enigma machine and stuff. Is that, am I remembering right?
Yeah,
How old is he supposed to be?
Well, just as the Punisher, he said he was being beaten up, shot at, stabbed, and boiled in oil.
Yeah,
I remember. Yeah.
How can you survive being boiled in oil?
By being Von Helsing, that's how.
Perhaps I just dipped his toe in. I don't know.
So he said by the age of 5, he memorised the names and spelling of all the dinosaurs. What sort of skill is that?
That's some superpower.
And he read and understood Shakespeare at the age of 5.
As you do.
Unbelievable.
Shakespeare hadn't read it.
Just thrown in there. Right, like the fucking memorizing the dinosaur spelling.
Yeah, let's check that in there. I mean,
computer repairman.
according to him,
He might can disseminate and filter this stuff out and find out what he really does and what he really grew up as and shit.
He said he was, amongst his jobs, I mean, the Punisher, ninja, and then he's put things like comedian, sorcerer, amateur chemist,
Yes, amateur chemist.
a warlock,
chemist.
a warlock, and a boxing champion.
Well, I could get on it.
God, yeah.
And a flautist as well. That goes together, doesn't it? He was a warlock that played the fucking flute.
What was there, rally the troops?
Does that help?
Okay.
Perhaps
if I can't overthrow a government, I'll just play the flute for a bit.
How else are you gonna get all the kids?
Well, perhaps it summons,
It's almost like it's more like Johnny English or Mr. Bean than James Bond, isn't it?
And then he also claimed that Muslim terrorists were after him as well. And it's like, you know why they don't touch me? Maybe because they know I'm the fucking Punisher.
He also his other claim was He said his dad was in every single naval engagement in World War II. That's impossible.
Well, this is while he was testing out the Enigma machine.
Yeah, so obviously his dad must have. His dad was at Pearl Harbor, then quickly nipped over to the other side of the Atlantic for the Battle of the Mediterranean, and then he was whisked across to the Pacific. It's just every single day. That means his father would have had to have been on every single U.S. Navy ship for 6 years.
He has a special.
I mean,
he has
unless
a special like teleporter
Well,
thing.
ninja
He has a
sorcerer.
special teleporter.
I bet he was on the ones that sank.
The secret government gave him like the teleporter. I bet he would say that. I bet Von Helton
He
would
was
say
beta testing her.
the teleporter.
Testing his design that they stole from him.
Oh, God. How exactly do you do beta testing on the Enigma machine?
I don't know. What was the other one? Oh yeah, he guarded the empty gold box at Fort Knox. Why?
In case someone was going to break in and put something in it.
Yeah, I saw of all the claims, I gathered an empty box. Oh, yeah, okay.
I'm on another planet with you. Sorry, I don't know why that went through my mind.
I don't want people breaking into Fort Knox and putting their gold in there.
God damn it. You know VH1 has these series like behind the music of like artists. There should be behind YouTubers, and they should do behind the YouTubers Von Helton edition. That would be amazing.
Apparently his Cherokee heritage has granted him a large penis.
Okay, so he's got no testicles.
Oh, yeah. And he also said he said once he was 175% Cherokee.
Yeah.
I thought you said he was 175.
Y'all might not understand that one, but if you're American and you're white and you think you can say that you have some heritage and
but 170
Native American,
Welsh,
and then you
part
actually you carry more weight and you're cooler.
Yeah. So he's part Welsh, part Scottish, but 175% Cherokee.
175%, yeah. And he said he was once kicked out of Canada for not being a Somali terrorist.
Well, they are the only people that Canadians let in, yeah?
He chatted in his house to a man that came to kill him and resolved the situation through discussion. He once saw a panda run by his trailer. Where that came from. And he called himself a 2-time quick draw screwdriver champion. and he once jumped down.
He claims that it's a joke.
He once jumped down from a tree, killing a deer with. The other one, he said he once jumped down from a tree, killing a deer with just knives.
Why did he have knives?
Fucking Rambo shit.
That's hardly an effort, is it? Unless the deer had a knife as well, it's hardly a fair fight.
So he's basically a drop bear with knives.
You know, deer versus Von Helton. Of course Von Helton would win, you know. Come on. He's the fucking Punisher.
We should start a campaign to get him back.
Yeah.
I guess Nadia and I were talking about him the other day because I guess he has kind of been around, just not in all these rooms anymore.
Oh yeah, he made a video the other day saying, telling us all what's going to happen with the world and chemtrails, blah blah blah.
Yeah, that documentary, quote unquote, whatever it's called, something awake, is what we're talking about. Because it was just within this last year, someone put a compilation of YouTubers saying, you know, hi, I'm so and so YouTuber and I'm awake. And then it would cut to the next YouTuber doing it, and it was hundreds of these people saying this.
Have you heard the latest theory about Prince?
Von Helton was like in the first.
What's supposed about Prince?
Oh god, the Illuminati conspiracy theory about Prince.
Chemtrails and things and being woke. I'm awake to the government.
No, the reason that Prince, because his private jet made an emergency landing a couple of days ago or something, or a little while back, when he was ill, and they said, apparently the Illuminati poisoned him with chemtrails whilst he was in the air in his plane.
That's the most sound, rational conspiracy ever. Yes.
Yes.
Get more rational.
That's what that awake compilation. It doesn't ever really tell you, I don't think, in that thing, but that's what that whole compilation of these people saying that I'm awake is that they're awake that the government's poisoning us with chemtrails.
But then they realise that if the government are just indiscriminately spraying the skies with stuff, it's going to land on their own family.
Exactly.
No, but they've got the special
they're
antidote.
poisoning themselves.
All right.
Yeah, they have their underground bunkers where their families live.
Maybe that's why we're living in bunkers.
So somehow Prince was flying in his private jet at 30,000 feet and opened a window because he felt a bit warm. I don't know. And the
Probably having out flush.
Yeah, the chemtrails that were in the air poisoned him. Then he had to make an emergency landing. He was very sick, and then he's dead.
He knows planes have like tops on them nowadays, right?
What, even the private ones?
Yeah.
Must have been the air conditioning. Must have been the air conditioning. What a ridiculous. Everyone.
Right?
There is not a person alive now. Well, certainly not a famous person that is allowed to die without. I mean, I've seen there was a video about a bloke that looks a bit like David Bowie. That's obviously really him, and he faked his death. And he's not really dead. And there's secret messages in some of his records. If you play them backwards, on a certain day of the week, or in the dark. But you can't even be vaguely famous and die without someone saying you're not really dead.
Exactly. It's all a conspiracy.
Well, you died because you
Famous people can't die.
Yeah.
They can't.
Especially if you die young. That's even worse.
Symbols, the demonic hand, the Illuminati hand symbols that they all give in their music videos. And
I mean, even if you're 85, an 85 dial, the Illuminati did it. No, it's because he was old. And if the Illuminati are killing people off, why has the Queen got to 90? Oh no, hang on, she's part of it.
Yeah. Oh yeah, she is.
She's not really 90 because she's actually a young lizard underneath.
How come Lemmy survived as long as he did? They could have easily bumped him off years ago.
oh, werewolf DNA's been infused, isn't it?
Because he's Lemmy, that's why.
They're all
They probably
reptilians.
tried to bump him off, but he's so bloody.
The best thing I ever heard Lemmy say was when the thing about Kanye West was around a little while ago, bigging himself up, and Lemmy said, "Kanye West, never heard of her."
Another guilty pleasure of mine. I like some of Kanye's old shit. His old stuff I can vibe to.
I've never
His new stuff is not very good.
He's just awful. I mean, anyone that says he says he's not only is he the greatest living musician, he says he's the greatest ever.
Oh, and Jesus Christ.
He
got very, very, very like full of himself. He just.
He asked. He's
personality
56 million. He's 56 million in debt or something, and he actually tweeted Mark Zuckerberg and asked him for money.
Straight up.
Yeah, he asked him to
Straight
invest in him. He asked for a couple of million, investing in his talent.
Oh my lord.
Invest in what?
His talent.
In his talent, to make more records. He said you all listen to my music, well, none of you are investing in me and helping me.
Wow.
Well,
if you're watching Conway, I've never listened to your music, so I don't have to invest in it.
Who said this to who?
Kanye West said it to Zuckerberg.
To who? I still didn't hear.
Mark Zuckerberg.
Oh, Zuckerberg.
The Facebook chappie.
Facebook.
Right.
CEO.
Yeah. It was just both y'all were saying it at the same time. So.
He asked Mark Zuckerberg for $1 billion.
$1 billion? Wow. Yeah. How much does he think it costs to produce a bloody album?
He actually said to Mark Zuckerberg, invest $1 billion into Kanye West ideas. You must realize I'm the greatest living artist and greatest artist of all time. I know it's your birthday, Mark, but can you please call me by tomorrow? You love hip-hop, you love my art, I'm your favorite artist, but you watch me barely breathe and still play my album in your house. I'm $53 million in debt. Can you please give me $1 billion?
Wow. Do we know
Tweet,
what Mark
FaceTime, Facebook, or Instagram me, whatever you got to do to support me.
At least he's honest about him being in debt, at least he's honest about it. Although I doubt that, he's the greatest artist if he's so much in debt.
Someone pointed out to him, if you're going to ask the CEO of Facebook for $1 billion, maybe don't do it on Twitter. Just saying.
I wonder how many reposts did this tweet guy get? Probably a lot reposts.
Yeah, it's just beyond me how an MC Hammer did the same kind of crap. Million, you know what I mean? Just bankrupt. Yeah, they've got to have, cool shit, and they've got their little entourage.
I mean, she
as they're
said
doing stuff, but holy shit! And when you're under contract like that, what the fuck are you really gonna spend that much money?
Kanye West claimed to be this generation's Disney, and he said, I need the resources to make the world a better place. He said, I want to bring dope shit to the world. I don't have enough resources to create what I really can. He said, Mark, I'm publicly asking you for help. One of the coolest things you could ever do is to help me in my time of need. I've done the impossible. I know I can make the world a better place. I retook the throne of rap, and I beat the fashion game.
Is he related to Von Helton?
He says it straight up, you know. He says it straight up like how it is, you know.
Because he's entitled to shit.
Yeah, he said, if you want to help me. I promise I'll make the world dope. All I do is make dope facts.
Literally, he will literally make this whole world. He will make it into like a dope. Literally, it's like everything will be a dope. You know?
Fucking dope.
He also asked Google co-founder Larry Page for financial help, saying, helping me would be more beneficial than opening a school in Africa.
What an asshole. Oh, fuck. He's such an entitled prick. He became everything.
He actually said, all you dudes in San Francisco play rap music in your homes, but you never help the real artist. You'd rather open up a school in Africa and think like you're really helping the country.
Jesus.
Just give me $1 billion.
Yeah, just help the ex-millionaire. that bankrupted herself.
Isn't 50 Cent bankrupt as well? Because I heard he is.
You'd have to Google it.
A
lot of the rappers do end up if they don't go into like Dre into their own label and have franchise and things like that, like Jay-Z did, and they do go bankrupt because of what I say. They live even after out of contract and thing. They still try to live with huge entourage, crazy bling and stuff like that, right? And they'll pack like the bar. They want to go out every other night or even every night or say even 2 times a week. Once a month you want to go out, and you buy the whole fucking club out and all the bar, and you're not having constant income.
That is millions.
You break yourself.
So you wake up in the morning and find out you bought a chain of restaurants.
You buy out the club, right? So you buy out the bar and you buy out the time for the night. Plus you're paying everybody that's there to be there. Like, it's ridiculous how much.
And then they usually end up buying the club outright.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Yeah.
Oh right, yeah. Fully, buy the whole thing.
Yeah, they'll take it by the whole night, like the swap.
Oh no, a lot of them actually buy the club.
Oh, fuck. Yeah. Just like I like coming here to buy it.
No money because it gets used as a.
Yep. So they easily can buy properties like crazy, buy people crazy gifts.
Well, Kanye says he's $53 million in debt apparently.
Well, it's not that much. I mean, it could have been way worse, but still something, I guess. What the fuck did he spend all this fucking money for? I mean, I bet it was the fashion shit that he was starting.
He's married to Kardashian. That's where the money went.
And the fashion.
Whoops.
Must cost her a fortune in makeup.
I love. There's a video of him saying like he was just like completely pompously like pushing for his leather jogging pants, and he's like, "This shit, no one's thought of this shit." Yes, leather jogging pants.
Moron. Not even Victoria Beckham's that stupid. And that's saying something. Jeez.
Oh man. It was a mistake for making him famous, Although he was actually a decent artist, just was such a mistake.
Oh, he's just awful. I'm getting too old for that shit.
Well, he had some hits actually, so.
Didn't he call his kid North, as well? I mean, come on.
Yeah, and
the first time I ever heard of him.
They, 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 invested in a Barbie doll named Northwest. and it's like got diamonds for its jewelry and shit. And it, you know, I mean, it's like a $2 million Barbie.
Every
like
time the
her,
kid
made for
discovers
her.
cool. What way's the wind blowing? Northwest. Yes. No, not you.
Wow. I mean, the first time I ever heard of him, I think it was well, no, it must have been less than a year ago, because it was while I was in this house I'm in now. And was on the radio because that's how exciting I am. They reported that he'd played at Glastonbury and he'd stood up on the stage and said he was the greatest rock star ever.
Yeah, yeah.
And I was like, who the and that's it.
He sang a Queen song and sandwiched between some weird lights, and just the whole concert was underneath these weird lights, like a light sandwich. It was bizarre. It was awful.
Didn't get that shit when I used to go.
There is no way his kid can ever be a pilot or a sailor. Not with the name Northwest. It'd be too confusing. It'd be like having someone called Shirley and Roger and over, wouldn't it? It'd be like the airplane film.
So his life is so fucking messed up. I mean, he needs to go like to some counseling or some shit. So, like, there needs to be an intervention for fucking, for flying out loud, But yeah,
bizarre.
I guess he surrounds himself with fucking dupes who only are there for his money. So yeah.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, we lose Bowie and Prince, but people like Justin Bieber and Kanye West are still alive.
Yeah, I think I saw a meme like that earlier. Who are these Kardashians? I don't understand.
Oh, that might have been one I posted earlier. The one that said, just a meme that said, if 2016 could stop taking all of our legendary musicians and actors and start taking politicians, Kardashians, and stupid people, that would be really good.
But I mean, who are the Kardashians?
They're just famous for being famous.
How does this happen?
I think
I don't understand the world anymore.
I don't know. Wasn't one of them friends with Lionel Richie's daughter or something? I don't know.
It's basically a reality TV show it's based on their spoiled little fucking lives and shit, basically.
One of them was related to Mark. One of them was Nicole Richie.
Oh, right.
Nicole Richie used to hang around with that other idiot, the one that went to prison.
Paris Hilton?
Paris Hilton, yeah.
Yeah.
Whose dad owns the Hilton hotels, is that right?
Yes, I think.
Probably, yeah.
That's about as much as I know about the subject, and that's more than I want to know.
Either her dad owns the Hilton or Paris, one of the two.
Oh, dear.
I'm going to make a cup of tea, back in a minute.
Back in my day, you had to have some talent to get famous. Didn't have to be a lot of talent sometimes, but
Lots of people have shitty tastes, and that's it's basically what happens. Yeah, for some reason.
Yeah.
Unknowable reason, So much good music out there, but nope. Yeah, we're gonna make this shit.
No. I've heard some of the local bands, that are really good, but then you hear the shit that comes on the radio, and you're just thinking, why? Why isn't this band that I just heard in the pub the other day on the radio? I don't want to listen to this crap.
It's a larger systematic issue in how our industry works and everything. So
Well, they want people they can manipulate and produce and get them to do what not people who've actually got their own ideas.
Yeah. I always feel very sad how the greatest musicians always have like this great tragedies that happen to them in their careers. It's just terrible. Like, some curse or some shit,
Oh, that's because they sold their soul to the
Almost
devil,
looks
you
like
see.
it. Oh, yeah. Indeed. But we still have some good, still have Paul McCartney or some shit. So.
I thought you said we had some good stuff.
Laughing about that shit, D. That's serious shit.
What, Paul McCartney? Serious shit.
Yeah.
He's just shit.
And yes. And selling his soul to the devil.
Yeah.
How
we
dare
haven't
you
got
laugh
a soul,
at
that's
that?
the problem. You can't sell something you haven't got.
Completely void of a soul. Yes, we are. We are atheists. We have no morals.
Yeah, but we have to borrow them from the Christian world.
We have to borrow them from the Christian world. Yes, steal them.
Oh, I would if they were good enough for me.
I don't have what most of the Christians on here would call morals, because they said they've got to come from God, shit like that, right? So like,
well, yeah.
If the definition involves God, well, what the fuck do they think they're saying something surprising by saying I don't have morals then?
Well, the other thing is, if they believe that God instilled morals in everybody, then we have morals by their own definition.
Indeed.
Right.
Indeed.
We have God-given morals. Just because we don't believe in God, does that mean God didn't? As God goes, oh, you don't believe in God, so I'm going to take your morals away.
Yeah.
I don't think it works like that.
No, only the whatchamacallit, fuck me, can't believe I forgot the name of that Christians. What's Veckel? What kind of Christian is Veckel?
Fundamentalist.
Calvinist.
Calvin.
Yeah, there is a point in Calvinism that believes that God only gives morals to the elect.
Not the elect, yeah, that's true. That's
everyone else gets it written on their heart.
Well, that must be one of the more strangest Christian.
Yeah,
I think the odds are more
phrase it
that the atheists, since they're a smaller number right now, that they're probably the elect.
How, like,
Since there can't be that many
understand their
people going to heaven.
Their phrasing is so wrong, though, when they say they have morals, but yet the morals are dependent on God and on a communication with said God. It's not that you have
get
it.
it written on your heart by God. That's how you know about morals. But the reason you have them, they even exist to begin with, is because God is good.
Yeah. Well, this is why atheists actually know God exists, but they want to deny he exists so they can carry on sinning. But as I've said to Christians that say this kind of thing, is, could you please explain to me what it is? Obviously, I can't speak for anyone else, but what is it I am personally doing that no Christian would ever think of doing ever, that I had so desperate to hang on to carry on doing? What is it? Tell me, please.
Apparently someone in the live chat said Kardashian's father was one of O.J. Simpson's lawyers.
Yeah, I think that's true.
As Khan Verde said in the live chat.
Whose father was?
Kardashian, Kim Kardashian. Robert George Kardashian was one of O.J. Simpson's defense attorneys.
Ah. Well, give him credit. He's a good defense attorney.
Yeah, bloody miracle worker. Well, can't mention miracles.
Miracles, a miracle. Look, oh, my hands are filthy now.
Yeah, Robert George Kardashian.
What are you doing to make your hands filthy?
I was using alcohol inks and glue, so my fingers are now covered in ink and glue.
Could be worse.
Mrs.
Are you designing?
Not sinful though.
You're designing another space shuttle.
Are you helping Von Helton? Yes. Secret mission.
I can neither admit or deny I forget the term now. You can neither confirm or deny that. What did I do in the other one?
Nadia said in the side chat.
Out loud on the headset.
Nadia's asked you, D, in the side chat to keep an eye on things while she and Xbox are out of the room.
Oh, okay. Do I have? I didn't know I had. Have I got the power? Ooh, I have. Right. So
long time ago when G. Whistler was here debating, what's his name, Christian Hillbilly. I love it when he asked Christian Hillbilly, "What is your evidence for the existence of what was it, Noah's Ark?" And guess what Christian Hillbilly said? Just take a wild guess. Like, don't even think about it. Just take a fucking guess.
Oh, and as it's gone midnight, I should say Happy St. George's Day to all us English.
Oh, happy.
Happy. And it's funny because it's on the same day as a Passover. Interesting. It's conspiracy. That's it.
To answer your question, I think he said because it says so in the Bible.
Nope.
Oh yeah,
said,
that's the question.
He said because we are here. Literally, like verbatim. That's what he fucking said. Because we are here. Therefore it existed. Where the fuck is the logic? You know, fuck knows. You know, somewhere.
I think it's. Hi, how's it going? I think it's called fuzzy logic.
Fucked up logic? Is that what you said?
Yeah. Something like that. I was trying to be a little bit more polite.
Happy St. George's Day, DPR.
And likewise.
It's probably offended someone that's watching.
Yeah, I can't stand the Greeks.
Happy Passover to all my Jewish, Jewish Jesuit spies out there.
Passover, but isn't that? Hang on. Wasn't Passover when Jesus was crucified?
When Jesus?
That was a few months. That was a month ago.
I have no idea, but we have Pesach.
The Passover was when Herod was killing all the children, or was he? Or God was killing all the children, or something. And they had to paint blood because God obviously.
Yes, you're right. Yeah, it was
Passover, Friday, April 22nd.
Yeah, Friday, April 22nd. So I just pulled up too. And then Saturday, April 30th.
Clues in the title, isn't it? So God's curse passed over the house with the cross blood. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
You people have an amazing evening. I have to head out, so talk to you all later.
Okay, happy Passover.
God bless you.
Yep, bless you all and have a happy Saint Peter. Goddamn Saint George Day. Yes, yes. Farewell, guys.
See you later.
Or the area that's called Turkey now.
No, I would have loved Hillbilly to actually engage earlier, but back some of his assertions up with something other than assertions.
Was he in before, was he?
I don't have to have like a deep philosophical argument with him or anything. I'd like to hear someone back their shit up if they're claiming that it's actually like I live in this reality as well.
Yeah, I mean, his argument earlier was, well, the Bible is the true book because it says in the beginning in the Bible, and that's obviously the only true God, and then pointed out to him, well, the Quran mentions a creation story as well, so it's just, yeah.
I don't know of a holy book that doesn't.
No, me neither. That's what we tried to say to him. He said, oh, yeah, but mine's the one true God.
Yeah, his says it first, though. His says it in the first verse on the first page.
So, yeah, checkmate.
Kidding me.
No, that was his argument. Well, my book says it right at the beginning, in the beginning. So
yeah, because I proposed him I proposed him that the God of Christianity was actually like akin to Satan in my religion, and that my holy book was actually the real holy book. His was written by Satan, and that was his proof to me that his was the only true one. Was because it says in the beginning.
It says in the beginning of the book, not halfway through. Can't argue with that.
Oh, apparently not Herod, but the Pharaoh of Egypt. Allegedly named Ramesses II. Guess who just wrote that in the live chat?
He's really obsessed with taking my sarcastic comment about. What he asked was if I took my kids home. He asked first if I had kids. I said yeah, 4. He said, did you ever take one home and not know if they were a male or female or a boy or a girl or something like that? And I said no. And I know I've taken them home and didn't know. Right? Like I said, and then because I said this to him, And then bitched at him because he tried to talk over me. Bitched at him for trying to talk over while I was answering. And then told him I was being sarcastic. He really, like, thought that now I'm a liar. And,
Well,
Mark,
obviously, I mean,
Mark thinks that his kids are better off without a mom.
Yeah.
And says this all the time.
His parenting blueprint and role model is obviously the best one because he's got a loving Christian marriage with a woman, not two men or two women, but a woman, and it's committed. And then I pointed out, well, I might be a single parent, but you've got one of your kids is in prison, so your parenting model didn't work out so well.
Emmy's a single parent. Yeah, single mother, and her child's off to uni soon, isn't she? She's got a scholarship or something to go to university or something like that.
Well, yeah, but you know it would be the optimal if she had both of them, right?
And DPR, his Hillbilly's comeback to that was, well, for all you know, one of your children might grow up to be a paedophile.
Yep.
Yep. Yeah, that was a comment back to Mark.
I mean,
Because he likes to keep it classy.
I do struggle to have any sort of engagement with him at all. It's just
what?
It's just a waste of time, isn't it? He's just such an offensive twat.
That's putting it politely.
I don't know who you've been hanging out with, but that's not the guy we met.
Oh.
The one that had the straight pride.
Yes.
He actually had straight pride written on his avatar.
Yeah, I thought that was he was it means he was proud. What was I don't know what that means.
It's his answer to gay pride.
Hmm.
So that means he's proud to be straight.
I think he's a raging closet dweller.
So he just wears it ironically.
I think he's so far in the closet he's in Narnia.
I thought straight pride meant you had an erection for gays. You know, straight up pride. No?
Might do.
I'm not an expert in this area.
Just speculation at this point. You a big Prince fan, DPR?
No, not really.
Bowie? Bowie fan?
Do we know what he died of yet?
No, not yet.
I think the autopsy was today. I've not seen anything on the news.
They said it's going to take a while to work out what it was, I believe, on the news I heard.
Apparently he was an epileptic, so it might have been a seizure or something like that. Maybe, I don't know.
Oh.
Oh, just reading on the BBC News, there's no reason to believe it was suicide, they said. Post-mortem suggests he died alone in a lift.
Yeah, that's what I heard.
Let's have a look.
No sign of trauma on the body.
Yeah.
It was what, 57?
57, yeah.
Yeah.
And he'd been in hospital a couple of weeks ago for flu symptoms.
Yeah, he was rushed to hospital in Illinois. He was flying home from a concert in Georgia, I think, and his private plane had to make an emergency landing. He was in hospital.
Sorry.
Was treated in hospital, released a few hours later. It was about a week or so ago, and that was that. But apparently the same site that broke the news of his death are reporting he was treated in Illinois for an overdose of a painkiller drug, Percocet, Percocet.
Yep, Percocet.
Yeah, the autopsy's been done, but the information won't be released for a while, apparently.
So
Who
if that,
is that?
I mean, speculating if he was treated for an overdose, he could have had complications, liver or kidney failure, maybe of some sort.
Who are you talking about?
Prince. There's an unconfirmed report that he was treated in hospital for an overdose of the painkiller, and then was released after treatment, and then a couple of days later, he was gone.
Grief, he released his first album in 1978. I didn't ever get that. Wow.
He released something like 35 studio albums, which is an enormous amount. But then they reckon he's got enough cached music to last 100 years.
Yep.
an album a year. He's quite prolific, and a lot of it was never released.
I didn't know Prince died. When, like, how long ago was this?
Well, sorry, say again. What? How long ago did he die?
Yeah.
Oh, day before yesterday. Yesterday.
Oh yeah, I didn't hear anything about it. I don't think I was on the internet though yesterday or day before.
Yeah, paramedics were called to his estate or something, and they found him dead in a lift.
Mm.
No, I mean I can definitely get that. I mean, you know, I take oxycodone and hydrocodone opioids. They liver check me every couple months. Stuff
That
like
makes sense to me. If that's, I mean, that TMZ site, that they're the ones that released details of his, or the first broke that he died. So their sources seem quite. That would make sense, I suppose, if he'd had an accidental or whatever overdose of whatever drug, and then was treated in hospital. He could have had complications when they let him out. It normally is liver or kidneys, isn't it?
Yeah, and I was just thinking as well.
Yeah, or
sometimes
you shut your
it's-
breathing down. It slows your respiration down when you take a bunch of them.
So you could have had a few
you can
more.
actually take more and fall asleep, and it still, that once you fall asleep, it even shuts your respiratory system down more. So you can just stop breathing. It could be no organs. You just repressed your system down where you stop breathing.
quite often when, getting the flu can be not a symptom, a result of another illness, can't it? Like you're
Well, there was an article on the BBC about why so many celebrities, whatever artists have, so many have passed away this year. But they apparently it's been quite phenomenal, significant. Between January the 1st to March the 31st this year, there's been 24. Last year was 12. They reckon it's something to do with or the what they call the baby boomers, I suppose.
So
Or people that are famous in the 60s, people that are famous in the 60s.
So just the odds of that there's more of them.
Well, I suppose they said people who start becoming famous in the 60s are now entering their 70s and are starting to die off. So I suppose, and yeah, like you say, there are more famous people than there used to be. So I suppose,
right.
Going back 50 years, the only really famous people were, I suppose, cinema. There wasn't television.
no, you've had some singers in cinema, pretty much, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, I forget what they call that. There's the baby boomers, and then what do they call the ones that the baby boomers, the kids that they have?
Are they the millennials? No.
The millennials, yeah.
Well, I think
about 1980 onwards or something.
They call them something because of the massive numbers that they're.
Oh, sorry.
Because of the massive number of. Already the baby boomers are a massive number of a generation because of the coming back from the war and things.
Yeah.
That each one of them, if they had at least one kid or a lot more, even had more than one kid, kind of thing.
And it's more
that the next generation would be even bigger than the baby boomers.
I mean, when you think of when Bowie was 69, if he wasn't famous or whatever, he'd just be no big deal, I suppose.
Yeah.
The Queen's got to 90.
Yeah, I was in an art class today with someone who's 93.
I think she'll go on from. I mean, was it the Queen Mother was in her hundreds, wasn't she? 101, 102, something like that. No, I don't know.
Yeah.
I bet Charles is pleased about that.
Whoops, sorry.
So DPR, did you ever figure out how just telling you morals are objective?
No, it's something I need to look into because it's obvious that whatever definition I'm using, it must be something different. But
I was just poking at you. I need to be way clearer of how I state it as well and what I'm actually saying.
Are you for objective morality?
In a sense, yes. I think
therein lies the rub. in a sense.
Yeah.
Because in,
Well, yeah,
in a sense, I might be, but I don't know.
Yeah, because I don't think.
The word is in the live chat that Generation X followed the baby boomers or the Gen Xers.
Like, I don't think morals are this property in the universe that just.
I thought that the millennials would be those born in
From the
2000
Gen X.
onwards, wouldn't it?
Yeah. No, I think it's the 80s onwards or something.
Yeah, that's Generation X was to follow the baby bit. There's a Generation
No,
X
the
would have been.
Millennium kids apparently. I assumed it'd be from 2000
Yeah,
onwards.
it's
Not
yeah,
1980s
millennials.
or something.
It's Gen X and then the millennials.
Yeah.
Gen X is the 81 or 80 or 79, somewhere around
Oh,
there.
yeah, it is right. Yeah, 1980.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah, 1980s is the millennials. Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
Because that's what I was born in 80, so it's
Are we Gen X
opposed to
kids
the two.
then? Mark?
no, Gen X would be those born
60s to the early 80s.
post World War II baby boom.
Yeah.
60s to 80s. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, we're Gen X then.
So Gen X would be what they call the baby boomers. Then.
Yeah.
No.
No. Yeah, the baby boomers before Gen X.
Of course, right. Yeah.
Yeah. So it'd like be pre-war, wouldn't it? Up to the 60s, and then there's us.
Yeah,
Actually,
so
I think Popes was one of the baby boomers from pre-war.
baby boomers would have been 46, mid 60s. Then. No, so I'm a baby boomer. Baby boomer. I've just looked it up. Baby boomers are 46 to 64.
Oh God! So we're Gen X and baby boomers.
Yeah.
We crossed the bridge between the two.
Right.
Wow.
That's what I
Yeah,
call
I'm
the
66
Gen X millennial one.
now.
So right
1966.
You say
1966.
Yeah. Just right after the baby boomers.
Oh.
So Gen X.
Yeah,
So you're a Gen X.
Gen X would be 65 to 80.
Yeah. See, I qualify for a baby boomer and a Gen X. Oh no, 60. I said the 60s for Gen X when
Well,
I
it's this early 60s, but yeah, baby boomers ended in 64 apparently, according to Wikipedia. And then Generation X is early 60s, so I would say 64 to 80.
Yeah. I want to be both.
You can't.
I don't usually fit into a box, so I'm going to fit into 2 boxes now. I was born in 64.
Because
I'm
I'm
a
on
Gen
the
X, I'm the baby boomer.
I'm on the precipice of Leo and Cancer as well as Gen X and.
So what are the ones after millennials then?
Millennial. I don't. There's a list somewhere that has two other generations on it too.
Oh, is there?
They're going to be the. What's the word I'm looking for?
Why are people trying to insist upon you say labeling?
Well, they'd just be post-millennial, won't they? Post-millennial. Oh.
Yes.
Yeah. They call them like Gen something. Gen
They're
Y.
called Generation.
There you go. Yeah. It's Gen. Here it goes. Gen X, Gen Y, the millennials, and then Gen Next.
Gen Next.
Well, Generation Z, or also called the I generation, or post-millennials, or centennials, or plurals.
Those are the internet. Those would be kids that were born with the internet and with smartphones.
Yeah, you can't cross the road without taking earphones out of their fucking.
Well, I bet Generation Z. I bet the Christians love that because Z's the end of the alphabet, so that's obviously a sign of the end times.
Oh, and then there's all these people dying, isn't there?
There's nothing after Z, so that'll be the last.
And then if the end of the world doesn't come, it'll be because it wasn't Omega.
That suits me fine because if I'm going to die, at least I'll be happy in the knowledge that the world will end not long afterwards. So no one can get my stuff.
Well, they can start sending me all their shit if they really think the world's going to end. Then.
Yeah.
So what about the age of Aquarius?
Oh yeah, that's astrology. You better ask Commander about that.
Aquarius.
Yeah, that's the one.
They only said that so she could sing the song.
Oh, I like singing.
What are we in now then? The age of what? What are we in now?
Age of fucktards.
Age of flat earthers.
Every time Dee talks, it sounds like we're in the world of Pam Ayres, man.
Oh, Pam Ayres from the West Country. She was Pam Ayres talking a bit like that.
I don't do poetry.
Whereabouts are you from then, Pope?
I'm from, yeah, you know roughly where I'm from, yeah. I ain't going to tell you the exact town, even
Oh,
though
no.
it's a long
Essex, then.
Well, yeah, south of Essex, yeah.
Essex.
South of Essex, it's the channel.
It's called Kent, you know where it is.
Oh, yes, sorry, my geography
Oh, Kentish Town.
Well, my ancestors are from West Ham.
Yeah.
Or West Ham, as they
West
say.
Ham.
West Ham.
Well, part of them are. The other half.
Oh no! Look, yeah, because look, Generation Alpha.
Oh.
That'll be. Let's see.
Generation Safe Room.
Start in the early 2000s and end in 2025, or around 2025. The
Oh
term
my God.
Generation Alpha has been suggested.
Well, that's because they want to start again. They can't. It's Generation Z, according to Wikipedia. That's it. They're the last ones. Game over after that. That's when Jesus comes back. I mean, as if anyone's going to take him seriously. If anyone came back and said, "No, I am Jesus," they'll be in a padded cell quicker than they could say crucifixion or resurrection. There's no one that's going to believe. No one is just going to believe anyone. I mean, how many people have? I mean, there's Lord Stephen Christ, isn't there?
He is our Lord and Savior, Stephen Christ.
He chose the Stephen because it means king or prince or crown or something.
Right.
Oh, right.
It's in his little tattoo thing.
Yeah.
The mark they had to get. So you can live in his Australian city built of gold.
His idea of getting some
After everyone gets
publicity for his second coming was to threaten to kill President Obama. It didn't get him published. Well, it got him publicity, but also got him a little while in the clink as well.
Got him published in the prison paper.
Stephen, derived from the Greek Stephanos, blah blah blah, meaning wreath, crown, honor, reward.
Okay.
Yeah. He believes he's the returned Christ.
So
Not
obviously
that he's
Jesus is not
Christ
such a
or any of that. He's the returned Christ.
Jesus isn't a popular name these days. So I suppose Steve.
Well, yeah, you say that, but it is sort of in South America. Then again, going back to the names, it's no wonder that Dionysus picked his name, is it? You know what I mean? He's picked that one straight out of being the drama king, ain't he? You know what I mean? Okay, couldn't pick a better name, Dionysus. Fits in perfectly.
I don't know what problem you have with Dionysus. He's the coolest, greatest guy on here.
It's only because he couldn't spell Schopenhauer.
Hey, don't be dissing on Schopenhauer.
He's a fanboy, isn't he? Big fanboy.
That's okay. I can't remember the other one. What's the other one that he goes off on all the time?
Nietzsche, no, Kant.
Nietzsche's one of them.
The two. Nietzsche's one of them, yeah.
But there is.
No, with Dionysus is B.F. Skinner, isn't it? That's the one. He reckons he's read every book that B.F. Skinner has ever written.
B.F. Skinner, yeah.
Yeah, B.F.
Skinner.
Yeah.
They won philosophy is why.
They pick an obscure author and say, "Oh yes, I'm a very fan of his work. Read everything he's done," and they think it's just some obscure one.
Find out he's only ever written one book that's 2 pages long.
Well, you know what's funny is because he does identify really well with it. I've never really picked up the books and read them, and I just from picking up talking to him not too long ago. I think it was Dragnot and I were in a room with him, and I yelled at him. I was like, "Man, we're not these like automatons that fit in these boxes, and everyone fits this way and has these rules, and without taking humanity away from them."
Well, I've got some stencils by Andy Skinner.
The biggest critic or criticization of B.F. Skinner's book or of behaviorism is that it dehumanizes people and puts them as
Schopenhauer's a misogynistic bag of shit, so that fits as well.
I prefer the work of Andy Skinner. He does some really nice stencils for artwork.
I've got a book by E.F. Schumacher.
I've got a book by E.M. Forster.
It's called A Guide for the Perplexed.
Well, that sounds familiar.
E.F. Schumacher, by the author of Small is Beautiful.
Small is beautiful. He's obviously never seen my boobs.
It was recommended to me many years ago.
I'm looking for a stencil at the moment, man, to put on this wall. But what I want is like the two hands. Have you ever heard of the picture God creating Adam, which is on the
with the lightning between it.
You know the two hands. Yeah, there isn't actually a light between it, but the two hands. I'm looking for a stencil to put on the back of this fucking wall, so I can actually sort of paint it on there myself. But I can't find one big enough, man. Yeah. And I've been trying to think of ways. All I need is the outline fucking drawn, but I can't draw the outline. That's the hardest fucking bit. And but I've seen some that are painted on walls, and they're fucking fantastic, man. Just the and with the settee being there as well. I've got to change the settee, but it looks really good. But I need to find a fucking 8-foot long stencil of the two hands.
I can't say I've seen
I've
one.
looked all over the internet. I can't find one. Sorry.
Get a small one and use a sort of a lamp to project a shadow onto the wall.
I've thought about that as well. Yeah, I have thought about that. Getting it even done in sort of A4 sizes, and then stenciling out after that. But it's becoming more and more fucking difficult at that point because one, I haven't got a printer, which makes it difficult.
I've just found you one. I found it on Pinterest. It's called www.thesimpleStencil.com, and they've got one, Michelangelo's Hands, the creation of Adam, made into an easy-to-apply simple stencil, removable wall in a variety of colours.
Excellent. Can you put that somewhere where I can take a look at it?
You see the side chat at the moment?
Yeah.
On his mailbox.
There you go.
Slip it under his.
I just googled creation of Adam stencil. There's loads of them.
Yeah, there are some. Yeah, there are, but I wanted the right size. But I'll take a look at them. Yeah, man. Cheers. I think I've been on this one though. I think they're only 140 odd centimeters, which isn't quite big enough. But
you can always use those. You can buy a stencil kit where you've got like a pencil on one side, and it's almost like on a concertinaed. Do you know what I mean? And you put a pencil or whatever on one side, pencil on the other end, measure out the distance, and as you draw over the smaller one, it creates it bigger.
Yeah.
You can get them.
Yeah, I need to find something like that.
You could do that with it.
But I have seen that one though, Mark. I have looked into that one. That one with the story in front of it, it ain't quite big enough. But like you say, there are ways that you could possibly make it.
I'm sure if you actually emailed them or something and said, "This is what I want."
Oh yeah. Again, yeah. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah.
Or take a small one to a print shop or something and say, "Look, can you make this bigger?"
Yeah. Yeah, there is a girl around here. There's a girl around here that I sort of know, and she does sort of murals and that, but she's quite fucking dear. But I don't know. If you start off with the outline, it's almost like getting a tattoo. I mean, it could be in black and white if you could just do the outline. And if I wanted, I could sort of colour it in, paint it in myself. But even just a stencil out.
I'll put another one in the side chat. I reckon you could, if you click on the picture, it makes it bigger. You could print that off on like an A4 or A3. Take it to a print shop and say, "Can you blow that up?"
Yeah.
And they probably do it for you.
Yeah. Yeah, man. Yeah. Cheers.
Get them to do one poster sized, or even you can probably get one made into a decal, whatever they call it.
Oh yeah, you can get decals. Oh yeah, you can. But they're going to be like sort of 130 quid. And I'm thinking maybe I could get that woman just to draw the fucking outline, even in pencil.
Yeah, that's what I would do.
For a one, you know.
Yeah.
And do
No,
you
no, I would do it
remember?
with pencil, but get the masking tape, paint tape, and come back and go
Yes, you
around
could
it.
do. Yeah, you could do. But do you remember, like, you know, all those Leonardo paintings and that? They're all sketched out, and even the sketches look really good, don't they?
How
So
about
just even the sketching would look
go
good.
to your local, your nearest art college.
Yep.
And tell someone at the art college that's what you want. I bet you could find an art student that would come around and do it for free.
And without revealing my location too much, I live in the middle of Rochester, and there's a fucking art college right in the middle of Rochester.
Yeah, just tell me you want a really hot chick.
Yeah, slip one of the art,
Yeah.
art students 50 quid and say, you know, come around my house for 50 quid.
Yeah,
do
I
that.
could possibly get a blowjob out of it and all, couldn't I? And my fucking art.
Easy. Just go and put an advert in the art college. I'll bet you'll get someone.
Not for the blowjob, but for the paint job.
Yeah.
Practice your art skills. 50 quid or 20 quid in a packet and 20 Rothmans.
All I need to do, yeah, man. All I need to do is to come on to Google Plus, and all my fucking problems are solved in about 10 minutes. I've been agonising over this for about 3 weeks. You know, where am I going to get this done? And now I know.
You could look at it the other way around, and you could try and find a prostitute that was also a very good artist.
Yeah. But most of them would be at the art college anyway, wouldn't they?
Right. The prostitute will want extra money for the paint.
Yeah, but I've got the paint. No, fuck it. I've got loads of paint.
I mean the paint.
I've
like
done
doing
the ceiling
jobs.
rows. Haven't you seen my ceiling rows? Right.
Well, you can convince the prostitute, you know.
Oh, nice.
Your time after you'd be like, well, I've still got 45 minutes left. And paint me a thing up here.
You can have it painted like the Sistine Chapel.
Yeah, it's almost. Yeah, man.
I thought you were one of those Rastafarian hats myself.
Yeah, but I need something to take my mind off fucking drinking alcohol all the time, and all the time maybe I'm constantly decorating, and you know, I'm taking my mind off it. This is the first drink I've had since last Sunday, man.
Yeah, I reckon the art college is the way to do it. You'll definitely find someone that'd be willing to hone their skills.
That's a really good idea.
Definitely. I never thought of that.
Let them have a lie down in the coffin as well.
Yeah, they've got everything, haven't they? They're all into that, aren't they?
Oh yeah.
Maybe Von Elden's an artist. Maybe he'll come and have a go for a lie down in the coffin.
He'll end up in the coffin, won't he? You know?
Well, as a vampire, yeah, he's pretty used to it.
Vampire.
I don't think it would be beyond you to do something from a simple A4. If you got an A4 and sort of like put grid lines across it.
Yeah, I thought about
grid.
that. Well, yeah, because that is the only way that I could possibly do it. It would be to grid it up, but
yeah,
it's going to take too much. It might just be easier, just as we've said, you know, give somebody 50 quid just to fucking sketch it on the wall, rather than me fuck about with all that, you know. As I say, I haven't even got my own printer, you know, so. Yeah. But it would look alright, man. And fuck it, I ain't been decorated for about 5 or 6 years. So, you know, it won't get decorated for another fucking 5 or 6, so, you know. 100 quid or something just to paint something on the wall. You're gonna pay that for a few pictures anyway. You've got to have something on the fucking wall.
But you'll
And
have
my
to make
boring
a spider.
decorating stories, sorry.
Where would you put your spider?
I don't know, he'd have to move though. Yeah.
Hmm.
Pretty much just
He
crawling
has
up
to
the
get a new
wall.
home. I don't know. But there's other places he can live or she can live. Maybe somewhere where it's more frightening to little kids and that. Maybe have it a bit lower.
Having that on the wall will make me drink.
Yeah, put down your door handle.
You don't have to be a child to be afraid of spiders, I can assure you.
No, you don't. You don't, because I am afraid of spiders, so I could attest to that, for sure. Although I have grown a little bit more accustomed to them than I ever was in my younger days. But I still don't like, big ones. I think I could handle ones that size.
I just found another one on. I found one on a place called Cut and Paste Shop. www.etsy.com, but that's almost the whole painting, not just the hand.
Yeah, that's the problem. Yeah,
it's 40
it goes
quid.
up from,
That's a handmade 3-meter decal.
Yeah.
Looks quite good though.
For 40 quid, that's not bad.
40 quid plus shipping.
Mm-hmm.
Greece.
Is it stretched over canvas? Because they're a little bit more expensive. I've seen them for about
No,
200 quid.
the self-adhesive vinyl.
Yeah, I'll be on there.
To remove it. I'll give you the link.
Yeah, decors are always going to be.
Yeah, but that might only be good for painting around rather than.
Yeah.
I don't know, that one you just stick on there.
I'll keep it, but. Yeah. I did look into a few sticker ones, but apparently a lot of them was coming loose, the cheaper ones and that.
What are you?
But if I bought a really cheap one that I was just going to paint around, at least then I could get the outline.
Right.
Get the outline.
Or are you going to paint the wall a different color and then paint that over it?
No, I was going to keep the wall as it is now and then just paint on the.
Just draw like a black outline of it?
Yeah.
What about a framed 1970s vintage pencil sketch of Creation of Adam?
Yeah, but how big is it? It's got to be about 7 foot long.
It looks quite big. Let me have a look. It's in America there. It's $72.
Plus shipping.
It's 18.5 inches by 13 inches.
No, it's too small.
Sizes and
Yeah, there's
everything.
loads of little ones you can get, loads of small ones. And loads of medium-sized ones, but they're a bit of the wrong proportions.
You can get a sticker that says it's got a caption on it. It says "Pull my finger."
Oh, there's some funny ones out. There's some fucking hilarious ones out. Yeah. Oh, people handing joints over the fucking lot. Yeah, some good ones. But I'd rather not just take the piss. I just want to have the fucking just the hands, There's ones with fucking peanut butter and everything. People dipping stuff in it. It's fucking great.
I just praise the good Lord. Do you
I've
want
got to have
to?
the fucking crack down the ceiling. Oh, sorry, Mark. Yeah, but I really need to have the crack down because there's like a natural sort of crack in the original on the ceiling, and you've got to have the crack down the fucking wall, down the wall, Yeah, it wouldn't be the same with that.
Christine, we're talking about how to get a 8-foot long hands of creation onto.
God created Adam. Yeah. On the wall. On the council side. All we need is an iced.
Don't know you then.
Other than a piss iced.
God, I'm being fascinated by these the Von Helton tapes. This one talked about him that he wasn't gonna let any of these vampires have bloodlust more than any other vampires, including him.
Von Helton's mad, isn't he?
And he's not gonna get raped by any homosexuals on YouTube. Portrait of the Kentucky Punisher.
Oh, would help if I hadn't muted my mic. I'm off to bed, darlings. Take care.
Have a good night, Dee.
Night, night.
Dee.
Bye.
Night.
Ooh, 1 o'clock. What's happened to all the fucking Power Rangers? Christian anarchists.
Shalom.
What's up?
No, what were you saying?
I was just saying alright.
Oh, okay.
What should we talk about now?
No, I was just looking at the news, see if there's anything on another gun rampage in America. That's not really news. It's just.
No.
I mean. Oh, hello everyone. It looked like it was slowing down a bit, so I
Hello.
thought I'd check in and see what's going on. Go ahead.
Hello.
Hello?
Somebody's killed 8 people in Ohio or something on a gun rampage.
Oh, man. I never like hearing about that.
7 adults, 1 teenager from the same family.
Wait, what?
I don't think it was indiscriminate. It sounds like execution-style killings in 4 places near each other in rural Ohio. So one member of a family's gone round, it's a domestic situation, so somebody's gone round to various members of the same family in different locations and executed them. 3 young children survived, but all shot in the head. 7 adults, 1 teenager.
Yeah, I worry about it when something happens in Ohio.
Some family dispute by the look of it.
Well, at least it's not another election rigging, but...
Pike County.
Yeah.
Hmm. Hmm. No, I'm talking to the other hangout.
Oh, one woman was killed in her bed next to a 4-day-old child. But the child wasn't touched.
Oh, that must be a miracle.
Yeah. It looks like whoever the killer was spared the children, just blew away the adults and 1 16-year-old. Meanwhile, President Obama's trying to put us off from leaving the European Union.
Trying to get where to stop leaving it?
Obama's told David Cameron that exit from the European Union would leave the UK at the back of the queue for trade deals.
Oh, he's not just told Cameron. I think he had a letter published in the Telegraph today.
Yeah, yeah. Obviously, it's in American interests that we stay in, so...
I don't believe he'll be making the speech otherwise.
No. Well, we're sort of the bridge to Europe as far as America's concerned, I suppose.
Probably.
I hope we leave. I'm going to vote out anyway.
Yes, it's got its keep in Germany.
I just
how's with the ECB? Go ahead.
I'm just convinced. I just think the amount of money we spend on it, the red tape, I mean, and the excessive regulation and the gravy train. I just think we'd be better. I can't see nations refusing to buy our things and us refusing to buy theirs, just because we're not in the. I think a lot of the. It seems to me anyway at the moment that a lot of the stay-in stories are all based on fear-mongering.
I would tend to agree, but what I find really frustrating is that I'm finding it. I'm kind of indifferent, but I have a couple of recordings that were made by, or speeches that were made by Enoch Powell in the early 70s about what would happen if we joined the European market, and he was obviously, as you'd be aware, totally against it. He said, you know, it's inevitable that it will go from what it was then, which was effectively a joining a sort of like free trade community, to having greater and greater political influence. And it's amazing how accurate his predictions are. And I'm certainly, I have a huge problem with effectively the sovereignty of our parliament being taken away by decisions that are made in Europe, often by unelected people. So I have a huge issue in that regard. But what troubles me is finding independent sources of information about what would actually happen if we left. Now, if it was the case that we ended up in a dire financial situation and the economy went into downturn or whatever, then I could be persuaded, I think, to say that we should remain in.
Yep, I agree.
But I you know, when Osborne produces figures that have been manufactured by the Treasury Department, I'm sorry, I don't find that persuasive at all. So I don't know. I haven't decided. I
agree with you. I think
for the sake of parliamentary sovereignty, I'm very, very much in favour of leaving.
I've done the same as you. I've looked around to try and find some convincing or something, any information about what I've seen. Plenty of what will happen if we leave. I've not seen much about what will happen if we don't, if we stay in. And there's, as you said, there seems to be quite a lack of information around.
Yeah, and the worst places to get the information from, of course, is politicians. Or government departments. I mean, there have been a few, what I would say, quasi-independent bodies that seem to be suggesting that it's in our best interest to stay, but the fact is, no one knows what will happen if we were to leave, and this is why I think the predictions are of limited value.
Yeah,
it seems to me that the people that are
it's without doubt the least sort of looked at subject and the hardest subject that we of all our free agents have ever had to fucking vote on, let alone you know, a Tory government or a fucking Labour one, right? That means nothing. This means a fucking lot. Our future in or out of fucking Europe means more than any Labour or Tory government in the past fucking 30 years.
Yeah, I remember being at school when the vote go in what was then called the common market, wasn't it, back then?
Yeah. And
a common market, which sounded very enticing. You know, we'd have better trade deals. There wouldn't be tariffs, and whatever. But there was nothing in that. Absolutely nothing in that.
Yeah.
That said
Well,
that we eventually effectively be ruled by
you
Europe.
watched the Europe In or Out? It's been on Radio 4 or BBC 2, whatever it was. A good one by BBC 2 or Radio 4. But anyway, that's been fucking interesting. And let's face it, I mean, I'm a hard fucking Labour supporter, but a lot of the Labour Party didn't fucking want that back then. And I do remember that back then, about joining the EEC and that. And I thought it was a good idea. My mum and dad did. Right.
I think most families thought it would be all about, more about being able to buy garlic bread and German sausage and more Italian wines, and it was all going to be that sort of thing,
It was sold on the promise that goods and stuff, food in particular, would be cheaper.
And instead we've ended up with our fishermen sat idle because they've had their quota while other European nations are fishing our waters and farmers.
But again, Mark, that information has been one of the hardest informations to find out about all of that fucking. How much of it is bullshit made up by the Sun and the Daily Mail, and how much is.
There is quite a bit of truth to it. When I work in, I work in similar to.
But I briefly note that the entire kind of strategy there very much puts the cart before the horse. All the monetary entanglements and such are things that are more properly follow after one has a social relationship built up. Maybe perhaps in no small respect, like how I don't know, those who are thinking to enter into a romantic relationship might, well, cohabitate a bit before merging their finances and all that.
Yeah, I'm glad we didn't go into the common, the single currency, and as DPR said, that all this. I mean, you've only got to Google EU directive to see the massive list of regulations and laws, even covering things like fruit. Fruit being a certain length.
I would like to suggest,
You're always
the other hangout. I might suggest merging with the other hangout. This one has perhaps a short amount of time before it goes off air. Go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah, sure. Send us a link.
It's in the side chat.
Okay.
See if I can also get on Skype.
Okay, I'll see you all there.
Yeah. So many clicks. Nadia, have I joined the other hangout yet or not? I can't tell. Maybe I have.
Come on over.
Maybe it's just lagging.
Come on over, Pope.
I'm trying, yeah.
I'll send you an internal invite. Here we go. Here we go. Okay. Okay, let's get the link out to you. Go on over, audience, to the open discussion hangout I already have going. Continuing the discussion they were having over there. Go ahead. I'd be happy if everyone could hop over to open discussion instead of just this direct discussion. I only wish my I guess prospective employers were covered by enough regulation to prevent any kind of discrimination and so on that I, well, rather obviously face. Go ahead. That would help too. Yeah, give me to Finland or the UK or wherever. Come on. The one that really did it for. Oh, the one. The one that really did it for me and those like me would be, I think, primarily the Gender Recognition Act of 2004. Go ahead. I mean, okay, go ahead. Wow. Even though, I'm sorry. Oh, could I actually? Oh, sorry. Oh, go ahead. Mm. All right. Okay. Okay. I think that there has to be a different motive, and that is in effect because the scope of the U.S.'s, in terms of the U.S.'s trying to admonish the UK to stay within the EU, and that's in effect because the reconstruction of Europe after World War II with the whole Marshall Plan and all that included quite a bit of, what's the right way to put it? I suppose you could call it espionage in a way that kind of influenced the governments and such in ways that kept them in the U.S.'s interests. And to most observers think that arrangement, in fact, continues to this day, including the UK. Well, okay. I can. Ah. Um, well, the thing I would recommend is, well, in effect, the kinds of issues you're highlighting here are, in fact, quite systemic. And as per, say, Chomsky and Herman's manufacturing consent, I'd say it gets, intrinsic to the, well, use of the levers of state power as well as all the others like economic and other aspects of social. That well, the solution here is anarcho-communism. Go ahead. Well, I think well, I think there is a I think there is a perhaps worthwhile. I don't know if you call it exactly an addendum to the old infamous dictum of Joseph Stalin. That it's not who votes, it's who counts the votes. I think there is also a matter in which the options which you have to choose, which we all have to choose for these quote-unquote elected representatives are restricted, but and one of the difficulties there is intrinsic to well, any kind of system of representation at all, right? Mm. Oh. Oh. Oh, I got a, well, I think the answer to all the red tape business has to go through is that there shouldn't be business at all. Accounting for the, I guess, resources required to carry out the decision process itself is, in some respects, the content of what Norbert Wiener was originally describing what he called cybernetics, right? I would abolish all taxes, of course, in the process of what I have in mind, but I'd also note that you wouldn't have any restriction on where you could drive or these things regarding your license if there were countries to begin with. Go ahead. Mm. 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 Well, the good news is mm. The good news is for those who want to pay less taxes, taxes would be zero in anarcho-communism because, of course, there wouldn't be money. Right? Mm. No, it would be. in order to get various kinds of tests done, like healing those who get injured or disfigured by whatever kinds of conditions, right? And of course, well, with the basis of distribution of goods and services not on the basis of exchange, you have that money's not really very meaningful, is it? Go ahead. Oh, it would absolutely not. It would be genuinely new if it were implemented. Go ahead.
Where these theists at, man? Where y'all at? Come up in here. Seamus, I seen you in that live chat. What's going on, man? Come prove your God. Stop acting like that, son.
There's all like half an hour left in this thing.
Oh, it is?
Yeah, floating, I guess, anarcho-communism against Eurosceptics in my open discussion hangout and so on. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. All right. I thought this was a new debate room. I was about to say, get y'all ass up here. I'm in a new debate.
Did I get the link out to you? Hang on.
Yeah, you got it right here on the side. I'm about to join.
Okay. All right. Excellent. Yeah. Hmm. Oh. Mm. Well, I think it'll make a good first step toward well, unification of the whole world to have well, yeah, to well, unify each continent or well, unifying well the whole world. Right? Go ahead. Mm. 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 Well, that's because all this, well, number one, monetary, and otherwise, formal institutional organizational structure is something that actually needs, genuine social structure. The very fact you're even saying, oh, we're French, we're Germans, we're British, and so on is a little bit of a problem there, right? It would need to actually go ahead. Hmm. Hmm. Well, Mhm. Well, the trick is, oh, and by the way, I should formally apologize to all my friends in the UK for Nikki Sinclair. Go ahead. Mm. Mm-hmm. Okay. Hey, Desert. Well, I was just reminding everybody that there are no such things as gods, souls, afterlives, heavens, or hells, and that Adam, Eve, Noah, Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, Joseph, Saul, David, Moses, Jesus, Muhammad, the Buddha, what is it? And all the avatars of Vishnu, Shiva, Kali, Krishna, Ganesh, Navagiri, and Auravan never existed. Go ahead. Hello? Okay, well. Yeah, I guess I'll do Duolingo or something. I'm not good at stuff till underwater Deutschland. They're actually from New York. Oh, Noxian's catching up. Oh dear.